Yeah, I actually feel bad sometimes because they'll be like fighting alone, and I don't know. It's like they need reinforcements.
So Electric, what made you come back, or like what made you? I don't know. It seems.
TFE.
Well, what do you mean though? What do you mean by TFE? Because it didn't really.
They had to fake it. They faked it.
Oh, you
bro.
think the whole thing is fake?
Oh
Okay.
yeah, I do. It's faker than the moon landing, in my opinion.
I do like you, Electric. So
Damn.
I like everybody in
I
here.
converted him.
I
converted him.
The respect was growing, but I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't think it was fake.
Damn it! Damn it! I messed up. Q up. Fix the problem now.
Wait, is Electric Jesse?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Callie, Jesse.
But
I have like 10 names right now.
But you think it was fake?
Oh yeah, dude.
He was.
What's even worse is that QOP claims to have converted you, which makes it even worse.
Auto hoax.
No, I have my justifications. I typically
if you
don't
were
get into
auto hoax, it'd make more sense.
Yeah, I don't get into it in here because you guys heard it all.
Wait, can we? And just
not from you though. Not from you.
I want to get into it. I want to hear Jesse, not QOP, but Jesse. Not that I don't want to hear QOP, but I know if he starts, bro, it's gonna turn to a shit show, blow up. Everyone's gonna get muted, and everyone's gonna leave the server.
Okay, so
wait, what?
We're gonna have the conversation.
Wait, I need QOP
contingent.
He's involved.
Contingent.
No, I want to hear
QOP,
but he's gonna get fucking.
Sorry,
QOP is gonna. What happens is QOP's gonna get involved. He's gonna piss a mod off. The mod's gonna ban him or mute him. There's gonna be a big thing, and we're not actually gonna get to hear any of the actual substantial argument.
We can set some ground rules, bro. Not everyone here's a pussy.
Why can be chill? What the fuck? You fucking.
This is not a troll, by the way. I actually do think that the final experiment is fake as shit. Like,
I believe you.
Yeah.
I would love to hear either. I just don't want people to get muted and then not be.
One of the first things I noticed is like, and I heard somebody make this argument. I don't remember who it was, but it's like the resolution of the ground near the horizon. I think that like if things were changing angular size due to perspective, it doesn't resemble like what we typically see. Like the horizon during the final experiment looked weird to me. It looked like the pixels weren't getting smaller, or however you want to call that instance. A little suspicious there. And then you had glitching mountains, right? You had the mountains that were moving around, and everybody that was a Glober agent in my book, they had their arguments loaded, cocked, ready to shoot. Like they just had an answer immediately. Like, oh, this is because of this. Like, dude, this is your first time seeing it, and you already have your telegraphed response from some weird script. Like, I don't know how you're coming to these conclusions so quickly. It's like they all had a script to respond to everything that was wrong with TFE before they saw the footage. That put on my antennas big time.
Do you have like a picture of the horizon or whatever you're talking about?
Oh yeah, just watch any of the footage from the final experiment.
Well, that was seeming. Yeah, like the giveaway too was when they got challenged. It was like shut the fuck, like just yelling, and just like repeating, not able to talk about it.
That was low-key.
Yeah, there was a bit of silencer protocol going on too. It seems like there was like factions of Flat Earth that were not willing to discuss it amongst people that were truthers. There was a lot of slander going on.
Facts.
But that's not evidence of the final experiment.
Cameras.
That's just evidence of people maybe having an agenda.
That's an absence of evidence. Yeah, that is an evidence.
It goes on and on. I got more shit than that, dude.
And then just camera logistics too. I'm not that experienced with it, but just batteries and keeping it going. I don't know.
And I'm yet to hear an actual explanation for the big black line that takes like a 45-degree angle in the sky. And they say it's due to stitching, but why would a stitch take an angle like out of nowhere? That doesn't make sense to me if someone wants to try to explain that.
I don't think
stitching.
I forget what McToon said. I don't think McToon said when I showed him that it was a
I remember what he
stitch.
said.
He didn't say it was a
Yeah,
stitch.
he just kept pointing out that this is the camera, and the camera
Yeah,
has a stitching feature.
Camera. I have a
That's all he
360
said.
camera. You don't. Yeah. I was prepared for so many like better rebuttals than what he said, and I was like really like, it's like why did I did so much work like preparing for him to make good arguments. He just gaslit me the whole time.
My friend was on the live stream and was like, "Tap your head if you're really there," or something like that. Or he was playing with him. Not that I guess that means.
Another big thing to me was when I finally saw the footage that I thought was going to be consistent rolling footage of someone, at least anybody would be trying to film this, right? When they're on the plane showing their GPS, consistently rolling the camera, getting off the plane, showing their GPS. When I thought Jaren was literally about to show me this, the camera cut off and he just pops back up in quote unquote Union Glacier. Like, dude, why did you shut off your camera when you got off the plane? Like, I was literally so mad in that moment when I saw that. I was like, yeah, this is just another fucking nail in the coffin for me. Too many things stacked up. I like hate doubting things. I don't like questioning stuff. Like if I have to question it, I'm just gonna throw it out.
I will say I just popped back in, so I don't know. I'm just probably pick up on what you guys are talking about. It sounds like talking about the TFE thing. I will just say this one thing, like if somebody just took a trip to like China and they like filmed it and did it, if there was a group of people that really wanted to be like hyper skeptical, they probably could see things in it that they think are evidence of fakery, even though it's just not fake at all. So I'm just saying that can be a phenomenon where people can find things when they want to find things. I'm not trying to say you're doing that or anything. I'm just saying that there is that phenomenon where like you could film something, like you could probably even do this. Like you could film like you playing baseball with your friends. And if there was a group of people that really thought that you were like agents or something, they could probably be like, oh, look right there. There's the ball like made a little funny thing. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying that is a phenomenon that can occur in the human psyche.
Dude, at the time that this was happening, I was a Glober. I was looking for every reason to just be done with this argument and just go back to being a happy, stupid Glober. And then TFE rolls along and literally throws a wrench in those gears. Like I had no choice but to accept what this was telling me.
Yeah, Nazi.
Well, how much footage have you looked at of all of the other people that have been to Union Glacier? Like of that? Like did you say? I mean, I think there's probably at least 500 to 1,000 videos, like on YouTube, Vimeo, of other people through the years, like skydiving companies, vloggers, bloggers.
Yeah.
There's the race that they do or whatever, the marathon. There's the solar eclipse footage from 2021. How much of all that like have you gone through?
I don't doubt that Union Glacier is a real tourist attraction. I think there is a real place called Union Glacier that they went to. That's required for this PSYOP to even make any sense. There has to be a real place, a real tourist destination that they went to and did some filming there. And it had to happen when they were live. Yep.
Well, coincidentally, none of the flat earthers have any. I know they're gonna say like it's just a it's just a ceremonial like stamp on the passport. It doesn't. You don't actually need one because it's not another country. Blah blah blah. But the person that's handled most of the recording, it seems, is a person that did have the stamp. So I don't really believe that the stamp is not something you get when you go there, because he got it, and he's the one that would be taking video throughout the year, going to this place, recording the sky, so that they could use it when they put it all together.
Yeah, my understanding is there's not an official stamp. There's a ceremonial stamp you can get if you want. But Electric, but have you looked at in terms of all that other footage? You were saying it is a site that people go, but have you looked at whether they say there's a 24-hour sun, whether they have footage of it in all that other footage? That's what I was asking. Like if you're saying it is a site.
No, not 500 videos. Probably like a handful. I've seen a video of a skydiver. I've seen a video of a marathon. I saw a video of somebody just standing there claiming to be some kind of military thing going on. I've seen some stuff, not everything, obviously. I don't know how I'd ever get around to everything. But if there's something that you think I should see, dude, I definitely will check it out right away.
No, I hear you. I was just asking because a lot of people that put a lot of weight on these YouTubers going, the McToon and the Witsit and Jaren, like these guys, like that one trip. I'm not saying you're doing this, but I know some people that say it's fake, they put a lot of weight on like just those guys, and then they're trying to nitpick their footage. And I'm just wondering if people that are, if they've seen all the other footage of people, because like there's footage of people, getting on the airplane, going all the way to Union Glacier, hanging out at Union Glacier for a few days, vlogging and blogging. And I've seen the sun in all different positions. It took me a while though to dig in to find like the sun in all positions though, because it is true that at Union Glacier, like their daytime when it's the warmest is when the sun is in the north, or at least the general, like the northern side, which is kind of where the runway is. And that half, whereas when the sun goes back around the mountain on the south is when it's like the coldest, which is when they'd be kind of sleeping. Like that's not the time you want to be outside and skydiving and stuff. So that's why it is a little bit harder to find footage of it in the south, just because normally they're taking footage when they're in their daytime, playing around and doing stuff in the snow. But yeah, I was just wondering, because a lot of people don't really know. There's a lot of other people that have taken that trip, and then I've seen a lot of footage where they go from Union Glacier to Mount Vinson, which is apparently like the highest peak in Antarctica. There's another camp there, and then they climb up all the way to the peak of Mount Vinson, and then seeing the sun in all positions, in all north, south, east, west position there as well. So I'm just saying,
24-hour footage, or did it cut it in and out?
Well, I'm talking about like footage seeing the sun in all positions. I did find one 24-hour sun footage from Union Glacier. I did find one. I think it's the only one that exists other than.
Was it that Powell guy?
No,
Anthony
this is
Powell
one that I was doing a lot of digging because once they were going to really do the trip, I was like, all right, I'm going to go look at all the other people that have been there to see what's up. And this was like at the end of my searching of digging through like tons of videos. It was like near the end. It was like late night one night. I was about to go to bed and I found it. It was on like this like skydiving company video. They only I can post it for you. They only have like 600 subscribers and the video only had like 150 views or something. And it's just like, it's at the end of this little skydiving company's video. And it says like, thanks for watching. And then it just shows a 24-hour sun clip. And it looks like they just like put down a 360 camera and they just kind of put it down to watch the sun, circle around. So that's the only 24-hour sun footage that I found. But there's a lot of other footage of people like saying like, oh yeah, the sun never sets here. And, this is the lowest the sun gets in Antarctica kind of thing. There's a lot of, and then just footage of just seeing the sun in the different positions of the sky. But yeah, the only 24-hour one is that one I'm referring to from that skydiving video. But I'm just saying, to me, the Witsit, McToon, Jaren trip thing, the Duffy thing, to me, that's just like 1/30th of the video that's out there. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just like one. So, I mean, they did get the best footage of the 24-hour sun, though, that exists from Union Glacier. So in that sense, it's more than just a 1/30th. But I'm just saying, in terms of all the other parts of verifying that site, it's just, a lot of people put so much weight in just those guys' trips. And to me, it's only a small portion of the actual footage that exists of that whole site and the sun and what it does there.
Well, I think it's important to just mention that, like, the glitching, moving mountains, the weird glitchy effects happening to the sky. Like there was a repeating lens flare. It appeared in the same exact place after the sun traveled across the sky for 24 hours, meaning it would have to be at a different elevation angle, meaning that the lens flare should be angled differently relative to the lens. And the lens flare appears in the literal exact same spot within the frame. I don't know what caused it. I'm just saying that the cause cannot be the sun if the sun is in a different position.
I can't speak on the lens flare.
If the sun
I can't speak on the lens flare thing. I can tell you about Jiggly Mountain though. So I was there when Sam took that 360 cam and processed it. Basically, everybody who released the 360 cam had the same video. Depending on how you encoded it and what program you used or how you exported it, people were demanding we export it faster. I think it was 27 gigs. I ended up seeding it for people who wanted to torrent it, but we had to get it on YouTube because people were demanding it on YouTube. The Jiggly Mountain thing was just due to how we exported it. So like the 360 cam is not perfect. It does need lens correction. That's also why there was one version with that like black kind of thing in between one part of it.
Don't you find it strange nothing else jiggled except for the mountain range?
No, because I watched Sam do the editing of the video. It only jiggled in that one upload.
Editing? No, I need raw. That's another problem.
Do you know how like three is several cameras stitched together? So when I say like editing, I mean like export it. You need to export it and encode it as something. So like 360 camera by default is quote unquote edited and stitched together, right?
What about the
that's not what I was thinking though. But yeah,
fancy GoPros that people put on their cars?
So I think it's important to just elucidate that there really is no explanation. There's no explanation for the lens flare. There's no explanation for the black line in the sky taking a big angle. You say there's an explanation for the jiggly mountains. I've heard that explanation before, that like while the encoding and the rendering and all of that stuff is going on, that some things get lost in translation. Like there could be some bugs.
Yeah, that was a giant meme.
I've heard that.
We were actually we were memeing on Sam for that. We're like, dude, why'd you remove Jiggly Mountain? And making jokes about how we grew fondness for it. That was just due to how it was exported, though.
Yeah, and I could call that something like, making light of what's actually a critical situation. Could be.
Well, I mean, like, what are we going to do? We spent like 16 hours one day and like 8 hours the next day trying to export this giant, massive video. And it was incredibly frustrating. So, yeah, we were making jokes as we, sat there waiting for it to export, hoping it didn't crash. So, yeah, I mean...
I wasn't going to get into this aspect of it, but that was something that raised my suspicions as well. is just a story around. I don't want to get into that.
Well, the 360 files are like very unstable.
What was he not going to get into?
Okay, I'll tell you.
Why you got to do that to us?
Because I don't want to throw people's names around like I'm trying to put them in some kind of like negative light.
Yeah, but that was just Duffy's footage, right? That's all that was. And Duffy already released it and other, you know what I mean? That wasn't, I think Witsit was just trying to get something on his channel so he could at least have a 24-hour sun footage since he didn't take one himself. So he was just trying to convert Duffy's files. And then Duffy also released it on his channel too, right? So is there really that much to that other than they were just trying to convert Duffy's files?
Nobody from the outside looking in had any idea that the files that he was talking about were coming from Duffy's camera. Like everybody thought that he had his own footage, that we were going to get different 24-hour sun footage from everybody that went.
Nah,
I thought it felt like a dishonest thing that happened. Whatever, it's not a huge deal.
Well, like Jaren's camera got too cold, and it sprung an error in the middle of the recording, and Jaren knocked over the solar pictures for Witsit. So then we didn't have 24-hour footage, and we didn't have solar shots. So they ended up having to use other people's setups for their evidence. Like that's what ended up happening.
Yeah, and I mean, as far as I don't know, like Jesse, what you were going through with it. I mean, as far as I know, it was pretty publicly known that was all Duffy's files. Now, if you were either felt like you were misled or had misinformation or didn't have the full information, I don't know. I'm not trying to obviously accuse you of any of those things. I'm just saying that as far as I knew through the whole thing, Witsit was transparent with it, that it was not his.
Well, after the fact, he was saying, "Oh, I'm getting this out," and then 2 weeks later, it comes out and it's not his, it's Duffy's. So that's the problem. Like everyone was waiting in anticipation, and then we're watching the footage. Dude, I remember I was in Ether Cause. I'm watching the footage as Sam is rolling this fucking gigabyte file, and fucking Duffy's face is on the beginning of the footage, and I'm like, bro, what is this shit? Like Duffy's adjusting the camera.
I guess I was never under an impression that it wasn't Duffy's. I knew Witsit didn't have that he didn't take any 24 hours. I knew that the whole time. So were you under the impression that was not Duffy's?
No, I didn't. I mean, I was under the impression because he went there to get footage that he'd have footage.
For whatever reason,
looking at the file and it's got Duffy's face on it, and I'm like, what the fuck is this?
For whatever reason,
maybe people were under different
impressions. People were doing that. Like,
can I please explain?
One. I thought Austin was going to have one. I thought everybody was going to have 24-hour sun footage. For whatever reason, I thought so too.
I want to explain so bad.
All right, so then maybe people were under different impressions. I guess I wasn't, but I can't speak for others. And
what gave that impression the most was, like, I hate to be that guy, but I will for the sake of the argument that, he had I have these photos of him like messaging some group on Telegram, telling them like, oh, I don't have money for the software to render the footage from this 360 camera. Can you help donate? And in my mind, it's like, all right, like, why would they donate unless they thought that it wasn't Will Duffy's? Like, everybody already saw Will Duffy's. It's like you're just paying to help render
Duffy's footage wasn't
on Witsit's computer.
It wasn't
something like. It just felt weird. Like hearing all the information roll out, I was like, dude, come on. This is the stuff that makes me raise an eyebrow. This is exactly what raises my eyebrows.
Beast, you're hot, Mike.
Am I? Oh.
Yeah, I don't necessarily agree with the technical stuff in the video, but the thing that got me was
I'm hot micing?
Yeah, your mic's open. You're good now.
Is it?
It was for a sec. Go ahead. Who was that, Anchovy?
I was just saying that the thing that got me the most was how ill prepared the FE side was, because I feel like the trip was mostly for that side.
Well,
because the Globe already agreed what they wanted to see there. So like to not be prepared for the other side was like really weird.
Yeah, it seemed to me though that like Jaren, from what I had just going through it all, that Jaren was on a pretty tight budget. Like he did a fundraiser, it was kind of like only like a week or two before they went. Jaren like kind of came out like, oh boom, he needs like, he wanted to ask for like $3,500 or whatever it was, so he could get this equipment and that equipment. Maybe it was more than 2 weeks before, but I know Jaren did do a fundraiser. Yeah, it might have been more than 2 weeks. So he was like tight enough on money that he needed to do that to get some equipment, and then he did get what he tried to do the 24-hour sun, but like Drake said, it seems like it was like a corrupted file. And to this day, I've never actually seen that release, so I don't know. Even though it was corrupted, I guess he's supposed to have like 80 or 85% of it. I only saw that one time on a Jarenism stream. He shared like a little bit of it. That's all I've seen, but maybe it has been released somewhere. And then Witsit also was saying that he was like, if you look at the live stream they did before they went, that he was on like a really tight budget, like that he could maybe even hardly make the trip. And on that live stream, I'm just talking about all stuff that's public. I'm not talking about anything else that's not just publicly live streamed.
Geo.
Witsit was saying that he was so tight, and then he was like, oh, he's like, if I have some issue where I need like $200 or some amount of money when I'm on the trip, he's like, I might be screwed because I can't. And then Jaren said something like, well, I'll cover you if that's the case or something. And then Witsit did a fundraiser right at the last minute. So whereas on the other side, quote unquote, MC Toon like had all his equipment and all kinds of stuff. So it could be said that there was kind of an imbalance of, I guess, finances and preparedness, maybe.
Not the
if you're talking about sides, I guess.
I don't want to feel like I'm getting steamrolled, but people ask me to clarify like why I have this position, and now it's just like I don't know, it's not moving forward.
That's fine, bro. Appreciate you sharing.
Just a response into like as far as the output that we perceive, it's pretty disappointing on the FE side. But what was it? I mean, dude, a whole bunch of other FE guys just decided not to go. You ended up with the two youngest, as far as I can tell. Maybe there's a couple of other younger guys, but I mean, the two FE guys were the youngest on the trip. I'm pretty sure, unless Jaren's significantly older than some of the Globers, and Elizabeth's still pretty young as well. So, I mean, Witsit's got a family.
What does that change?
This is to do with like sort of maturity and preparedness. So all of the FE side, we're all the youngest guys, still trying to sort of establish themselves financially, and all the Globers are very well established financially. They've probably got other careers going on. They've got all their equipment. They've been at this for about 20 years. So.
Can we stop being general about this? These people were selected.
I want to get
you're just you're watering it down. Like these people were selected.
So Witsit was selected.
They were selected. They accepted, and then they had an X amount of time to prepare. So like, there's no like, oh well, he just got his first bank account, just got out of college. Like, there's none of that.
What do you mean, dude? If you're gonna fucking hell. Dude, if you're going to critique the output of what the individuals, each one of them that went there, and you just look at the statistics of the characteristics, man, like these guys being young without other alternative careers and the amount of money that they generally make, you could clearly see that they were going to, like, in all likelihood, come back with less quality.
Yo, wait, why is Electric not able to fucking talk though?
Because they're running silence protocol on me and they have an agenda.
I'm sorry, I was trying to get that. I didn't realize that.
I just found that kind of fucking weird, bro. Yeah, that was kind of fucking weird.
You guys got to work. You guys got to work on that.
It's kind of fucking weird.
Let's all stop for 1 moment. I'm gonna point of moderation. Okay, Electric, did you get cut off? If you did, do you want to finish your point?
Yeah, I got completely steamrolled, ushered out of the conversation.
Okay, all right.
Like
by multiple people.
That's crazy.
It's an open platform to have an open conversation on. It's not all about you, bro.
All right, well, can we let Electric finish his point then, please?
Honestly, dude, for a second, it was about my opinion, and I didn't get a chance to express it because apparently y'all don't like that, so whatever.
No, you're good. You're good. Now you have the floor. I want to hear it.
Oh, you guys don't like my opinion.
Oh, don't be gay. Come on. You got it. You got the floor now.
Yeah, wait, don't be gay. Right, come on, dude.
20 people in it.
Come on,
you
Electric.
You can't complain about not having your chance, and then when you do, you just to spoil it.
All right, now I don't give a fuck.
Now no one's going to give a fuck, and they're not going to help you next time.
Yeah, I mean, hold on, no perspective. Hold on. There may have been some interruptions or people jumping in, but I mean, from when I got back about 10 minutes ago, it seems like you've had plenty of time to lay out your ideas. But Jesse, Electric, you're the only one I've heard that says that you were more on the Globe side, and then by the TFE thing, you having an indication that it was not authentic has brought you away from the Globe. I think you're the only one, or one of the only ones I've heard that has said that. But I know you've kind of gone back and forth over the years, but. Anyways, just
that makes sense though.
Well, you know what I think.
I wanted to hear it.
That means I made one flat earther. Did Witsit make any flat earthers from going to doing TFE?
Well, I'm just gonna wait real quick. I'm gonna drop my point and leave anyway. I was just gonna say, I don't know if someone probably already said it, that the mount was broken by Jaren. Witsit's camera mount was broken, so we couldn't get the 24-hour footage. Right? That's what I'm talking about.
Well, he wasn't going to get the 24-hour footage anyway. It was going to be for the solar shots. Jaren had the 360 set up for the 24-hour sun. Now, Jaren's file or batteries or whatever, like his shit just kept crashing, or the file wasn't good or whatever the case. So his stuff didn't work, and then he broke Witsit's camera. So Jaren fucked up both of the shit they could have brought back apparently.
You know what I think also in general, the only other thing I was going to say was when they got there, they realized that the sun was still out and that it was looking like it's going to be a 24-hour sun anyway. When they got there, they realized the timing on it, the way it looked, the sun in the sky or whatever. And they were like, oh, these guys are going to get the 24-hour footage. They're totally prepared to get it. And we're going to have to like go on camera and say that, you know, we thought there might not be, which is what they should have said. I mean, we thought there might not be, but there is. Doesn't mean it's not a flat Earth. But they, you know, didn't do that, or Jaron made it even worse. And then Witsit was good all along, as far as I can see, as far as what he said. He could have said more about it. It's still flat, you know, obviously because you don't have the curvature. And they could have done, the only other thing I was going to say is they could have done some long distance tests, which would have been, you know, like what about some flat Earth, like curvature tests of some sort. And the plane wouldn't have even been able to land without the tangential gradient.
Oh my god, bro! We're not debating how well they did. We're not debating how well they did. We're debating that they didn't go at all, bro.
Oh well,
that's kind of
settled almost in my mind. So you can debate that if you want.
It's actually.
I mean, I'm not saying that's impossible, but I think it's very unlikely. Having followed them like every step of the way, I mean, that would have been really good acting, especially on Witsit's part. And not only because I trust Witsit, but I don't think they're that good at actors, and I think that it would be a short-lived psyop because anyone can go back and check next year, the year after. I mean, that means they're banking it all on nobody going back and checking. So it would be a short-lived psyop if they were planning on just faking it this one time.
That's like saying they're banking on no one's going to go check if you can land on the moon. You can't.
No, you can't. You can go. People can go down there and get the 24-hour
so who else is going to go next then? Who's going to go then?
Well, they're banking on nobody going down there for a trip that they can actually afford to go and take.
Okay, so who can afford this trip that apparently everyone can?
I think they're not putting all the eggs in that basket. That would be dumb of them if they're going to bank on that.
I think JT's going to go run the marathon there.
Yeah, he says.
Well, you'll definitely say he's a lying actor, Mason, or something if he does, I'm sure.
Yo, Witsit, what up?
Nice. Welcome, Witsit.
Hey, the debate is back on. Q-Up versus Witsit.
No, Q-Up, I have a question for you, bro. Have you considered, like, have you actually thought about, like, if you're wrong?
I've been telling him this, dude. I told him that, that it's like something that people can
that's
verify.
Why I improve my positions and.
My question is hypothetical. It's like, have you actually thought about, what if I'm wrong about this?
Yeah, I constantly consider that, but my positions are very strong because I would consider that.
How would you feel about it though if like it actually all just happened and you're wrong? Like, how would you feel about it? Like, my question is, how would you feel about how you've handled it?
Is his
connection
delayed?
Weird, I mean, it's not a reality that's like gonna ever happen because it's not.
You can't even answer the hypothetical question.
Yeah, because I can't even like that world doesn't exist, so I don't.
You can't fathom being wrong.
That was the point I was making, right? It's
I guess if I was wrong, I don't know. I would say I was. How would I be proven that I was wrong though?
No. The question is, how would you feel about how you've handled it?
I'll probably.
It's hypothetical.
Okay. Well, it's just like when I hear you talk about it, it's like it sounds like you have lots of bias, you know.
Well, but as far as like the whole vaping thing, right? You definitely lied about that at the very least, right?
No.
You didn't. I'm the one that brought it up to you for the first time, and
what? No. The first person that asked me
vaping then.
No, the first person that asked me directly if I did have a vape there was Gio, and when he asked me directly, I said yes.
Yeah, I remember that.
Gio.
And that was when I was in Tennessee.
No,
I still remember. I was in Tennessee in like my grandmother's guest room. I was actually stepping away. Like my family was pissed, right? Because I had just been in freaking Antarctica for like 11 days or whatever. And now I'm over here. I can't even spend time with the family. I'm jumping on Discord talking about it to people that are claiming I didn't go. But I tried to like occasionally answer questions to avoid what happened anyway, which is people acting like I wasn't answering questions. But anyway, so what first happened, right, was I was accused of faking my breath with the vape. And I just kept saying, I objectively did not hit a vape and fake my breath. Like that just did not happen. And then Gio asks me, and then like I remember we didn't even know what was going on, right? So like people were talking about the footage. I saw like one of the little cutout pieces of footage. I guess this is before the full thing got uploaded. And we were like, it looked like I just walked out of the thing and I had a drink in my hand or something. Someone said it looked like I had a drink in my hand. And so then I started thinking about it. I remember every time I went inside, I drank like hot water. They had hot water in there. And so I'm like, yeah, maybe that's it. I remember going in there during my stream and drinking water and coming back out. Gio asked me, but at one point he said, "So did you have a vape with you in Antarctica?" And I said, "Yes." And I told him I found a couple in my bag because I packed like old bags from my traveling days, my tour days. I found a vape and I smoked it. So, I didn't lie about that. And then what people did was they took that quote where I say, I objectively did not hit a vape and exhale it to fake my breath. And they cut off the end of it to make it sound like I said, I objectively did not hit a vape, which is just lying.
Yeah, I remember when I asked you that because there was all this like buzz going around and people talking about it. Like, did you have one? Did you not? And then the claims of all that. And then, yeah, I do remember when I asked you that. Like, even though I just asked you in a friendly way, it was almost like you were like a testimony on the witness stand kind of thing. Like, I kind of asked you just directly, just because there was so much like buzz about it and stuff. So I just like asked directly. Yeah.
And I will say up to that point, like I did not make it a point to like say I had a vape, even though I knew that there were cameras everywhere, like I actually knew that everything we talked about the whole time was going to be recorded. But I just didn't want to like run around talking about how I was smoking a vape. Like that's about it, right? Like I used to smoke a vape. I quit smoking. I didn't want Kai thinking I was smoking a vape again. I didn't even want to like promote vaping. So I wasn't like, I didn't jump on and be like, yeah, I was smoking a vape, but da-da-da, right? I was just like, dude, this is insane. I did not fake my breath at all. Because it doesn't even make sense to fake my breath with a vape. I mean, it just sounds so stupid to me because there were so many videos of people talking so many other times. Like, what would that even accomplish? That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, and there were so many cameras around. That's what I've said too. Like, why would even if like people want to think you're like some actor doing it, why would you fake your breath with a vape with all those other cameras looking at you? Like that would be the stupidest plan ever.
That's the funniest part.
Also,
the funniest part.
okay, so
Wait,
you're,
let's finish one more thing. Okay, before we
right,
hear your
bro, it's
big
been monologue. Can I
Oh, bro, monologue. Dude, you've been talking about this for 7 months. Okay, so but this is like the funniest part of the whole thing for me is
Bro, I
that
asked like a little question.
Can I just say something real fast? They all were like,
I listen
"Oh,
to you. Like, can I
dude,
speak?
stop, dude." They're all like, "Oh, busted. We caught him." Like they did some amazing like Sherlock Holmes investigative work, right? And where they quote unquote busted me was the footage that we uploaded. So it's like we went in this big Masonic conspiracy to fake the trip to Antarctica, and then we came and hand delivered HD uncut 30 hours of footage so you could catch us faking it. It's the stupidest thing I've ever heard, dude.
Yeah, dude, it is bad. It's bad. Those levels of theories. Well, I muted Q out because he was interrupting. That's what he wants to do. He wants to interrupt and then get muted and then have whatever he was doing. So, and he left. But yeah, dude, the thing. I mean, I was gonna say even though Q up left. I mean, I've said this to him because he's been back around on the server the last month or two, and it's just like, yeah, like when it's something that can be verified by other people, like easily by just taking the trip. Kind of like that question you asked him. It's like, where does that leave him? You know what I mean? When he's been saying it's fake for all this time, and it's something that can be verified, and then just being dead wrong about something that can be verified like that. I mean, I guess it's up to each person, like if they care about their kind of reputation within all of this, maybe, or their kind of truth discernment. But just like on the back of that too, I was gonna say like, dude, it's like this was an interesting event though because it did kind of like sort people out in a way, like maybe there were people that were just jumping on bandwagons and just being like, oh yeah, things are fake because other people say they are, but they really didn't have the discernment in the first place to actually discern that correctly, but they might have been right because some of these things are fake that they jumped on the bandwagon. But then this was like, it was kind of like a cool like sorting event in some ways. It kind of sorted a lot of things in an interesting way, like people into like different kind of camps as it were, and like one's capacity to discern truth, through all this, and to be honest enough to be able to, even if somebody thought there wasn't one there, 24-hour sun, and then to be able to, consider that more deeply, even though they haven't taken the trip themselves. So yeah, it's interesting in those ways, like the role that it played.
Well, so what's so crappy about it for me is like I was like actually very excited about it. It was like Magellan vibes, it was like explorative vibes. Like I thought it was pretty epic that like as a flat earther, I went to Antarctica, like a place that if you'd have asked me like 5 years ago, like no one's ever going there. I would have never even conceived of the idea that I would have got to go there. And then merely because of discussions I've had about how the globe model is fake, I actually got to go, like, in a way, explore. Well, not really explore Antarctica, right? But it just felt like an exploration. To me, that was so epic. I'm like, this is like pretty crazy. A handful of people can even say they went there, and the first thing on my passport is Antarctica. So I was like, good vibes. The only bad vibes were who was there. I was like exhausted. It was not good conditions at all. You know what I'm saying? I felt super sick at one point. Like I thought I was actually going to have to go to the doctor there. But yeah, it all kind of came crashing down, I guess. And like I think a good analogy is like a lot of flat earthers will just say that a bunch of the space footage is fake. And it's just whatever video they've seen claiming that they've been busted, they just internalize and believe it. But they don't go fact check it, you know what I'm saying? And then there's the group of people that don't do that. They're like call out some of the fake claims of flat earthers. Like, wait, no, actually there's a somewhat reasonable explanation for that. Like Geo does that. You do that all the time. We used to do that in this room all the time. We would like still man the other side. We would hear out all the possible explanations. We would have all the Globers sit in here and go through the footage and be like, okay, I can see that. Or we would like laugh about the ridiculous one. But there's apparently always just been a group that would just queue up the YouTube video and whatever claims were made in it, they just believed it. So that's really what it did. It like separated those two groups of people.
Yeah, for sure. The difference of like kind of following versus actually discerning, being able to discern.
I just came back because Galatrax said I rage quit. It's not rage quitting if you're not allowed to talk and I have to listen to him monologue after I ask him a little question.
No, you're
just
interrupting.
be patient, but now it's your turn. Go ahead. Go ahead, talk, bro.
Yeah, just be respectful. You might have been delayed, but you just can't do that like dominating.
So you're claiming you didn't vape with the intention to fake your breath, but would you? Well, but you did. So you were asked to to show like if you were in Antarctica by proving that there's snow and that I think your live stream viewers were asking you about your breath, right? And then
You're lame, bro. You are lame.
Oh my god, why is the Concaver yelling at me right now?
Hold on, whoa. King Kong, chill the fuck out, bro. Don't interrupt either.
What the fuck, dude? Concavers have problems, dude. But so like you were trying to prove that you had a cold breath that you could blow out, right? And then you vaped right before that. So to say that you didn't do that with that intention doesn't matter because that's what you did. Was it an accident?
Okay, so I mean, you kind of went all over the place, started going towards snow. We'll go back to the vape thing here, right? Like, I did not try to prove you could see my breath. What actually happened was I was surprised that I saw my breath on the camera. I didn't say, "Oh, look at that. What's up now?" Right? And then tried to take another deep breath because normally I wasn't seeing my breath. Right? It was like a whole thing. It was very frustrating because the chat's like, "Oh yeah, they're in Antarctica and they're not, and they're barely wearing any jackets and they can't see their breath." I was just reading all the chats, and whatever I read that I thought I could easily disprove, I tried to do it. So I wasn't trying to show my breath at all. So you just fabricated that narrative, similar to how you fabricated that I lied about vaping. And so the honest thing to do now would be to never say that again and to retract it, right?
That's nice. But you did vape right before you blew out and say what up now, right? What's up now, right?
Oh yeah. After we looked at the video, I vaped. I definitely had fully exhaled before that, but I will readily admit it's very possible that there was like leftover moisture in my lungs. But for sure, that breath was not like I didn't hit a vape and then exhale the vape and you see that breath. Because if you actually watch the video, you will see right before I go back to the stream, I hit the vape, turn away from the camera, and fully exhale. This is because I was actually trying to hide that I was vaping.
Or that the giant cloud of vape smoke would look ridiculous, so you were trying to reduce the amount of vape smoke in your lungs so you could just blow out a little bit so it looks a little bit more natural.
Why would I not just hit a little baby hit then?
A little baby hit?
Yeah. To even get a big hit on that type of disposable vape, you have to pull it for a long time. It's not like one of those vapes that like fills up the room. It's a vape that you barely see the smoke. To get a big hit, you have to hit it super hard. You could see it way more there than like in your typical environment, But for sure, what happened, dude, is I'm just telling you what objectively happened is that I saw what I thought was my breath on the camera and was surprised, right? And maybe somewhere in the back of my mind, I was like, "Oh shit! Is there like part of the vape still in my lungs?" But I knew that I had exhaled it. Okay, so that's why I immediately tried to do it again. This is something else that makes no sense in your guys' narrative here, right? It's like if I knew I had tactically hit the vape and then exhaled it just so that I'd have a little bit left, why would I immediately say, "Oh, what's up now?" and then take a really deep breath and try and do it again?
Yeah, and then once you found out that was a dumb decision, you literally started doing something else really quick.
So once I found out it was a dumb decision, how would I not? How would I not already know that? If I was
like, we're not like sometimes you don't think things through. Like it happens. Like people make mistakes.
Q-Up, do you have any other evidence other than vaping?
Wait, just to wrap that up. Wait up. I just want to wrap this up here. Okay. So the idea is I hit a vape and I knew, dude, I got to exhale a lot of this because it'll look really stupid if there's a big cloud. So I tactically exhaled a decent amount of it, then came back over and then I breathed some out and then just had a complete lapse of judgment and went blank in my mind and thought, oh, I can magically inhale air and vape it back out again.
No, you just no, yeah, sure, yeah, that's exactly what happened, basically.
Okay, so and
What's
now,
wrong with that?
Tio, I'm just gonna
That's
tell you,
exactly what you did.
you're
That's what you
asking
did.
me what's wrong with it.
You're just
Well, this
saying
is
what you did, and you're saying what you did was stupid. We agree.
You're asking me what's wrong with it, and I'm telling you what's wrong with it.
You're saying you're above like making
You
these
notice how
mistakes. These are
you
mistakes.
always
You're on video
interrupt.
forever,
You
bro.
notice
You're
how you
called
keep
Witsit
you notice
vapor.
how you keep interrupting me. You notice
Yeah,
how
dude,
you
don't
feel like you have
interrupt.
to do. Like, why do you feel the need to do that if your point is so awesome, right? So, what actually happened is what I told you happened. This is why I asked you, hey man, have you ever considered like how would you feel if maybe just you were wrong about this, right? Because what actually happened was I felt terrible. I was not excited about the fact there was about to be a 24-hour sun and we had all these super lame Globers that I'm like dunking on the whole time with every part of the debate at the dinners, everything. I'm just slicing them up, but the world will never know. They'll get to pretend that they're smarter than us because I talked to all the people that work there and they told me there was a 24-hour sun. I wasn't happy. I didn't feel good. Okay, I didn't even want to do a stream. And before my stream, I actually fell asleep with the laptop in my lap and actually had typos in the title because I like couldn't even like stay awake. Then I had to wake up. Kai's like calling me, like saying, "You got to stream. Everyone wants to stream. You have to do it." I make myself go out there. That's the actual context. I'm hitting the vape because I'm just like angry and don't care at this point. I'm hitting the vape, but I'm trying to make sure that no one ever sees me hit the vape on the stream, okay? Because I do not want to promote the vape. I also quit vaping, so I didn't want Kai thinking I was vaping, and I just think it's trash anyway. So I would never try to vape. So if you actually watch it with good faith, if you watch the video, what you see is I usually have the vape like in my sleeve. I hit it and I try to exhale away from the camera. I normally walk all the way away, exhale a few times, right? And that time I exhaled all the way out and I just came back and started talking and thought I saw my breath. And I'm like, oh, what's up? So then I try to take another one and you don't see the breath. The other major problem with this whole entire narrative is there are other videos where you do see people's breaths. When they walk right around the corner and there's some shade, there are 3 separate streams where you see people's breaths. In fact, in Jaren's stream, you see my breath and I actually say, I hear Jaren explaining, yeah, it's pretty crazy. You can't see your breath here, blah, blah, blah. You can't see your breath on the camera. I said, I can see my breath right now. And you say, oh, yeah. He said, oh, yeah. And walked over there and showed my breath on his stream. Okay. So there are like 4 or 5 streams in that same location where you see people's breaths when there is some shade. And for months, all these sleuth flat earthers completely omitted and ignored all of that. So it's just dishonest. It requires like intentional dishonesty to like tactically omit the other evidence so you can push this narrative. And the only reason you would do that is because you have confirmation bias. You are uncomfortable with the idea that there really was a 24-hour sun. You think you know there can't be one.
That's like saying like we see in ISS like an astronaut do a flip and he gets caught on a wire, and you're basically saying they do flips all the time and don't get caught on wires, and you're focusing on the time they got caught on a wire. Yeah, we only need them to get caught on the wire once, bro.
Okay, so you know, first of all, not the same at all because I didn't get caught doing anything. If you actually watch the stream, you see me exhale away. But the major problem with it is you're saying it's impossible for us to have seen our breath there, which is just retarded anyway. Let's just think about this. Where are we at? Some people claim, oh, we did it 6 months earlier in the north. Well, obviously that's not the claim here, you know. And so we couldn't even, we're making the most amazing faked footage ever, but we can't make it cold where we are. So it's not even cold where we are. And then we're able to talk and have our breath seen consistently for consecutive minutes by multiple people. And somehow I need to go fake my breath with a vape later. So like, what even is the claim?
I'm sure you know how they make Hollywood movies. You were in one. They don't do everything at the same time or at the same place. So there could have been a time where you were somewhere cold that had snow underground. There might have been also a time where you guys weren't somewhere cold. So you ended up getting asked to show your breath in that scenario. And it was live streamed and you messed up.
I wasn't even trying to show my breath. And all the other times that you can see people's breath was live streamed as well. So this is another point. Like, this is why, like, when you came in here previously, or the other person, what's their name? I don't remember her name. Rusted Soul, right? What happens is you guys just say things, like you're just grasping at straws. You say things like you just said that. And then when it's debunked, what you do is just move on to another talking point.
What's
so it's like,
debunked?
You just made the
You
point.
said
You just made the point. You just said that the difference was that it was because someone asked me to show my breath, and it was a live stream, so I got caught. All the other footage seeing people's breath was on live streams.
Yeah, I said there could have been some of you guys could have been in a cold environment in a couple of the videos. Like,
Wait, no. In the video that you see my breath, we're literally walking back and forth from where my stream was into the other side of the building. So it's the same exact location where literally Jaren walks from right where I was streaming over to me on camera because I say I can see my breath over here, and that's because of the shade. This is the other issue with it. It's like, dude, this is the lamest part of all this is like the flat earthers doing this stuff are causing me to like invoke people like McKeegan. Because what I sure as hell wasn't about to do is like sit down for hours and make all kinds of edited videos explaining simple things like this. But he did, and McToon did, because this is all they have. All they have is to try to talk about flat Earth. That's what they need. And McKeegan actually has a good video showing this, showing that you don't always see people's breath and that's ridiculous. And it's based on lighting, right? And again, this is something that's just completely left out by the flat earthers. How can I take someone seriously who's claiming to be a truther, and they're not going to bring up the point, hey, to be fair, you don't always see someone's breath in a cold climate. It depends on many variables, including lighting. So
Yeah.
why leave that out?
Yeah, and if you look up like general searches, like do you see your breath in Antarctica? That's what is reported as well, just in terms of the dry nature of it and the environment. So
besides that, do we have any other evidences of it being faked or the trip not being real? Q-Op, do you have anything else?
Dude,
What about that smoking gun?
I kind of wanted
That's
to
not
add.
even the evidence that's fake.
No
That's just-
offense, Q-Op, your points are abysmal. I'm sorry, dude. They're just
I mean, we got Witsit here to actually address them head on.
Or we could talk about
and that
something
way,
else cooler.
and then that way Q-Op can stop bringing up these points.
Dude,
Yeah,
he's
that's
gonna
not true
keep
because
doing
I've
it.
done
He's
this.
just- Well, I wanted to ask, like, are there other people out there still? Like, I don't know what the kind of status is fully on like people like, I don't know, the Flatzoid guy or whatever, but like Witsit, are you still getting like flack? Are there still people out there trying to say it's fake? Like, is it still kind of a we don't talk about it much here, like at all. Like, I guess Q-Op's the only one that kind of comes in here and says it's fake, like for the most part. So, but is it happening out there still? Like, is there a lot of
Yeah, well, I'm not gonna say a lot, right? But on X, people say, yeah, because on X, Discord's a little different because if you actually have to talk on voice, even if you're anonymous in here, like it's still you, like it's your voice, and you have to talk and interact live, right? So it's like way more kind of intense, like or like it's like harder to be inauthentic than on X, right? So on X, you just have these completely anonymous, random sock accounts that are just no matter what the post is, no matter what I reply to, talking about how I'm a fraud, I'm a Mason, I'm an actor, and whatever, it was faked, but. I don't see a lot of it, but I haven't been very active. Like I haven't done many streams at all. I haven't really posted much on X, like largely because I was just tired of hearing it. It's like the reason I like Flat Earth is because I like to discover new things. I like to talk about physics and new evidences and debunking the globe and like discovering what they hid and trying to figure out what's going on. All this other stuff is super gay to me. I don't like talking about drama. I don't like talking about like he said, she said, or like this person is a shield. To me, all that's so gay. It like literally drove me away, bro. And I'm like, dude, I'm all in. Okay, like I've shown my full name, my real identity. Like it's a wrap for me, And like I've even been trying to look into different places to get a job because, believe it or not, contrary to the Austin sold out and he's a actor and he got paid all this money, all Antarctica did was completely destroy me financially, and I can't even get jobs. And it's not because like I will crush an interview, and they'll just look me up publicly. Like what I'm saying. So my point with that is that like I'm like all in with Flat Earth. There's no going back for me. Like in real life. In real life, I've been debanked from 2 banks. I've been kicked off most payment processors, off Venmo, off PayPal. Like it's over for me, And even I was like, okay, I have to like take a break. You know what I'm saying? Like that's pretty bad. I guess my point here is that anything that the community is doing somewhat collectively that's driving people like me away, like probably not good. Like, what do you think you're doing to the normal person? Like a person that was already kind of cautious or hesitant to discuss this, certainly publicly. Like they're going to be like, dude, I would never, even if I think there's flat, I will never publicly say it. Look what they did to Witsit. Why would I do it?
Have you?
No, I hear you, dude. But isn't this like a big kind of shifting point though? Because I mean, there already is the 24-hour, the Southern Star rotations and the all of that factor, and then the fact that there's more footage now and more just because you guys you guys definitely added a lot more to getting more footage. But it is an intense point because obviously the AE map was like sold to us, you know, the one sun circling around type of thing. I'm not saying there's more than one sun. I'm just saying the sun circling around Polaris like that. And that was, and I'm starting to see that much more as like a psyop map, basically, that the controller's kind of set up as the little backup, the thing to kind of set up and knock down, you know, involved in all of this. But that's a whole nother discussion. But I mean, I actually think it's really cool that there's two 24-hour suns and two poles like this, because that's the way like an electric field and a toroidal field. It's actually like a much cooler flat Earth, as it were, this way, rather than just the one kind of thing that goes around the center like that. Like there's much more complexity to it. But I'm just saying this is like a pretty big like shifting point in getting to the truth of what this realm is. And so it kind of makes sense in a way that if a lot of people were sold that AE map and then they clung to that, you know, they're coming away from the globe, and worldview is a very strong thing. People, it's like their identity, it's who they are. It's built like to the foundation of their spirituality, their philosophy of life, all of that. And so it just seems like this is like a breaking point to where, and I was going to say this too, like, I don't like to use the word coping, or a lot of people use that to kind of ridicule and harass people. However, like how much of people saying it's fake is a cope, really? Because if they were to have to accept, like I even asked Q this, I was like, dude, if you accepted there is a 24-hour sun there, and he was like, yeah, he's like, I don't know, man. He's like, I'd be confused. I don't know. I'd be lost, you know? And I was like, yeah, well, you know, welcome to the, you know, the actual scenario of what is, I'm not saying everyone's confused and lost. I'm just saying that, I mean, dude, we've talked about the two-pole layout. I mean, that works in some ways, but I mean, this is a complex issue. It doesn't mean the Earth's a globe. People want to shovel everyone back into the globe. It doesn't mean there's curvature and motion. But I know I said a lot there, but I'm just saying, like, how much of this is people coping that they don't want to actually accept it and realize that they don't have all the answers, and that the little, you know, the little AE map that was put on the front of the United Nations and the WHO and all that wasn't actually what the realm is, not at least not just the whole picture, you know, and that there's more of an unknown to deal with. So I'm just saying that could be fueling, like actually coping with that their worldview, that they don't have all the answers or whatever, you know, with their ego, and then therefore have to cling to it being fake. So yeah, just like weaving that point in, and then also just like the kind of epicness of the moment we're in, you know, with all of this.
So it's like almost 100% because of that. So like, that's why I agree with you that overall it's just a bunch of net positives, right? Because I genuinely feel like, not to like make this about me or whatever, but I stepped away and then was like, should I just stay away? And then I'm like, okay, I like prayed, and I had a lot of like synchronicities and signs and stuff. So like I'm supposed to keep making content, but then I'm just like, I keep having signs that it's like not quite yet or whatever. And so my point with that is that I haven't like really come back, and really never making content have I tried to like consistently upload everywhere and put out shorts and get on a bunch of places and like actually get big or anything. And so when I come back, I'm going to do that, which I've been kind of saying I'm going to do that or planning on doing that for so long and never done it, but I am going to do that. And so at that point, I mean, once this happens, which is what they kind of conceived as like this death blow to flat Earth, which it wasn't, it's going to be like the resurgence of this so much stronger flat Earth that, yeah, they're going to have like a major problem. So that's one part of it. And then two, like the major positive is what you brought up, which is just sorted a bunch of people out. It's like, bro, I don't care if you think the Earth. I don't like. You're not automatically cool because you found out that the globe is fake. Like that is not how I interpret things at all. I know people that think the Earth's a globe, haven't thoroughly looked into it, that are way cooler than people that know it's flat. You know, like it's not. You don't get an automatic pass because you think it's flat. So for me, I'm like always super pro like people kind of being exposed or whatever in that sense. And that's really what this did. This showed that a lot of people were kind of intellectually lazy, that there is still a lot of conformity within flat Earth, which is kind of antithetical to the base premise of flat Earth, right? And it also showed that a lot of people in flat Earth are dishonest. And I think this is really good for us because it should make everyone step back and be like, okay, we should reconsider everything that we're claiming as evidence. What did we just like? What were we lazy about and just believed because someone else said? What have I shared and propagated and repeated but never fact checked myself? Like, okay, what all did I get from this person? Because now I see kind of the pattern of how they come to conclusions, you know, how not thorough they are, whatever. So maybe I need to go fact check all these things that I took for granted because it came from this person or whatever. And now you kind of know who you can and cannot trust. Is how I view it, right? And like I know for whatever many different reasons, a lot of people have come out of this saying that they can't trust me. Like, okay, that's fine with me too, because I'm like, dude, I think you have to like lack discernment to think that like I've done something deceptive here, because it's just so the opposite of what happened. So with all that, which was a lot, it's like those are all positives for me. You know what I mean? And like that conversation I was having with QOP is the same one I would have with, I don't have to say people's names specifically, right? It's just every time I have one of these conversations with people, they have their points and I specifically refute their point, and then they just move on to another point. And then if I come back in here in a week and hear them talking about it, they will say the same points I debunk. So that's exactly what I deal with the globe earthers. It doesn't really matter which side's doing it. That's dishonest. You know what I'm saying? So
It basically like forced us to re-examine our justifications of beliefs of like why do we think that's true, right? Like certain claims. The AE map though for I mean, wasn't it discussed multiple times, including in here, about it being just a projection, like an azimuthal equidistant projection?
yeah,
Of the
but you have
reticule?
to realize a bunch of people like totally identified with that map, and I mean, I for one already knew that, right? That was pretty obvious. You see the logos everywhere, you see and like that is kind of just it's a baseline to show people certain concepts, and so it doesn't really surprise me. But I will say, has anyone? I guess what I meant to say a second ago with the whole like dishonest thing, right? It's like one of the biggest ones is all of these people claiming that the trip was fake, right? You're asking how much of it do you think is really kind of like a coping mechanism because they identify with that AE map, and like you ask QOP and he's like, yeah, I'd be totally confused, whatever. I think it's almost 100% because even for me, while I'm there in person looking at the sun, I'm like stepping back and thinking about everything, you know? I'm like, okay, how do I make sense of this? Like, how would this make sense on something like an AE map, et cetera, et cetera. Like, it does make you step back and recalibrate. Anyone that's saying that it didn't do that is just lying. And so, what I keep hearing from these people is they'll say, that it was faked and it's just because we're looking at the evidence. It doesn't even matter what the sun does. The earth is still flat. And that's a lie. Because like if they truly no, that's accurate, but when they say it, it's a lie. If that was actually true, then you wouldn't see people being so dishonest to try and prove it was fake. Does that make sense? Like if you really believed it is inconsequential in terms of the conclusion of whether or not the earth is flat, then you wouldn't be having to do mental gymnastics to make up all of this stuff and omit so many things and twist and add narrative. You wouldn't have to do all that to claim the trip was faked unless it is devastating to your worldview. That is
So
really the only way it makes sense.
outside of the meta, like how have you made sense of that in the 6 months you've been away?
I was going to ask that too, actually. Yeah, what you been chewing on?
Have you moved any closer to the globe in the 6 months you've been away?
Oh, that's not what I was asking.
No.
Yo, what up? I'm back.
Or a two
Yeah,
poll.
I mean,
Or a
well,
two
Yeah, I'm definitely much more open to that. So I've seen a few renditions of like two polls. I mean, Gio and I and many people in here have discussed that for years. Actually, we've had nights where for like 7 hours straight, we've looked at magnetohydrodynamics. We've looked at the way that electric fields work. We went through Oliver Heaviside and Steinmetz and theory of hypothesis and looking at the way that the magnetic field works and the conjugate geometry of a magnetic field and an electric field and saying like, okay, well, southern star rotations, we do see this phenomena where you would have a plane and you would have two rotations within a magnetic field, within an electric field, right? And we actually know that everything is about magnetism or everything is electric, right? So I'm pretty open to that. I've seen a pretty compelling one that I can drop in here that gives a lot of explanations for a lot of things. But I will say I haven't. It's like my life has been so hectic that I've actually I definitely haven't like been at the drawing board for 6 months trying to explain the sun. Like I haven't been doing that at all. I've been trying to like find a way to pay my bills and etc. Like it just hasn't been a thing. So I'm open to like a kind of a two pole idea. And I'll say this last thing, 'cause I know I'm rambling on right now, but like I have genuinely always believed that we will never have a complete holistic representation of the Earth. That is not how I interpret it at all. I think that
That's
the
what the
realm is
Job says.
way too big. It's way too big. It's like to think that we can do that. The only reason we even have that as a goal is because we were given some alleged answer. It's actually a pretty preposterous notion to think that we should be able to know exactly how the whole sky and ground works in relation to each other and exactly what the entirety of the realm is. I mean, that's a pretty wild thing that would have been considered absurd for most of human history.
Okay,
And
so
that's just how I view it. So.
just one last question. If it is a dual pole, do you think that entails Pac-Man? And if it is Pac-Man, is that a deal breaker for you, or would you be okay with Pac-Man?
No, I don't resonate with Pac-Man at all, and I don't think it would require it per se. But it's going to really get into like exactly like what is the sun, right? Like
Doesn't oh sorry.
where we see it, like what is it, and how does that relate to what we see as the sun? Basically,
Like what map, like what rough, just back of the napkin map could we possibly draw that is a dual pole that doesn't require Pac-Maning, like just conceptually?
Well, you were talking about like actualizing the position of the sun, right? Like that's kind of what my answer was. Like what I was explaining right there is to bring up the Pac-Man requires actualizing the sun, meaning where I see the sun, that's like a real physical object with a real physical actual location. And I just don't necessarily think that's the case. I think there's actually a good amount of evidence that that is not the case. And I thought this long before I went to Antarctica.
Well, one thing I have a problem with the dual pole model in my mind, in my conception, is that compasses don't flip when you get to the equator, right? Like, now it just begs the question of like, is the South Pole a different type of, magnetic flux? Like, how come we only, you know what I mean? How come there's no magnetic? Yeah, but how come there is no attraction to the dual? Like, if it's a dual pole, right? If it's two separate magnetic poles, right? In magnetohydrodynamics, for example, like you would expect some type of attraction to it, like with the compass. That's the one thing I can't wrap my mind around, and maybe even ask, like, what is the lodestone? Like, is it just because of a specific material that's being magnetized towards that certain pole, right? Or does it apply equally to all poles? I don't know, but that's what I can't wrap my mind around.
No, I hear you. That idea. If it's like, if it's always attracting to the north, even when you're in the south, yeah.
Even when you're in the south.
Versus if it was two even poles. Although that is like the way the magnetic field is aligned on the globe Earth model doesn't flip at the equator. They would claim it flips at the poles, but not at the equator. The way you know, you can line up a magnetic field in different alignments.
Yeah, they say it goes along the longitudinal paths, right?
Yeah. So like on their model, it doesn't flip at the poles on the globe model. Or sorry, it doesn't flip at the equator is what I meant.
You know what it is? It's that a compass needle is a magnet. So
to it, like with the compass. That's the one thing I can't wrap my mind around, and maybe even ask, like, what is the lodestone? Like, is it just because of a specific material that's being magnetized towards that certain pole, right? Or does it apply equally to all poles? I don't know, but that's what I can't wrap my mind around.
No, I hear you. That idea. If it's like, if it's always attracting to the north, even when you're in the south, yeah.
Even when you're in the south.
Versus if it was two even poles. Although that is like the way the magnetic field is aligned on the globe Earth model doesn't flip at the equator. They would claim it flips at the poles, but not at the equator. The way you know, you can line up a magnetic field in different alignments.
Yeah, they say it goes along the longitudinal paths, right?
Yeah. So like on their model, it doesn't flip at the poles on the globe model. Or sorry, it doesn't flip at the equator is what I meant.
You know what it is? It's that a compass needle is a magnet. So the positive side of the compass points to the negative side of the magnet that you're looking at.
And you just color.
So it's not like a
you color.
It's not a piece of metal. It's not a piece of ferrous metal. It's actually a magnetized piece of metal, and that's why it aligns in the same direction each time.
Yeah, so you're
because
saying
the positive side is attracted to the negative side of the magnet. Yeah.
Right. So they would just always, if you have a two pole where you have positive and negative, you're just saying it would always align to that.
It will always point to the south. You can get a permanent, the U magnet or a bar magnet. You can get a permanent magnet in your hand and grab a compass in your hand and test it. The needle on the compass will only point to the positive side, because I believe the way that the whatever works is actually I think it's the negative side that's supposedly at the north and the positive side is supposedly at the south. But yeah, the needle will always only point to one side of a permanent magnet in your hand. And if the Earth has a permanent magnet in it, then it would only ever point one direction. That doesn't not make sense. And that was for Beasticles specifically.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm just thinking about it.
But outside of magnetic field and the sun above sun above the land, what possible orientation of the land on the ground could we have that's dual pole and wouldn't require pac-manning? Like, what possible orientation would there be?
Well, you could have a shoreline around it that you would run into. That's one option.
Yeah, but can you show an example of that? Just like a rough one? Because everyone I've ever seen, you would have to either travel 20 to 50 times the distance than you think you're traveling, or you would have to Pac-Man across it.
Are you saying east to west or north to south?
Either. The most common example is the Geo could probably post it, the kind of the map you post sometimes. It's a dual pole with a pole on the top and the bottom, right? If you've sail left off the side of the map, you're just going to be teleported to the right side of the map.
Like this one. There's a bunch of these. If you look at the list of map projections on Wikipedia, there's at least 7 or 8 that have a layout similar to this. This is an equal area, equidistant from the equator. It basically makes the Pacific Ocean a ring around the outside. But I'm just saying, that guy Kazra, who did a whole presentation on this, he was suggesting that there's a shore of ice around that whole thing, but that would then mean that you would run into ice. Like if you went on the equator directly west, you would hit some kind of shore, which wouldn't be Antarctica because Antarctica is a continent. So that's one idea he has said. But the sun going straight at the equator would still have to do something. I mean, Arwen talks about like an infinite hyperloop idea kind of thing, which is just interesting in the way like toroidal fields work. But that still is like Pac-Man-esque, in a way. Because how would like something?
That's
How would that
basically a
hyperloop?
Pac-Man.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is I don't see how anyone, including Witsit, could say that a dual pole doesn't ultimately entail a Pac-Man effect. Like I think any dual pole that I've ever seen basically requires a Pac-Man effect, or sometimes when you travel 20 to 50 to 100 times further than you think you travel.
Yeah, like I said, so okay, so that is actualizing the sun, bro, right? So it's like I don't necessarily think that that's the case. So for me, it is still on the table, like the north and the center. We go south out away from that in every direction, and we go out towards where we eventually hit a lot of ice, and that can have many variations. There can be what people call Antarctica out there and ice, who knows? But and then once you get towards the perimeter, right, that there's some type of dome optics that take place and gives us this phenomena. Now, at that point, you would say, well, that's pretty convenient. What a coincidence, right? That you get this symmetry, this optical symmetry that's basically a deceptive illusion, just because you get towards the perimeter or towards like the ends, if you will, ostensibly, and you get like some type of dome optic effect that causes that. But what I know personally is that I just went to one place and I saw the sun. And if I'm going to like logically, if I'm going to grant like, okay, well, let's say that's the case for the other places that are supposed to see it around there, right? Which I can't actually say, right? I only went to one place, one of the very few like approved places you can go. What I'm trying to say is like that's on the table for me, is that it's like an optical effect that causes that illusion in the south. I don't really see why that I don't see how that could be like excluded entirely, because just seeing like the proof of concept with a singular light source moving over top of like an AE projection, and then having that sun kind of move continually in the opposite direction or all along the perimeter is a proof of concept.
Yeah, but that's not a dual pole. That's
No,
still
no, it's not. No, it's not. That's my point. Is like when I was asked the question, I said I'm more open to a dual pole now. And then when you asked me about like, well, with a dual pole, do you think that like it would be like a Pac-Man? I'm saying, well, I don't personally resonate with the idea of like a Pac-Man sun unless someone could show me some type of replication or demonstration within like magnetic phenomena that would occur. Because Cami No Doubt has shown me some of the craziest stuff ever using magnetic fields, dude, in optics. It's like in domes. It's like I don't know. Like I'm open to that, something like that. But I'm saying that requires the assumption that there is a physical sun moving over top of the earth and we're seeing it in its actual location. To then say we need it to Pac-Man, that's like the prerequisite. And what I'm saying is it's actually kind of an assumption, right?
No, I think you can grant like a spiritual sun or magic sky, as I put it, and like that be completely irrelevant to the dual pole model, like the map of the ground. I just think if it is a dual pole model, it has to be Pac-Maning. Like you have to
What has
literally
to be
go out.
Pac-Manning?
You have to Pac-Man when you travel off one side of the map. You have to be teleported to the other side of the map.
Real
Which
if you
map,
can,
quick
which
about
map do you
that
have to Pac-Man on? I'm confused.
Well, hold on, real quick. I just got a question. Witsit, did you notice any temperature fluctuations between the positions of the sun? Like, for example, when it's in the south versus the north, or you know what I mean? Like when it was supposed to be technically setting.
It was definitely based on its angle. And yes, it was like there were noticeable temperature fluctuations. Hey, random though, like I think I might have like slightly fractured my foot and it hurts like super bad. Does anyone in here know? Like I like was sitting Indian style and then my
Your
whole leg,
flesh?
my foot, right? Like my whole
Oh.
leg and foot were like completely numb and I didn't know. So I stood up to walk real fast and my foot completely I just put all my pressure on it sideways, like completely sideways. Like
Likely gonna need to amputate.
I
It
do
sounds
not
like you
think
rolled your
it's.
ankle. It sounds
You
like you
saying
rolled
this
your
right
ankle.
now?
Yeah, you
Super
didn't break your
bad.
shit, bro. It would
Ice
be.
it,
Can
bro.
you put any weight on it at all? Because if you can't, that
No, I
shit's not
can't.
broken,
I
bro.
can't. Like I definitely didn't fully break
Yeah,
it.
you're fine,
Like
bro.
I'm walking on.
Yeah, I would
I've
ice
never
it.
broken a bone or whatever. I'm just
Ice
saying
it.
it actually hurts really bad. Well, okay, yeah, but Alex Zek,
You might be paralyzed with it.
What,
so
Alex
Alex
Bex is
Zek.
against icing? Wait a second.
Wait, check. So when I went
Yeah,
to
you're
Alex
likely
Zek,
gonna need to be in a wheelchair like paraplegic bear.
when I went to his podcast in Texas, right, the Way Forward or whatever, he was jogging, had just like messed up his ankle, and it was like huge, dude. And they tell you like elevate it, ice it, stay off of it. He did the opposite of everything that they said. And the type of like sprain he had, they normally say like 4 to 6 weeks, and he like completely healed it and was walking in like
What did he do?
under 2 weeks.
Well, you know what
You know
icing
who
it
would know
does is
about
just
that really well? JT and Becky. They would definitely know about that. They would
dude,
know
the reason
exactly what
people
to do.
ice shit. The reason people ice shit is either you have to perform with it right away, or you've just been doing something stressful with it and you want to reduce the amount of blood moving to that area. All you're doing when you ice shit is to reduce the amount of blood moving to it. So if you're sat there all day not doing anything on it, you shouldn't ice it. But say your foot is fucked up and then you just took a walk around the neighborhood, that's when you would want to ice it, when you're actually pumping blood to wherever the injured site is. But you're not just supposed to randomly ice shit.
Well, I want to. What do you mean he did the exact opposite? Witsit? That's crazy.
Yeah, I'm actually looking for his post right now. I messaged him earlier, but he's on Do Not Disturb.
So instead
But
of resting, icing, elevating, he just
yeah, he
stomped
did.
the ground.
Well, no,
And
but
I
he
know.
walked around. He walked around on it. He did some like shock therapies. He
Shock
but,
therapy.
I'll go find it. He did like he just didn't do what they say at all, and it healed like 4 times faster than what like the typical pro athlete kind of parameter is. So, but
Interesting.
I'll
Shock
find it. But
therapy,
this
I'm
is a little
super
different. I didn't
interested
just
in.
like
That's
sprain
what I'm
my
saying,
ankle.
bro.
It's like the
Pro
whole
athletes do not
bone.
ice their shit to recover.
The
They
bone.
ice
Like
their shit so they can play in the game and continue playing. They do not
Yeah.
ice their shit to recover, dude.
I've heard
It's never
also
been a
like
thing.
with newer research that ice actually slows down the healing because
Yeah,
it
I
It
know.
that's what
100%
he was saying.
does. They already know that in
but
the NFL, dude. I'm telling you, none
this
of
is
them
like
fucking
news.
ice it unless they have to reduce right then. It's not a healing method.
I mean, it does help with the pain and it kind of numbs it, but
It restricts
Yeah,
blood
it allows
flow
you
and
to
slows
play while
everything
injured,
down.
essentially.
It actually slows everything down. Like the thing is though, I didn't just like sprain my ankle. Like if like the bone along the outside of your foot. Like if you push down on your foot, that bone along the outside, like the exterior left
The
outside of my
blade.
foot.
The
It's like
blade
the
of your
bone.
foot.
I guess I don't know, right? But it just hurts so freaking bad, dude. I have a super high pain tolerance, and it's messed up, dude. Anyway, I don't mean to take over. I just wonder if anyone knew anything, but
I
I'll
would
just
ice it, dude. I don't know. Ice has always been my friend.
and do it because like it slows it down.
I,
It slows
I, I
everything down.
actually had to cure my own. My aunt was a master yogi, and she told me to sit on my ankle for 45 minutes straight. And I had refractured it. I had like built up scar tissue. I
Ugh.
fractured the scar tissue, and I sat on my. She called it vriti. She said that if I sit on my ankle for 45 minutes a day, that it's gonna like drain the vriti or something. That's wild, but yeah.
You mean like Indian style?
How's that
Because
working out?
ironically, that's what I did. Like I normally sit in some super goofy ways, and I just jump up from my knee down, which is like completely numb, like completely dead. And dude, it just was so bad, bro. It was so bad. I fell straight fat face first, dude. It was, oh man,
The
it's like
position, pause if necessary. The position is you get on your knees and then you pretty much sit your butt on your ankle and you let the bottom of you let the top of your foot lay on the floor, right? So you're actually like
So
completely.
Seiza position.
There is a name for it. Yeah, I was about to Google it.
Yeah.
Google it.
It's called the Monica Lewinsky position. No, I'm kidding.
Jeez, that's a 90s reference. No blade.
who was an Israeli spy, by the way.
Yep. Hey, we're not gonna release this guy. Oh, really, Bill? Monica.
Yeah. Jonathan Pollard, the most infamous Israeli spy ever, got caught. And they popped him, bro. And that was a warning shot, man, because Bill Clinton did way worse things than
That was a warning shot.
get
Yeah.
head from a consenting adult. Yeah.
All right.
All right. I'm gonna find
Back
this
to-
post.
Find that post because I'm curious about that shock therapy, bro. I want to know what the fuck that is. Back to
Sometimes when
conceptual
you-
models and what the world is. Have
Yeah, I
you
did
talked
have
to
a
Joe
comment.
Hanvey lately? Witsit? I haven't seen him around lately.
Lately, no.
Yeah.
He's been posting on Facebook. You can
Dang, I
follow
feel
him
bad
on
though. He
Oh.
sent me
Facebook there.
lots of stuff. He sent me lots of stuff to replicate it actually, and I haven't done it. So dang, I probably should.
Well, let me ask you what you think of this because I've been going on some well, I guess rants in a way. I'll go on like, my little 2-minute things when I've been talking on here over the last few months talking about this. And I haven't really heard any really rebuttal for it. So I just was curious what you think. So if you in terms of like an AE type of layout where you have the north and then everything coming out from the center, when it comes to the sky, if you have like the southern stars and then the 224 suns 6 months apart, the thing that I have been stating that seems impossible is simply this. If you have like, let's say the AE map, and then you have, let's say, the southern stars. Let's say you're in South America and you see the southern stars, and then 24-hour sun, all that stuff. If you were to like freeze frame the sky, just freeze it, and then put a little flag on the ground
You fucking suck, bro.
under the GP.
That guy fucking sucks.
He's hot micing. So if you were to then freeze frame the sky, so the two swirling rotations, the straight stars at the equator, wherever the sun would be in its cycle, that's fine. And then you were to put little flags in the ground under every GP of every star. So you would be like 1, 2, 3. You would end up with like 2 swirls on the ground of stars, layouts of flags, and then the straight ones at the equator. And if that southern pole rotation moved with you as you go around the outer rim, you would get multiple GPs. Like if you were to move 100 miles along that rim, you'd have a whole nother set of GPs, a whole nother set of flags. Another 100 miles, a whole nother set of flags. And with the sun, you'd have multiple GPs of the sun. Like if you had, 3 dudes on the outer rim and they're getting the 24-hour sun, that means you'd have multiple GPs of those celestial bodies. You'd have more than one GP of the sun at any one time, more than one GP of any one star. So for that to be viable, for the southern star rotation and or the 24-hour sun to rotate with the observer around the outside of the rim of an AE map would require that there would have to be more than one GP of any celestial body at any one time. And unless somebody could show that, it seems unviable. Like unless somebody could show that there are actually more than one GP, like, hey, I'm over here, I got my southern rotation, here's my GP of, Regulus or whatever star. Another dude, hey, I'm over here, man, I'm on my cell phone, I'm under Regulus too, I got my own rotation. You know what I mean? Like that would have to be the case. And without that, it seems impossible. And I haven't really heard anyone be able to refute that, which then pulls it back to, 2 fixed poles and then 2 fixed poles on the ground and a 2-pole type flat earth layout. So what do you think of that?
No, yeah, I mean that makes sense. I don't have a rebuttal. Yeah, for sure. Like if there's like an individual like projection of the southern star rotation all along the outside, like individual to the observer, then yeah, that's like the necessary consequence, right?
Yeah.
I don't think it's too much of an issue with the sun per se, right? I mean, like I don't know that we have tons of like super reliable ground position measurements of the sun all along the outside, and then comparing it as you head further north and seeing if there's a transitional period or whatever. Like the idea that there's kind of like an entirely separate apparent position of the sun out there, I guess. I don't know. Maybe that doesn't really work. I find the 2-pole idea very compelling on just a very base, like intuitive level because of like magnetohydrodynamics and stuff. And you and I have discussed this actually like in depth a long time ago, to the point where, dude, I was like scouring the internet. We were looking at like every visualization, every demonstration we could possibly find, like right long before Antarctica, which is why it's so frustrating that so many flat earthers took this the way they did, because a lot of us were just like already way outside the AE box. But I don't know. And I know New Perspective was saying that I know there was a guy that has been saying this for a long time. And
Enon or something like that.
Yeah,
Enon.
yeah.
E1,
He was supposedly about to come back and reveal a bunch of like his kind of model.
About AWAR or whatever.
No, another guy. He goes
another guy.
Not AWAR. Okay.
Like last time I was on here, I guess it was around the summit. New Perspective jumped on and was saying he had recently heard from him again, and he said that he had something he was going to show everyone, and that everyone was just going to get it, and that they weren't even going to once they saw it, it was going to make sense. And I do appreciate that guy, because he goes head first into whatever the issues are. Well, yeah, whatever issues there are with the dual pole, like he like dives into it, and he's like does kind of the legwork of the rearranging of different ground positions, stuff like that. Is New Perspective not in here? Maybe, I guess he would have probably said something.
No, he's not in here.
Yeah.
He's the guy who did the quad pole, and he's been reverse engineering the projection of the continents from the moon. He's been reverse engineering the moon. So like his map is based on a moon map.
Are you talking about E1, the same guy? Not R1on, not that R1on guy, but E1, different guy? You're talking about him?
I forget the name. It might be that. I don't know.
Yo, Austin. JT said he sent you a thing to help with your angle.
Oh.
Yeah, dude, doesn't the dual pole? I mean, there's so many ways that the dual pole make. Like we have 2 eyes, 2 arms, 2 halves of the brain. Like the way like an apple, like the toroidal field, you have the 2 halves. You cut an apple down the middle. There's this guy named Khazra. I don't know if you were familiar with him, dude. He's pretty interesting. He's like he has like a group, like the Persian Flat Earth group, and I think he said he's got like a lot of I think it might be on Facebook. I think he might have said like 70,000 subscribers or something. And he said that he's been into the dual pole since 2017. He said he gave up. That group gave up the AE map even back then. And he did a presentation on here. And he was going through because dude, there's just so many relations to the way magnetic fields and electric fields, and you just have the positive, negative in life. There's so many aspects: male, female, light, dark, sun, moon. It's just endless. This duality in nature and all of those factors of it. So, and just the way toroidal fields function. So, yeah, there's so many ways in which that correlates. To it would make sense that in the fact that we see these two massive rotations of these poles in the sky with the straight line at the equator, which is basically the exact field lines of an electric field, and the ferrocells. And so, yeah, there's so many layers to that fit, like you were alluding to as
Yeah,
well.
I was in here when that guy popped in, the Persian guy. I was actually in Punta Arenas when he jumped in, and I was talking to him on speaker. Jaren was in the room, and in the hotel room. And because I remember he was saying he had lots of beef with the fact that we went. And he's like, "You're setting flat Earth back for years, Witsit, and all this stuff." And I'm like, "Wait, what are you suggesting? You're saying that you think the AE map is wrong, and that the mainly accepted version of flat Earth depictions that everyone uses is wrong, but you're angry that we're going to show that it's maybe wrong. You would rather the numbers of flat earthers be way bigger, even if they're completely wrong, than for us to recalibrate and get the information right." I was really confused by that, but other than that, he did seem to have pretty well thought out ideas. And then on his Instagram, they have quite a few posts explaining various phenomena. I don't know if you looked at his Instagram, but it's got quite a bit of stuff on there.
Yeah, no, and I do remember that time when he was talking to you with that, and if I'm remembering the same time, and that was like the vibe he had is maybe I didn't resonate with that style of it, but I think he just thought that it was going to be like a pie in the face thing, and he thought it was going to kind of slow down the movement or whatever because a lot of people were going to freak out or something. But I know what you're saying too. It's but at the same time, if you're showing something that will help pop the bubble of a misconception, then that's good ultimately. But yeah, I do remember he was a bit aggressive in that moment, in that way, in that part of it, or his viewpoint on that, just feeling like it was a setup that the globe earthers, because he was saying we know there's 24-hour sun there. We've known that for years. Of course there is. And he talks a lot about the symmetry of the north and the south. And it is interesting. The globe earth has that symmetry of the northern hemisphere and the southern, and then the way the sky works with that, the celestial sphere, and then the stars and the sun. So that is interesting, more the idea that it would be two AE maps. You'd have an AE map from the north and another AE map from the south, two of them, and then they would intersect and so on. But yeah, he has so yeah, but I think he just felt like it was going to be like a setup or whatever, where they were then going to try to slow everything down more so in some way. But I mean, I guess that's kind of like the double-edged sword of this whole thing, because you guys got the trip there. I mean, I definitely think it was good that you guys went. So I don't think it was like a mistake to go. But I guess there's ideas. I guess maybe some people thought we could have waited and got more information later or something. But yeah, I do remember that, his strong views on that part of it.
I guess the question is, do you think Union Glacier is roughly 700 kilometers inland from the coastline of Antarctica? Or do they
as far as I
take
can
to another
tell,
location? Yeah.
as far as I can tell, I mean, there's no way for me to really know, right? But yeah, we were in Punta Arenas. We flew over the ocean for a couple hours, I guess. It's been so long, I don't remember exactly what the distribution was at that one. Anyway, then you hit landmass, and we flew over ice for a while, for sure. And it's massive. But of course, anyone that's flown before, right? Just flying over the States or wherever, it's the Earth is just massive. Flying is actually a crazy thing. So there's no way for me to really know. It did seem relatively accurate with all the tools that I had. Obviously I'm looking at the back of a seat with a screen that has a globe on it. So we're tracking our route on a globe. There's really no way for me to, but it did seem relatively accurate. I know for sure we didn't go crazy far into Antarctica or anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could definitely tell that we were just dipping off, and that's what was so surreal about it, is that we traveled so long over that ice, and because the first portion of it, it's a pretty good stretch. There's water mixed in with the ice, so it's you couldn't walk over there at all. You know what I'm saying? It's a bunch of ice, but there's a bunch of water, and it's like that for a while, and then it just gets solid ice and mountains, and dude, it's like it goes on forever, man. Like it's really crazy. And I actually would say, um, I'm so glad I got to see it, and it actually probably is worth if anyone can find a way to go just in the plane and to get to see it and it not be too expensive. Like it's definitely worth considering. Like it was that pretty, bro. Like it was really really cool. So yeah, not really what you're asking specifically. I like, dude, I chalked all that up as to where we are, where it really is within whatever the Iceland really was. Right, like I have no idea.
Did you hear about the Asian guy who landed in Antarctica and then got arrested by
Yeah.
Chilean military?
He's doing it for cancer awareness or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty
That's
cool
close
story actually. Like assuming that's true, it's a pretty cool story. He has like this little mini older plane that he does the maintenance on himself, and he flies like all over the world.
He said he wanted to go to all 7 continents, so they basically had to do like an emergency landing in Antarctica. And because he had said in the past that he wanted to go to all 7 continents, they used that to say that he didn't have to do an emergency landing and that he intended to land in Antarctica without permission. So they arrested him and did a bunch of stuff, like he
That
said.
dude totally landed there on purpose, man. Have you seen the video?
Yeah, I think he did, but
Yeah, bro, you trust me, man. You don't just fly a plane over Antarctica and just decide to randomly land. Trust me, bro. I don't know where that dude landed, but it was.
I have a quick question for you.
Yeah.
So when you were there, I heard some people saying, I think it was even you or whoever else, saying that there were certain areas that were like these flags that were located saying don't go beyond this area because there's these what do they call them, a crevasse, or something, like a weak part of ice that just it just goes down into a tunnel or something, and you'll
Yeah,
just
there
freeze to
are
death.
some videos and stuff of people falling in them and stuff. They're pretty crazy.
Wow, I haven't seen those. I'm just wondering if when they told you that, did they tell you how they found them?
Well, so basically, the story is that it's known that they're kind of everywhere, and that to avoid them, they take a like pretty light sled and they survey to make sure that it doesn't like fully fall in. I don't know, and then they map that off with flags. And it's less so that the flags show there's a crevasse over here. It's more so that it's like, okay, within the flags are surveyed and safe, and that there could be crevasses anywhere else. Some of them are like visible, so you can see like, oh, it's like that breaks off down to the ground. I guess there are some stories and claims of people falling into them. I have no trouble believing that at all. Like the entire vibe of that place is that you're not supposed to be there and that you're gonna die. Like it's like not human friendly. But yeah, so the way I did not like my interpretation of the whole thing was like, dude, there's nothing to see anywhere close to here, right? Like any of the super epic stuff that's in Antarctica was nowhere close to us. So like those flags were just they really were just mapping out the surveyed safe place. Like if there was something that was like needed to really be hidden, we wouldn't be there. Like that's my view. Because that place is so big, they could very easily pick out thousands of places for a little camp, right? That no one would be able to discover anything.
Right, okay, that's good. And my other question, last question, until I go on mute, is: do you know if do they break down I know like the little tents and stuff you were staying in, and then all of the other buildings? Is it just completely disassembled, like everything there, or do they leave certain things up?
They leave certain things up. They showed us. I actually asked that question. There's like a couple of the like kind of metal building things that they leave there, and then when they get back, they have to just like shovel all the snow off of it because it doesn't snow there really, right? But the snow comes off the mountains. So anyway, long story short, they do take down most of it, but I think there's like a handful of like little containers that they leave. That's what they said. I will just tell you guys too, by the way. I I was like, oh, there's a 24-hour sun here, like within 15, 20 minutes of being there, by talking to the people. And that was because I could just tell that they weren't actors or anything. Like the dude's just from Ireland. The dude's just from Greenland, like he's just a Northern European dude that works here, and he found the question odd and breezed right past it, answered it as casually as a human possibly could, and this was the case with everyone that was asked, right? Like I'm just saying what the vibe I got was like none of these people are in on anything. No one's lying about the sun. Like they just see it. They see it the whole time they're here. and they just adapt to it. So that was my vibe. Obviously, I would never come back to the community and say like this is proof of anything or whatever. And obviously, this is merely anecdotal, and no one here can verify that at all. But I'm pretty good at knowing when people are lying, I think. And like these people weren't at all, right? Like it wasn't even on their mind. Like so, very quickly, I was like, "Oh man, we're about to see it." You know, either there's gonna be tons of clouds come out, yeah. So I knew pretty quick it was there, and
Okay,
that
last
should maybe
question. Sorry.
provide some context to people as to why, like, I wasn't like frantically trying to do things while I was there. It's like, of course, the Globers are going to make sure they document this really well. I had my 360 cam; it needed to be updated. I wasn't allowed on the internet, so I wouldn't have even gotten the full 24 hours by the time I was given the internet. They already had the newer version of my camera, like 4 versions of them set up, and Jaren was supposed to get one. So you know, that's kind of the whole story.
Gotcha. And then last question. That's my last one. I promise. And that is about the
Not promising.
documentary.
Just kidding.
No, well, I have to get on the road. So the documentary that allegedly is going to be coming out, and you and Jaron have both signed. Well, you called that or had that attorney look at everything. And do you think it's actually going to come out, or what do you think about? What are your opinions about that?
Yeah,
That's all I have.
Yeah.
And are you going to be in it? Because we noticed in the trailer, I think I only saw like one clip of like the back of your head kind of thing, like when you're at the table. Like, so you're going to be in it? Is another question. I think.
So there was another trailer, and I was actually in it a lot, and it ended with me saying, "One small step for man, one giant leap for flat Earth." That was the final scene of the trailer, and so they reached out to everyone. They brought us in. You know, kind of ended up being like separate times. I think Liz was there when I was there. So just based on everyone's schedule, they saw a viewing of it, and they showed me. I thought it was kind of cool, you know, like it was cool that it ended with that saying. It ended, you know, I was in it a lot. But so then what I did was I reached out to Jonathan because what it says in the trailer is like, you know, like one final test or something like that. You know, it's like really emphasizing the premise of finality, which I obviously have contention with. It isn't final anything. So I messaged Jonathan, was like, yo, the trailer's epic in terms of like quality, right? But just a reminder, because I don't want you to waste your time. So this is like a courtesy thing. I could have been a jerk and let them like make a whole documentary and then come show me and just kind of pull the rug out from underneath them. I'm actually trying to be like a nice guy. And I'm like, just a reminder, if the documentary is like pushing, like heavily pushing this claim that this is a definitive refutation of flat Earth, and is like everyone went there knowing that this was the one final test that needed to be done, right? And it was like definitive, and the other side isn't like properly represented, then I'm not going to be in it at all. And so when I said that, so I didn't say I wanted to be taken out of the trailer or anything. I just reiterated what I have said since the beginning. And I guess Will got really triggered because Jonathan ended up texting me back and was like, "Dude, I hate to see you not be in it, but Duffy told me to take you out completely." So that's what happened with that. So then I was just like, whatever, didn't respond. And then later, I'm like, well, I don't want people to get mad at me because the whole situation with Jaren was pretty unpredicted. And so, in a way, we might really need me in it, you know, meaning like I might be like the only angle we have to have our side represented at all. So I reached back out and said, "Look, there's."
You said the Jaren thing was unpredicted? I'm pretty sure I predicted it. Saying not unpredicted. Totally predicted.
Okay, well, specifically what I mean is like Jaren and I went through this whole process of like, okay, they need us to be in the film. The film is no good without them. And if we both have complete say over it, if we stick together, which was the agreement, right? Like if we stick together, then we have a lot of control over the documentary. The part that was unpredicted is him completely flipping. And if he just stamps being put in there, like he'll just basically become the star of the documentary, the token flat earther that flipped. They don't even need me at all. And that removes all leverage that I have and completely undermines the whole plan. The whole plan was they have to have one of us, right? We're the only like prominent flat earthers here, and they need the flat earther in the story. Or the story is a bunch of people that think the Earth's a globe went down to Antarctica to prove flat earthers wrong. It's like not nearly as compelling as the flat earthers went there and saw it. And so anyway, that was like the whole idea was like, dude, they have to have us. And we knew we had that leverage with all the negotiation. And so that's kind of gone now, right? I have reached out to Jaren and kind of brought this up to him. I'm like, dude, it is kind of it's kind of shitty that this is the case, right? Like I really kind of need you to help have my back and not just agree to be in there no matter what, or maybe just not even agree to be in there unless they incorporate me and allow me to have a good amount of say. Because if you guys remember, I came in here and talked to you guys about a lot of it, and the whole idea was this could end up being amazing for Flat Earth because, yeah, sure, say we see it, they make a documentary, whatever, it gets on some mainstream places, but if like I'm in there actually articulating like the strongest Flat Earth evidence is the right way and still manning our position and still manning our rebuttal and how this doesn't like actually definitively prove the globe by any stretch, then that could be really good, right? So like, because if someone watches that open-minded, they're going to hear tons of flat Earth evidences that they've never heard. If you take me completely out of it, you're just going to hear all the straw mans of flat Earth and how stupid it is, and it's going to, you know what I'm saying? Anyway, so that was like the whole idea. So the Jaren thing was because you said you predicted it. I didn't. So I'll openly say I definitely like. I could have seen Jaren being. He was pretty open about how he was like, "We're gonna have to go back to the drawing board." I definitely did not foresee him coming back and within days coming on his channel and saying he knows it's a globe now, and then just going super hard against flat earthers. He specifically told me that he wasn't going to do that. I think that was actually more of an impulsive, like emotional reaction based on the personal attacks that he was getting. He basically dug in his heels and he got pissed at the flat earthers that were lying and cutting clips out of context and slandering us and doxing us and trying to contact our wives and tell them that we cheated on them with Liz and all this crazy stuff that was happening. Like I had accounts hacked, I had death threats, I still get death threats. Pictures of my house, all this crazy stuff. So I just kind of stepped away, and Jaren like went to battle. So all that to say, that kind of actually expedited, in my opinion, Jaren. He actually said that in our debate. If anyone's seen it, I know it's like out now, I think, but he kind of says this. He's like, yeah, like he thought that we were just going to come back, like, okay, we got to go back to the drawing board, and we were all going to jump on Zoom calls and have to figure out how this works. But that's not what happened at all. Just a bunch of people said it was fake and just said it didn't matter, or the sun wasn't real, and were lying about us. So that was his like testimony about him flipping to the globe. So I'm like, so wait, what you're saying is that you came out and said it was a globe really quickly because of what other people were saying? Like
And
that's
that
not like what the
yeah, like even after he flipped, he gets like counterattack from the people who stayed on the flatter side and goes, well, I'm getting knocked back from here. So you get knocked back regardless of if you switch or if you don't, by the sounds of it.
Yeah. And like I think Jaren's maybe more affected by stuff like that than me, so because like it can actually be argued that I got it and get it worse than him. See, so for Jaren, it's like he flipped, he has some flat earthers went at him or whatever. Now, like the world is his oyster, though, right? He's like the token guy that flipped after 10 years, and he now doesn't have that super alienating position. And for example, like for me, it would open up career opportunities in the streaming world for me significantly. But
Dude, he can go around and do seminars and be a science communicator for the rest of his fucking life as an ex-flat earther. You know what I mean? Like this sets him up perfectly.
yeah, like the only downside I would have would be obviously the flat earthers coming at me, but it's that people would poison the well or whatever anytime in the future and be like, well, why should we trust anything you say? You were wrong about the earth for this many years. But realistically, if I were to flip, then I'd just be able to talk about every other topic, even just like men-women dynamics and Jewish supremacy and all this stuff, right? Like I could talk about all kinds of stuff. Anyway, so the point is, I was saying all that to say, like, I think there's an argument to be made. It's just different what him and I experienced, but it's similar at the same time. And in ways he got it worse, in ways I got it worse. And the difference is like people are just going to move on from Jaren because now he's a Glober, whereas I'm not a Glober, so I'm going to like forever get it. You know what I mean? Like I'm going to forever get it. Like any post I make on X, any reply I make, you got some anonymous flat earther pretending to be tough, talking about how I'm a fraud and I faked it or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like you got Q up in here still saying it's been 7 months. So, anyway, it's all good. It's just like I guess I just am confused about his reaction. Was my whole point there because for me, I was just like, okay, well, I'm gonna go and answer everyone's questions. You know, like Jaren didn't really do that. Jaren watched what everyone said and then came on his show and then responded to everyone that way. What I did was come in Discord and like try to interact with people. But what I found was that I did it for hours and hours and hours, days and days and days, like as if, you know, I worked for all these people and they were lining up and like interrogating me, slandering me, blah, blah, blah. And then it still didn't work. You know, then I did a debate. I hosted a debate on my own channel, debating if I went somewhere I really went. Uh, and you know what I'm saying? And it still like didn't really do anything. So then I was just like, okay, well, the other option is I can see why Jaren's doing what he's doing. It's like to go scorched earth on these people. Right. It's
Well,
just like
he went scorched earth right away. What makes it so
He went right
unbelievable
away.
is that he was using like basically Glober, like how do I say it? Like typical Glober perspective arguments, like just lambasting and like generalizing, like very as if he was speaking to a new audience that spoke that way and that appreciated that kind of content. Like it was so unbelievable, the tone and his perspective on how he just was talking in general terms about all flat earthers, and then he would dumb it down as if he wasn't one himself and didn't have good arguments himself. Like I could drop at least a dozen videos where he's articulate, he knows the arguments, but then I can literally post the same argument like
It's
right
coming out of
after
his
his
mouth.
trip back that comes out of his mouth, and it's generalized, it's missing all the different aspects. He doesn't fight back at all with any sort of logic. So like it's really hard to believe his IQ went from like, I don't know, $120 to like -20 or like, you know, 80 or something like that. And he's just got no fight in him. It doesn't make any sense that observation or whatever would totally change his personality.
Yeah, so I have like a different take on this, right? Like I think if you think back a little more intently, Jaren's strongest arguments were usually him like repeating our arguments. And he was much more of like a meta, I think this guy. And every time he told a story about how he came to flat Earth, it was like his wife said it, he thought it was stupid. Then she showed him the map, and he's like, "Oh, a plane can go in a circle." And then it was just like, you know, his go-to evidence, of flat Earth, almost every time someone asked him, was to say that they lied in the Stephen Hawking's documentary. It's like, what?
Well, I'd heard him make good arguments against curvature, and I'd heard him steelman Michelson-Morley and interferometry. And if it was true that he felt like, okay, I have this belief, I've spent a lot of time justifying it and understanding it, rather than just parroting what other people say really well, if that was true, then it would be impossible to form a counter justified belief that falsifies all of the previous ones within that short time frame. So either that's why I came up with that like dilemma, right? Either in the first hand he didn't justify those beliefs, or in the second hand he didn't. But either way, why would anyone like go to him as a credible, someone credible with their argumentation? Because it clearly isn't. It's just him parroting
Well,
what other
it's the
people say
title.
very, very well.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
that
it's a title
also
now, ex-flat earther.
Yeah, but that also fit. Yeah, and there could be motivations around like wanting to keep his channel going or to gain popularity. Maybe he thought a lot of the Globe supporters would jump on him and give more super chats. Those are all just speculations. I don't know, just possible thoughts. But what Witsit said about Jaren copying a lot of things, I've been saying that too over the last months. Like in my own reflections of Jaren, he really did copy a lot of other people's ideas. Like even on Globebusters, he would always kind of summarize other people's points, and he would do these kind of like rants. And I'm not saying that in a bad way. He would string together some good flows back then. But a lot of it, like I never really thought of him as like an innovator of a lot of things. Like Bob was innovating stuff, Witsit was innovating stuff, like back on Globebusters, I'm saying back then. But Jaren was more like what was that word? Like reiterative, where he kind of would reiterate other people's ideas. And that is just something to consider in general. And that would potentially also fit where he could flip like this so quickly because he didn't really like embody a lot of these things in the first place. Maybe it was more of a, whatever it was, he had a channel, an identity. He's also seeking truth. So I'm just saying that could fit to that, you know, that like if there's an inconsistency in the logic, if originally he was kind of a little bit more, I mean, I don't want to be insulting, but like if he was more on that follower side, like a little bit more following some of these leads of other people's ideas.
Bro, he was on fucking Globebusters. He put on hours and hours of content, full videos on NASA debunks. Like he's covered all the topics. I don't believe any of this shit, and I don't even believe that take that he was only parroting stuff. I really don't believe that. Came out with a lot of original like research on NASA and speculation, and like you can't run Globebusters without knowing what the fuck you're talking about. People wouldn't dial in if you didn't have good points, and he always had good points.
Dude, no one's saying he didn't have any good points. His points were meta. So they were like, he was really good at discovering like anomalies. Like, he is the first person, I'm pretty sure he discovered like the anomaly of the undersea cables and the lack of them in the southern continents, right? And he would discover like all these discrepancies with what NASA said and NASA footage, and he would find like stuff in textbooks and stuff that people said back in the day, and that they removed the jet stream speeds that used to be much higher back in the day. Like, he was really good at digging in and finding like
Yep. What's another one?
contextual evidence that was like beautiful filler for kind of the preponderance of evidence, right? But whenever he gave his spill about why the earth was flat, and I've always noticed this, it was always meta, it was always almost philosophical. Like, Jaron was never just like coming in like slicing up the radius value with like intense substantive specificity. Like, that just wasn't his thing. He was never like just, windmilling logical syllogisms or something. Like, that didn't happen. And in fact, he was pretty open about how that wasn't his thing. And behind the scenes, he would regularly kind of ask me, to his credit, it's not like he didn't care at all. He would like ask me to explain the logic of things and break things down for him and stuff like that. And even recently talking to him, like, he still wants to learn more about that. He wants to learn more about the actual logical component of things. So all that to say, if you look at it like that, I
Pretty
don't
much taught him in the debate.
yeah. Like, I disagree with everyone that thinks that there's something more sinister to it. Like, Dave has kind of presented that idea to me and stuff. It's like, but I don't think so at all, bro. Like, we were talking the whole way. We were talking about possibilities and what did we expect. And I watched the dude like tear up. Okay. So like we came back and he had like a very like intense moment on the flight back where he felt like he realized he had been wrong, and that he had like a moral obligation to go correct the record because he had convinced so many people, including what he was going to show his son, right? Like, of what the earth is. And he's like, I just cannot, in clear conscience, just like keep pushing that map. I can't not correct that. Like, that's been basically my logo. It's been my whole thing. It's been the way I explain everything. It's been.
It wasn't his logo.
That's basically his logo. And it's like he just like, he very definitively claimed that AE map. Like, he was one of the people that did that. And
Yeah, I definitely try not to attribute any type of intent because like I can't prove that. But I do say that like it just doesn't add up to say that this was a justified 10-year long, interviewed maybe hundreds of people. I don't say hundreds, but probably like 100 people, talked to them, got their perspectives, developed justification for this belief, and then one observation was able to, with a couple months time probably of consideration. That's not enough time to be able to basically suffer Antarctic amnesia and remove all that justification. And I know I'm speaking a little bit ironically. I'm not attributing intent to him, but it's more like I also don't like how at the throat vile he's been to all flat earthers. Like, he said nasty things about a bunch of people, and then even the people that weren't saying nasty things to him, now he's saying nasty things about them too.
Correct. Yeah.
So I really don't like that. I think I showed you.
And
some
he did,
stuff.
and he did it right away. Like, this change that you're speaking about was like 120% in the other direction, like precisely when he got back. And another one of those things that he looked into was the footage missing from the Antarctica videos from the live streams. Right. So that was his breakthrough story like 5 years ago. And it seems like that would be great to position him to be the person who actually goes to Antarctica to find out that, oh, well, my suspicion wasn't good enough. It's not.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we can disagree, man. We can disagree, man. Right? But you can see why, like.
Yeah. I'm not saying you have to agree.
I was just like much.
But it
more
needs to be
intimately
said so that people can hear it.
Sure. I'm saying, like, I was much more intimately involved, which, I mean, one could argue that would make me more prone to being deceived or something like that. But like, I can't fully explain to everyone everything, right? Because like, I'm like a pretty loyal person. I believe pretty heavily in like
to a fault.
In like, well, I just believe in like there's the real world, and then there's like real life and relationships, and then there's like ideological discussions on the internet, and like I'm not gonna ever like mix those up. And I know Jaron on like in like a real world way, and so all that to say, like, it wasn't that he just got back and flipped. we were being attacked the whole way. Before we even got to finish our 24-hour footage, we were being bombarded and attacked and outed and doxxed and crazy stuff, bro. Right? Like we were confirmed Mason chills before we ever got back on that plane to even fly back to Punta Arenas. They were in Punta Arenas, and then we get back. So it wasn't just to clarify, right? It's not like we saw a 24-hour sun and then Jaren went to sleep and woke up and did a stream in California. It was like almost a week-long process of us just having the whole community turn on us. And then like even the people that didn't fully turn on us, like being pretty hesitant and quiet, and like there was a real lack of people standing up for us. And both of us shared in the sentiment that was like, damn, like after everything we've done, right? Because in reality, on the other side of that camera, it actually sucked for us. Like our perspective was that we were making tons of sacrifices to be there, and it sucked. And we're like, damn, not only are people not having our back or appreciating it, it's like the opposite. They're acting like we just were let in the club and that this was this cakewalk, amazing experience, and we just got upgraded in life. And it was so the opposite of that. So I resonate a ton with his frustration. I just totally don't resonate with his response. And I
Well,
told him
he
this.
monetized the whole trip too. I mean, you may not have done that, but he did. He monetized the
No,
whole
we did. But everyone there did except for me. And that's actually kind of the other ironic part, right? People saying I sold out. I'm the only person that didn't make $1. Right? Like everyone else was like got the most super chats they'd ever gotten, got the most ad revenue they've ever gotten. Like I got nothing. And I didn't try to stream and turn on ad revenue because obviously it was like so easy to break the internet right then if you wanted to, right? You're the flat earther that's in Antarctica. And everyone's looking. Everyone's tracking your flight. Everyone's looking at your GPS. Like I made one tweet and it like blew up instantly. So yeah, I don't know. I mean,
I made a
I don't know.
bunch of tweets.
Everyone did that.
I tweeted
Everyone
a lot.
I will say in hindsight, like I would have done things differently for sure. Like I would have brought more stuff. Obviously, like they made us think we couldn't. I would probably prepped a little bit more. Certainly knowing like the fallout, which is like people actually like if it came from the globe side, it couldn't be real. And it's like, dude, it's the same thing. If I'm sitting here independently verifying it was authentically captured, it's the same thing. That's how I thought about it. And then when I got back, I'm like, damn, I guess that was pretty that was pretty naive of me because everyone acted like if we didn't come back with all the stuff like that, the only thing that could be relied upon is what we brought back. And I can understand their reasoning, but at the same time, like it's actually illogical because it's like if we're not trustworthy, then what we bring back isn't reliable anyway. And if we are trustworthy, so much so that if we bring it back that you're going to trust it, then that trust should then also be extended to us vouching that we sat there and watched the setup and capturing of all the other footage. Right. So like that's how I viewed it. And I will say, bro, dude, you would have never been able to convince me that everyone would have turned on me the way they did. I would have never believed it. So obviously
Dude,
hindsight's
not
2020.
everybody didn't turn. Like I don't know who did. Like that you could name that like QOP. Like everybody
Well,
didn't
no,
turn on you.
Discord
Like,
is a fraction, dude. There's tons of Facebook groups. It was a huge thing. There's a lot of people out there who they still believe the Earth is flat, but they don't believe any of the footage or the trip. So it's just not
Yeah.
it's not mostly on Discord. So
Yeah, and
yeah, but
like
they're just nobodies. I mean, not that they're nobodies, but they're I don't know. They're not
content
people
creator,
who
like
are
the
like
content creators turned on me too, right? Like
true. Yeah.
yeah, which is like on the world stage perspective, that's like one of the biggest components. And that's the part that really got to Jaren, I think, right? Is like I had the same beef with him. He just kept saying flat earthers and holistically collectivizing everyone. But he was actually just talking to the content creators. He was talking to like the RVs, which we already knew, right? But and the banjos and the FEDs and the flatzoids and the King, whatever, right? He was talking to all these content creators that were irresponsibly putting out stuff that was not true. And of course, because that's exactly what the Globers wanted, you know?
Hey, speaking of truth, does anyone know if Lizbeth actually did switch back to Globe or if that's just
No.
something Duffy ran with?
She didn't from my perspective. She basically just like said this more, she has like a more ambiguous stance now where she's just like, I don't know what it is. I'm not claiming to know exactly what it is, but I still don't just believe the story we were told. That's the last I heard of that. And then actually,
Yeah.
that's the last I heard of that. And then actually,
Yeah.
tried to, like I actually asked someone directly that would know, and they were like, "What? No, she didn't. She didn't flip back to the globe." So
Well, Duffy was running that on, I don't know, a couple people were running that on their videos, that she was on like the top, the list of people who've already switched. You know, the people that went, 2 of them flipped. Like, okay.
Yeah, I think Toon was saying that too. But she's still on that clubhouse thing, right? So I don't know
Yeah.
what.
Yeah, she's still an admin there.
Yeah, dude, and Duffy like hates me. I don't know, like he didn't ever really want me to go anyway, because I think he kind of knew the whole time I wasn't going to be the one that would never flip, and it really like hurts the story, right?
He probably got a bonus.
He really
if he
wanted
did.
me to flip. He said a lot of things afterwards as well, trying to convince me to flip, and yeah, I just don't. I think he just doesn't like me at all, and obviously McToon is just like incredibly dishonest, right? Like ripped the debate, immediately put it up on YouTube. I emailed him. I'm like, "What are you doing? What are you like stealing? Like, what are you doing?" And
How
he's like,
hard
"No."
do you think it is for Duffels, like as a Christian in a community primarily of atheists?
I asked him that face to face, and he's just like totally a coward, bro. He was like, "Oh yeah, well I could agree with you guys on pretty much everything except for this, which is why I'm doing this." You know, it's like, oh, that's funny because every time any topic comes up around them, you like enable it, agree with it, go along with it, right? It's like, I'm like, I asked him this multiple times in multiple different ways throughout the trip. I'm like, I'm so perplexed. I also said something to McToon to his face about it. I'm like, how exactly do you level being a Christian, quote unquote, and then all of your, like the vast majority of your followers being like sadistic, like, you know, dogmatic atheists, you know, old earth evolutionary atheists. And he would just say, they're not all atheists. That's not true. There are people that believe in the Bible in my chat, you know? So, whatever. I called McToon out for a lot of stuff. And anyway, dude, I reached out to McToon. I was like, dude, why are you just like stealing the debate? Like, you can't do that. You can't steal. He said it's fair use. I'm like, no, it's not. It's behind a paywall, dude. You stole it. It's like, do you think you can just go grab a documentary on Netflix and post it on your YouTube channel as long as you comment on it? That's not how that works. You can go pay $3.99 for a movie and then post it on your YouTube as long as you say something about it. That's not
Yeah,
not
you
what
can do
fair
that.
use is. So this just sucks. I'm like, no, you just straight up stole it. And I could have content ID'd it, which where anywhere it popped up, it would have been ripped. But it's like really tricky if you didn't post it on YouTube. You have to actually find a way to be able to help YouTube's algorithm identify the content, even though it's not on their platform, and it requires like weeks in advance. I didn't know all that. So anyway, I was just like, whatever, it's just an L. I just have to take the L. And I'll probably stream tomorrow and review the debate. So I think I'll post it. I'm sure it's already out where everyone's seen it at this point, but I'll like officially post it on my channel
You should do a
tomorrow,
review.
and then I'll review it tomorrow night. Yeah. But anyways, then I was like, and also you just like totally lied, and this and with the whole money you were supposed to pay my attorney. And the dude just straight up doubled down on lying about that too. So I'm like, dude, you're just like the worst person ever, you know?
Dude, that would be the
I've heard
simplest
people.
thing for him to concede, just to like come off as a genuine person. Because he
Yeah.
came in here and was just like, oh, I'll pay up to like 5 hours or something for a lawyer. And you're like, oh, okay, cool, send a check. And then he gets sent he changed the requirement to like, oh yeah, your lawyer has to send me a bill directly through email or some bullshit like that, right?
Well, dude, it's so much worse than that
Like,
because like I actually didn't just like eagerly agree. I said no. I said, dude, okay, I don't want to take your money. What are you doing, dude? Like, I'm not lying. I promise you. You know, I have an attorney. I've talked to him. Just let it go. I kept telling him no and to let it go, and he thought that meant that he had caught me lying. So he like rippled down on it, started making videos and posts everywhere about how I was a liar and had been exposed, and then like tons of people were coming to me, like, trying to get a hold of you, and he was like stalking me and like, you know what I'm saying? So like he like forced me to engage with it, and then I did, and we don't have to cover all that. It's just so ridiculous. That whole thing is so ridiculous because it's like, yeah, like someone, you know, I was just on X and someone was like, oh, Witsit won't even say yes or no yet. We've all been waiting. I'm like, dude, there was nothing to even say yes or no to until like yesterday, right? We don't even, there's not even a contract yet. Like they sent me a contract like yesterday and it's totally not agreeable terms. So it has to be
I think
rewritten.
he deleted that chat. Like I'm looking in the search history, and I remember specifically he said he will pay for. He used the words lawyer, and I think it was 5 hours, but he used hours in the text. I'm typing the search here, and it's gone. He must have deleted it.
Well,
Like
just to give you
delete
an
as an
idea of
evidence.
just like what kind of person he is, and people do this to me a lot. Like he knows that it's most likely that I just won't engage. Like he knows, like to him, it's worth it that he be exposed as being a complete liar with this because he knows that all of his people will just be like, well, whatever, it's Witsit, he deserves to be trolled, or whatever, right? It's worth it if I were to like spotlight him on my channel, right? Like if I were to do a whole thing exposing how McToon was supposed to pay me for my training, it's like content about him, and he knows that I
Yeah, he's
specifically,
farming.
yeah, he knows I don't want to do that at all, and I'm not gonna do it. And so he's banking solely on like I'll take the high road. I won't really make a big deal out of it, and I'll never post about it. So he's like, okay, then I can just like lie unimpeded. That's all it is. And like
So when
people
you
do
were
that
there
to me.
meeting him for the first time, no, so the second time, you might have been Texas for the first time, I think, right? And or Colorado, whatever, the debate, the Christian debate. But when you were there
Oh
in
yeah,
Antarctica,
yeah,
was he cordial with you? Did you like shake his hand?
yeah,
I
yeah.
think
No,
he's a
no,
fucking
dude.
demon.
Dude, every time I meet him, he's like super like nice to a point like it's like
Extra
gay.
nice.
Yeah, it's like
Because you're making him money. That's why.
no, I can tell he like wants to be my friend, bro.
He's a true
Okay, so
fan.
like, yeah, this whole persona online is totally fake. And like, dude, I called him out for it, and he's like all nervous, like kind of feminine, like beta energy, bro. And then Duffy comes and talks to me about it and just like completely trashes them and buries them. He's like, yeah, I had no idea that Mattoon was like this, and like, I think it's so wrong what he does, and how he's just got like a totally different fake persona online, and and he's so mean, and he's dishonest about things and all that stuff, right? And he's just saying that to me because then we get back around where everyone's around, and then all of a sudden Duffy has amnesia and gaslights me and has no idea what I'm talking about. And McToon's a great person, you know. He sat there and talked to me and Jaren about it though, about how like crazy he was. So, anyways, what's crazy about the whole attorney thing is like it actually does amount to like $1,500 or something, and basically the part that's messed up about it is that he brought my attorney in it, and like, dude, my attorney is my homie. You know what I'm saying? He's like a unicorn. And he's super cool, and I've been with his family, all that. And he just like has my back on like some GP, like good principle, like good faith, has my back, supports what I do. I help wake him up to stuff like that. And he like is always looking out for me. It's like if he sees something happening, he'll call me like, hey man, how can I help you with this? I know I can always call him about anything going on. And even though he's super busy and has like, you know, priority paying clients that pay lots for lots of things, he'll always find a way to help me out. So my point is that like that's my homie, and you know what McToon did in this situation is basically pull him into it. Everyone knows who my attorney is because he's actually on my channel, and he basically says that my attorney is like a liar and committing fraud and should be debarred, basically, right? Because it's like he's pretending he's like writing an invoice for services he didn't actually do. Just straight up fraud. And he's painting this narrative that we need it in writing and sent in the mail so they can also have mail fraud and stuff. So like now he's brought my attorney's integrity into question publicly in front of tens or hundreds of thousands of people. So that's the part that's messed up about it, actually, right? Because now it's like, well,
He's
that's
in the
not fair.
crosshair.
Yeah, that's not fair at all. So it's not even really about the money. And then so I keep saying no, 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 and then he just like won't stop. So I'm like, okay, I told Mattoon this. I said, dude, if I actually get my attorney involved, you are going to pay it, bro. He's like, dude, I'm dead serious, 100%, I'll pay. And I'm like, okay. He like promised and all this stuff. So anyway, super lame because he knows what he did was drag it out and move the goalpost, and he's like, oh no, I need the invoice straight from him. I need the invoice sent like email directly from him. Oh never mind, I need it in writing. So he like sent him an official invoice, and that wasn't good enough. And then he needed it in writing. My attorney actually goes and gets it printed off, signs it, sends it in physical mail.
Wild.
And then had to send it a second time, and then that wasn't good enough. He doesn't respond to it, so then I had to say, "Yo, what's up? You know, you got that in the mail. What's going on?" And he's like, and this is me giving him plenty of time. He would have just never responded. You know, he did this with every part of it, just would never respond unless I made it a point. And then he says, "No, or have the have his bills payable department contact me or whatever, right?" Um, So then my attorney like contacts him directly with it and about the invoice and all that. And then he just moves the goalpost again with my attorney. He says, because like the whole premise here was that when the people called me out claiming that I just wouldn't say yes or no for months and months because I was scared, I was like, that's not true at all. I haven't even been sent a contract to say yes or no to yet. And that's so I haven't been, no one's, we're not waiting on me, you know? And I said, I just got the contract. So this whole time it hasn't been my fault. The terms I was sent were not agreeable. And so I said, so on the X, they called my bluff on that. I'm like, okay, whatever. I'm like, I'm looking at it with my attorney. The terms are laughable. They're not agreeable. And so when he saw that I said that, and then later heard me in here saying like, well, before I fully get my attorney involved, I'm really trying to look at it myself and blah, 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 because my attorney told me don't like fully tell everyone that you're looking at it with me because they'll typically be, more prone to work with you and more negotiable, like prone to negotiation if they don't know you have like an attorney with you, and that might involve his attorney and it's going to become much more cutthroat. It's going to be much more difficult to actually get something done. So at that point, I'd already said on X, like I'm looking at it with my attorney. So then when I did from that point, I didn't like go out and start lying about it. I just started being like very vague. And I also wasn't fully lying because I was going over with my attorney, but I can actually write legal documents pretty well. So I was doing a lot of it and even having him convince me to dumb it down and stuff. So anyway, long and short, he thought he caught me by sneaking in here and listening or listening on Rumble or whatever. He thought he caught me saying I hadn't talked to the attorney yet. And so he's like, oh, I got him. And so he doesn't really have an attorney, he's just lying, using that as an excuse as to why he can't go. And obviously none of that was real, right? I just never lied about any of it. So yeah, pretty crazy, man. But then he said, and so yeah, the deal is if you had not talked to an attorney before this date of the X post, so he moves the goalpost over and over and over. He thought there was no attorneys and he found out there was one. And then he sends an official invoice putting his whole professional reputation on it, right? He'd be committing a crime if he's lying. And then he moved the goalpost again, and then he says, no, it actually had to be before this date. So, dude, then I send him all the receipts. Like, I send him the screenshots of the phone conversations we had when we first talked, the text messages, the emails I sent him, all of them, of course, predating the X post. So then it's just like now that it's just definitive proof, black and white, right? There's no way around it. So then what he does is moves the goalpost again, and he gets because Will Duffy messages me and says, "Do you care?" McToon's asking for a screenshot of our communications. Do you care? And I'm like, no, And so then he sees where I'm talking to Duffy, and I say something like, "Okay, before I sign a final contract, I'll want to have my attorney look over it." And McToon's trying to spin that as if what I'm saying is that I have not had an attorney involved at all yet. But it doesn't say that, right? It just says, okay, prior to me signing something final, I would want my attorney to look at it because we were going back and forth and changing the contract ourselves. I was doing it with Duffy and his attorney myself.
It doesn't matter. Like if there ever was, see, look, you could go forward and say, I demand payment, or he could demand payment. And then if he wants to go to court for not paying, like there's what they call discovery. And it would just show that you've had communication with your lawyer, regardless of what you said publicly. Okay. And then they'd have to pay on top of that. They'd pay whatever surmountable fee there'd be, plus whatever labor that would have been, for court and everything. So they wouldn't do that. He would just pay up the fucking $1,500.
You know what I think I actually should maybe do is sue him.
That's what I'm saying.
And not just sue him. Yeah. Not just sue him for that though. Not just sue him for the money he owes for covering the fees or whatever. Like sue him for all the slander and defamation, right? And then the actual effects on the professional capacity of even my attorney, right? And also in terms of me, and you can have all kinds of things, right? Duress, distress, emotional distress, all this stuff. Maybe that's what he actually deserves. And at the pinnacle,
I think you could do it, but if you haven't meticulously filed away all of these characterizations and the evidence for it, I just think that like be kind of a waste of time.
Mm-hmm. Well, I already have it all, right? Because like I went and got it for him. Here he says, so what he said was, it's transformative, fair use, proof you lied, and sends the screenshots. And here's the screenshots. I said, on X, I said, what's going on? On X, I said, why do all of you constantly lie? McToon and FCFE both declined to go from the jump. I'm looking over the contract with my attorney. He tried to slip in what we would be liable for, or that we would be liable for the entirety of the cost if anything were to happen. But now that we have established that you're literally just yet another liar. I will go back to not knowing you exist. So this is some person on X. And so he takes a screenshot like, oh, I'm looking over the contract with my attorney. And then he has this text from TFE, or with Duffy, right? And it says, for me, it says, okay, as of now, it's just me looking at it and my concerns. Before a final agreement, I would want to discuss it with my attorney. Anyway, I will have something to you today or tomorrow articulating proposed revisions and concerns. And this is because, again, my attorney said there's no reason to like announce it like, hey, okay, now my attorney's at the table negotiating with you directly, because that's going to get his attorney involved. It's going to be much more cutthroat. Secondly, it really wasn't a lie, because what happened was I just called and consulted with him. I sent it to him. He looked over it and called me. So I called him about the idea, and then I sent him the contract. He read it. He called me. We then discussed it. We went through parts of it, reading it together and stuff like that, and just kind of discussed what wasn't acceptable, what was agreeable, etc. And then he said, okay, what I would do if I were you is I would write some revisions. And we kind of brainstormed the ideas of like what we would demand, what I would need to demand to protect me, et cetera, et cetera. And then it was just on me, right? So then I was like, okay, I got you. And I started writing revisions, and I actually wrote like super hardcore, like like legally like proficient revisions, and then showed him, and he's like, that's way too much, man. You know, they're gonna think that came from me or an attorney. So you need to, I would make that way simpler. And I'm like, okay. So anyway,
Change the language.
yeah, so like I didn't lie about anything. When I'm talking to Duff, I'm like, okay, right now it's just me looking at it right now with my concerns. But before I sign a final one, I want to look over with my attorney. Like that's just true. It's like right now it is just me writing in the revisions, right? Like so it's like a little gray area there where I'm not letting Duffy fully know that I am actively talking to an attorney about it. But it's not dishonest in the fact that I am the one writing the revisions. It's all up to me. I'm the one looking at it. I'm the one that has the concerns. I'm the one sending them in the revisions, right? So anyway, the point is that none of that even matters. Even if I did tell Duffy, even if I had talked to my attorney, but then told Duffy, no, I don't have an attorney, that doesn't matter. The deal was, if you actually have an attorney, I'll cover it. And that's because he was telling everyone I was lying about having an attorney, and that I was just using it as an excuse to justify not going to the trip, so I could claim that my attorney found something wrong with the contract. But in reality,
I don't think that was it at all. Like, I think the whole thing was he was just trying to provoke you into actually signing before the deadline so that he could tell his wife and his family if he was going or not. I don't believe for a fucking second that like last minute he had decided to go or not. I think that they had always planned on him going.
I agree with that. Yeah. I think he knew the whole time he was going.
Yeah, it's bullshit. His whole story about, his wife was asking him if he was going to go or something. I'm like, bro, this is the most unbelievable.
He was mowing the lawn.
He was mowing the lawn. And his wife calls out, hey, are you going to Antarctica? And he's like sipping lemonade in the middle of the lawn. I don't know. Maybe I should go to Antarctica. It's the most fucking bullshit ever.
Yeah, when he was like obsessing over it the whole time in reality.
Right.
Yeah, so it's whatever. It's just so funny, right? Because it's like it kind of shows he knows his audience is just retarded. Because he knows that he can like post that proof Witsit lied in the screenshot of what I say on X saying I'm looking over with my attorney, and then the screenshot of the text I sent to Duffy after that saying, okay, it's just what exactly does it say? It says like, okay, it's just as of now, it's just me looking at it and my concerns. Before a final agreement, I would want to discuss it with my attorney. Anyway, I'll have something to you today or tomorrow articulating proposed revisions and concerns. And so he can just show his audience, look, here's what's it saying. He's looked at it with his attorney, and then telling Duffy that right now it's just him, but before the final one, I want to look at his attorney. He lied. And he knows they'll be like, oh, look, what's it's busted. He's a liar. When it's just a complete red herring, because in reality, McToon really thought he caught me lying about having an attorney and was so confident that he was like, I'll pay for it to prove I was lying. And then I was like, dude, I'm not lying. I don't want to take your money. Just let it go. This is really weird and gay. And he just kept harassing me. Yeah, kept harassing me about it because he thought that was even further proof that he did catch me, right? And that's what actually happened, was that he just messed up. Right? He was super confident that I was lying on X, but actually I wasn't. It has nothing to do with what I did or didn't tell Duffy. He just knows his audience is stupid. And I will say this: he actually doesn't want this to come out, because when this was first coming up and stuff, his whole chat was like, dude, they were all saying like 100% McToon will definitely pay if you actually have one. If you can prove it, McToon will definitely pay. If you can actually send the invoice, he will definitely pay. But my point is that there's a large portion of his audience that is seemingly deceived by him. Like they actually think that he does just expose me and flat earthers for lying, and that he's like some man of God or something, like has integrity. Like it does actually seem that there's a decent amount of the people in there. They were so convinced. That's why when I said, but I said in their chat or something like, Mattoon is completely lying right now, and they were like, BS, prove it, drop receipts. Like they genuinely don't think that he would lie about this, so they have no idea. I think a lot of people don't realize exactly how like pathologically dishonest Mattoon is, and so like he is like full blown like just a liar, like full blown, right? And that's why when then I see him in person, he's like, oh, wanting to be buddy buddy, and he's trying to find a way to come up to me and be like, hey, look, I thought you would think this is cool, and want to talk to me about the magnetic flux reader, and like any chance he got, wanted to try to teach me how something worked, and wanted to like try and always tell jokes and be buddy buddy. And like when I first saw him, I was like, oh, nervously, like just looking at me the whole time, waiting until I looked in his direction so he could like wave at me. Like it was just so weird and gay. So weird and gay.
Dude, I saw that clip. I saw that clip when you were hanging out with Jaren, and he just like was walking circles around you guys in the ice. That's fucking creepy.
Yeah.
He was just like staring at you and like walking around you and being weird.
Yeah, man. Yeah. It was all very weird. I don't know if you guys know. I think you guys may know this, right? But like, so when we first get there, obviously the Flat Earthers have the much longer trip. We get there afterwards, so they made it to where all the Globers got there, except for Mark and Jonathan, the director, were all there like a day before us and stayed a night longer than we did. And so they kind of like were making sure to like hone in on Jonathan, because the documentary. Anyway, so then we get there and they want to go eat dinner. And so as soon as we get there, we end up going to meet them at the restaurant, and I'm being like ambushed with GoPros. Like they have cameras and microphones set up all around the table. I'm like, dude, I just flew for like 20 hours. I just want to eat. And I thought the whole thing was like, you're not going to be recording what we say and us at all. You're not allowed to do that. And only Jonathan is. And you got McToon's GoPro sitting right there. And I'm just like, what the hell? So I just take the high road. I'm like, whatever. I'm just going to eat dinner, And I get a glass of wine. Yeah, I don't even drink like that. I drink on this trip. And I was like, okay, I'm going to get some wine. And then, of course, they end up somehow making there be like a flat earth debate. And so then it's me debating all the Glovers during the dinner, and it ends up getting real intense, and they're like tag teaming me and won't let me speak. And so from the beginning it was just such a dishonest vibe. And then we pulled out the kind of like the home run on them that they overlooked the whole time. McToon thought he was going to sneak in, and he didn't sign the agreement to not record us and stuff like that. But the whole time we knew that in the ALE contract, it actually says that you can't record people. You guys know all that.
Right.
So we just brought that to their attention. And the way we did it was we had typed up a little document for him to sign, but really it would just be him reiterating or acknowledging what he already signed. So we didn't really need him to sign it, but it was just more so to make the point. And you could tell McToon totally was blindsided by that. He definitely overlooked it and was like, damn. So this whole time when he was recording at dinner and stuff, he thought he was like getting away with it. When in reality, it was just like, well, I don't really care if you tape me at dinner. And technically, you're not allowed to use it. I guess we're not on the trip yet, whatever. That was actually, now, I remember saying, like, dude, I guarantee you McToon won't post that. And apparently McToon supposedly posted it. I don't know if he posted the whole thing. I don't know how much you can hear. I know he's so dishonest. If you actually see...
Oh, real quick, he did post it. It's like unlisted, I think, on his channel, from what I remember. I saw someone had posted it, and it's like unlisted. It is pretty much that whole thing. You're talking about like in Punta Arenas, that whole...
Yeah, like in the ALE place where we're like confronting him.
Yeah, and I did watch it because someone had posted it, and you can hear most of it, but yeah, some of the audio is a little quiet on it. But yeah, it is posted. I think Jaren even commented in the comments on it. He was like, "Why did you post this?" kind of thing. Yeah, but I think it's unlisted as far as I know.
Okay, so I remember Jonathan was telling me, he's like, yo, yeah, I caught all that, because I asked him, and I'm like, okay, so supposedly there's like really good audio of it, but dude, like I wish so bad that was just fully documented from all angles with cameras and mics and stuff, because he got exposed so hard. I exposed him and Duffy so hard, and it's like, I don't know. I feel like the fact that he posted it at all means that whatever he posted doesn't fully capture the moment. You know what I'm saying? Or he would never post it. Like, and you probably can't see McToon's face and stuff, but dude, it was just so crazy. McToon is just such a liar, bro. And like McToon just sitting there bold-faced lying about stuff. I'm like, dude, I start calling Duffy. I'm like, you claim to be a Christian. I don't know if you can hear all this in that video. I'm like, so you're supposedly a Christian pastor, and you're sitting here with someone who has like slandered me for years, has said that I should has like amped up people calling for my daughter and children to be taken from me because I'm a flat earther. Whatever. I started like listing off some of the stuff. And then when Duffy turned to him, he's like, I've never heard that. He turns to McToon, he's like, have you ever said that? He just blatantly lied. And I'm like, and then I point out that McToon like has called for people to have their kids taken because of being a flat earther. So like I specifically say that I do not say like McToon has called for me to not or to have my kids taken. I say McToon has called for people to have their kids taken for being a flat earther. And Duffy's like, I've never heard of that. What? And he's like, McToon, have you ever done that? And he says no. So then I quickly pull up a robot polisher video that I had just seen on the plane, and it's just McToon like losing it and calling for someone's kids to be taken away. And then what Duffy does, because he didn't expect me to have the receipts like right there on deck to play. I don't know if you can even hear all that in the video. I would assume you probably can't, right? Hear the video as playing on my phone. So then Duffy immediately just starts like moving the goalpost, and he's like, "Oh yeah, you don't even know what that was about. Do you know what that's about? Do you know who he's talking about?" I'm like, "How does that matter? You just claimed you didn't know that he had done that." And that he had never done it. McToon just claimed he had never done it. I play where he did it. Both of you were well aware of it and went right into defending him doing it. So you're claiming to be a Christian preacher, and not only are you advocating and defending this guy claiming or demanding that people have their kids taken from them because they believe in flat Earth, you're sitting here lying about it, pretending you don't know about it. You know, like I don't know, it was just all so surreal. So I guess like really, if you were like really there and you got to watch like McToon and Duffy's face during these moments, they're completely exposed. No person that has like an ounce of discernment in their body on globe side, flat side, whatever, would think anything other than both of those people are just like pathologically dishonest and deceptive and manipulative and just not good people. And so obviously that like at one point Duffy's like fine, and you guys just don't go. I'm like, okay, sounds good. He thought that he would like bluff us, you know, because we wanted him to sign the document, and I just immediately called his bluff. I'm like, cool, we won't go. And then he like backed down real quick. So I don't know. I don't know if you guys know that. I'm sorry for talking so long, but so the vibes of the trip were pretty intense, I guess, to my point, right? It wasn't like we were all singing Kumbaya and it's like we can be friends while we're here. It was like as soon as I get there, I'm like being ambushed with cameras. They're trying to intensely debate me like 3 or 4v1 at the first dinner. And then we're having to call them out that they can't record us. And I'm like, McToon's been like trying to sneak around and record us this entire time. And so then we have that whole like fiasco and drama the day before we leave. So yeah.
It's unfortunate no one's going to be able to see this footage that, was clearly there's plenty of it out there somewhere.
Oh, but that McToon has of everything?
Well, I mean, whether you have it or Jonathan or whoever, there's 4K fucking 120 hertz, lossless video and audio somewhere of your whole trip. And meanwhile, we're getting like some dumbass stitched together 360 footage from Duffy's camera. So like, it'd just be nice if there was just more that we could have. That's all.
You know what really sucks is I was under the impression that McKeegan's footage was going to be like I was under the impression that the solar filter was actually video recording. So one of the reasons I really wasn't like intense about trying to get other footage is I thought that we were going to have multiple 360 cams, and then we were going to have like a regular camera filming it, and then we were going to have a solar filter 360. So I'm like, dude, we're about to have a 360 24-hour straight stream with a solar filter. That's so fire. That's what I thought. And of course, that's not what it was at all. It was just pictures. You know what I'm saying? There's pictures that were periodically taken. So yeah, I don't know. But I will say Jonathan has probably got so much. I know he had so many terabytes of video.
Like 6 or 7 terabytes of footage.
Yeah. And he basically said that he'd be open to sending me stuff. I guess that probably they had a deal with Duffy that it's like basically Duffy's stuff.
Oh no, it's their assets. They're not going to share that shit. That's their assets.
Yeah. So it is what it is. I do think though, honestly, I'm not like a lawsuit kind of guy, but like just sitting here thinking about it, like in a way, it's like I think it kind of might be karma that there is a lawsuit involved here. And to be honest, Duffy can be sued as well because he thinks he got out of it with the contracts, but specifically the agreement was like no video or audio of us without our consent, right? Like we have to expressly approve it. And it even puts in the contract like something about like it emphasizes what's already understood in court, which is like good faith. the good faith application and interpretation of the contract. And so
It's called the
obviously,
spirit.
yeah, and it's
The spirit
about
of the contract.
whether or not it's good or bad faith. Like whether or not you actually take it in good faith. And this is what's so funny is that obviously for someone to prioritize and emphasize, especially with all the interactions back and forth leading up to it, which in any type of lawsuit would all come out in discovery, right? You will see that like the whole emphasis that we have, the whole entire point of contention is like we do not want to be filmed or recorded and then publicly posted without our consent. We do not consent. We do not want our videos of us or conversations of us being recorded and posted on the internet without us expressly approving it. And then he has a it's like 24 consecutive hour video that has all the conversations that we have, right? Like every time I stepped out and talked on the phone to my wife or talked to my friends, every conversation that we have, he has it all recorded with the audio. And then I'm I'm texting, I'm like, hey man, so this video has audio in it, so obviously it has to be removed, Like we're trying to export it right now as well. We just muted the whole thing, whatever. And he basically said that he would remove the audio and then just posted it with the audio and said, oh well, no one else cared, everyone else was cool with it, and the contract says that the exception to being able to record you is like incidental recording of you in the background with like a wide angle or 360 or whatever. So he thinks
what
that
would have been really slick is if in your contract you put a stipulation that also that you have a right to a high quality original whatever copy of whatever footage they have of you.
Yeah, should have.
That way you get your I mean there's only so much you can think about.
I know, and I knew there's no way. There's probably tons of things, right? That's why I was like constantly trying to come in here and stuff. And like, anyone can think of anything. Let me know. We sat there and brainstormed so long. We tried to think about everything. Like, what if they try to make us take vaccinations? And we thought about like everything. But yeah. So anyway, and my point is that that's like a lawsuit, in my opinion, right? Like that's clearly bad faith, and like it's like if you are incidentally caught in the background, like temporarily caught in the background of some like wide angle shot, that's fine. But then to come to find out that he knew that the primary form of video he was going to make to record nonstop was that camera that he was going to try to use as the exception, shows that it actually shows intent to be able to capture everything, including what was said, and then post it without permission, right? And try to use this little clause that's like, it's also in ALE's wording, which is like, unless it's just, now this is what's even more damning, it's like, unless it's just incidental and they're in the background. So it says you are not allowed to film any of the guests unless you have their express written consent. The exception being like them incidentally being in the background of like a 360 wide angle shot or something, unless they ask you not to. Meaning that even with that footage, you're not allowed to film the other guests, much less post it publicly, right? If they ask you not to. I, of course, specifically, in written communications said, do not post that with the audio. And it wasn't because I'm trying to hide anything. Obviously, it's all out there and it's fine. The point is, like, I don't even remember what all we talked about. I'm having private conversations and I'm talking to people, and it's like, dude, there's no way around it.
Well, it's not set to private, and if he's uploaded it to YouTube, that is it's a private company, so he's involved a third party. So even if it's unlisted, anybody who has the link can access it.
And
even
the
if it's
360
private,
video is not unlisted.
Well,
We're
I mean,
talking
I
about
don't
the
know.
main footage that was posted from that Insta360 cam has audio in it. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you amplify the volume, and certainly if you isolate it, you can hear what everyone's saying. You can hear when people are talking on the phone. Certainly, like when I'm trying to get away from everyone to get some privacy, and they're all inside, and I step outside, I'm the only one outside talking on the phone and stuff like that. So I don't know. Yeah, I'm just saying there are actually probably many things that Duffy could be sued for as well. And let's be honest, right? Like I don't really, although more than ever in my life, could I use some financial help, but I don't really do things for money. I don't sue people. I always try to take the high road, all of that, right? Like I didn't go after that 1,500 from McToon, even though it's like black and white and have all the receipts to prove it definitively. But like even me publicly talking about the idea right now, I don't really care. I don't really care if they hear it. What are they going to do? But one of the benefits would be maybe to reintroduce some leverage with exactly how the flat Earth position is conveyed or represented in the documentary, and hopefully Jaren could also be like, okay, well, wait, yeah, maybe I changed my mind, but that doesn't mean I'm going to be cool with this just being an outright hit piece on flat Earth.
I don't think Jaren's going to have your back, and like they preemptively have come out and categorized any argument that you're going to pull, and they're going to slander you. You know, they're going to say, "Oh, well, he had the email password." Oh, like pretty much every objection that you could have, they've already cooked up the refutations for it. I saw them McToon put on a presentation about like 20 different things, basically showing that you're a liar and in bad faith, and that you know, this, that, or whatever. They've come up with character assassination 5,000. So
I think I should sue him. Yeah,
I mean, you could, but if you come up with one thing, they're going to have 20 things. You know what I mean?
Well, but
So
I mean, but they're all
you got to
lies.
have your ducks in a row, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, sure, but I'm saying like they're all lies, right? Like the one I heard was like this big home run, like, oh, we're gonna expose Witsit for lying about the Wi-Fi. I didn't lie about the Wi-Fi at all. Like factually, we go there, they don't give the flat earthers the password. He pretends that no one's gonna get on the internet, so got to make sure that the 24-hour live stream can work, and then he gives the password to all the globe earthers and just doesn't give it to us. That's what factually happened. So the fact that I then go sneak around, talk to Mark, convince him to give it to me, and he says, okay, you didn't get this from me, then sneak on the internet and have to hide it from them so I'm not able to be on the internet while anyone else is around, right, is totally irrelevant to the
Yeah, but they're
fact.
saying that's not the story. They're saying that it's a
I know.
completely different story.
Well, but I'm just saying like that has actually happened. So what they're using is the fact that they saw me on the phone or using the internet at one point earlier on to say, oh, I thought Wizard said that they weren't allowed on the Wi-Fi. Right? That's they're just dishonest. You see how dishonest that is? It's like I'm saying you guys didn't give us the password. You gave the Globers the password. The fact that I went and found it and got on it, they now come out of context, present. Look, here's Witsit using the internet. Witsit's lying when he claims that he couldn't get on the internet. I didn't say that. I said that you guys lied. So the point is like I couldn't like in front of everyone set up my Insta and update the firmware. I couldn't like get on Discord and talk to you guys. I couldn't do anything using the internet in front of everyone. I had to try to discreetly like use Telegram and stuff like that. You know what I mean? So anyway, and then Jaren didn't get it, so he just crashed. Liz was pissed. So eventually, when no one's paying attention, I go whisper the password to Liz. So and then Jaren just was asleep. That's why I couldn't give it to him. So yeah. Anyway. Yeah. So like I'm just saying, like with every situation, it's going to be something like that, where yeah, for sure, they have the benefit of the fact that I've just stepped away and like tried to take the high road and just largely ignored a lot of this, right? And so that's obviously a huge advantage to someone that's lying. Like if your side of the story can't be heard or known, then a liar can just say whatever. That's what McToon's doing with the attorney as well.
I've seen it. I've seen it happen firsthand, like how they'll literally like create these stories just to kind of like gotcha, you know. So especially with the lawyer thing, I saw him do it firsthand. So very sneaky tactics.
He's done it for years, bro. It's like the case against McToon for like defamation and slander and stuff is like endless. He's done it for years.
Yeah, and then the gift to your daughter, when you basically were telling her like, leave me alone, I don't want to deal with you. Stop, and they fucking mail you something. Like Jesus.
Yeah. And then like, well, he straight up like amplifies like straight harassment and doxing and threats towards my children and family and trying to get my daughters taken. He amplifies and enables all of that in his chat. You can prove all of that, right? Like he reads the super chat and like agrees with it and makes sly little comments where it's like he never specifically says something. He allows the super chat to say it all and then just agrees with it. You know what I mean? For like the stuff that's way over the line. He never denounces it or anything like that. But and then he's done stuff like come in here and someone's like, when are you gonna get a real job with it or whatever? And or was it do you even work or do you even have a job? And then I'm saying no to a question someone asked further up. And then so what he does is quickly take a screenshot, you know, and pull everything else out. So it looks like it says, what's it, do you have a job? No. And then he posted on his social media saying, what's it's like jobless and doesn't work and has nothing and stays at home while he makes his wife go out and work all day and make all the money and pay all the bills. He posts that's just all blatantly a lie. It couldn't be further from the truth, you know. And he posts
Yeah.
that everywhere on social media.
Either way, it sounds like the Wi-Fi password was scattered out sporadically because they're trying to save bandwidth, or like what do you think?
Yeah, the story was that because we didn't know how the bandwidth was going to hold up with the Starlink, that no one was allowed on the internet other than like Duffy and the phone, Mark's phone, that was supposed to live stream the sun to Rumble for 24 hours on Candace Owens' channel. And so to ensure that that didn't crash or have any bandwidth issues, no one else was going to get on the internet. But then what I noticed was like, wait, why is McKeegan on his laptop with internet? Why does McToon have internet? Why does everyone here except for the flat earthers have internet? You know, that's what ended up happening, right? So
Is the documentary maker flat Earth or globe, or you're not sure where he stands?
where he stands now, I don't know. Good question. I think he's probably either in the middle or he wasn't like he definitely wasn't going to list off like amazing flat Earth evidence or anything. But going into it, he was flat Earth. So yeah, I mean, I know he wants to. He said that he wanted to properly represent flat Earth, but he also said this whole time. This is how I think he came to an agreement with Duffy because he wanted to go. Was that it's not going to be about picking a side. It's going to be about picking flat or globe. It's just going to be about documenting the trip, what happened on the trip, and what like the observation was, like what was the outcome of the test, right? And obviously, from the globe perspective, they can take that and kind of embellish it and saturate that because that's what they want. That's all they need to say it's a globe anyway, according to their narrative.
Because like if Mike is on more on the flat Earth side and he had access to the bandwidth, that's probably how he got access to the password, is because he even though he was, yeah, it's a bit unfair that like it was distributed unequally, but it's also like if he is flat and he had access, it's a bit unfair to say like it was you were the, it seemed like last in the on the list.
Yeah, I don't think even the
distribution of the password per se.
I don't think the documentary guy had it either, right? Like what happened was he just when we weren't paying attention, he just went up to each glober individually and gave him the password. You know. So and it's like a Mac. He's like on his freaking laptop using it, right? Like talk about bandwidth. Like we're trying to like get on like little apps on our phone to tell our family we're alive and stuff, right? And just talk to our family, but we can't have the internet. But McKeegan's over here like on his laptop using the internet. Like what the hell? Yeah, it's all good, but
Yeah, it just sounded like a bit of a staggering, like the information was staggered as to who got the password first. Wasn't sure if it was completely flat versus globe. If the documentary maker was
Why do
one
there
of the
need to
first
be
people
so
to know.
many little petty games and like slights and these little mocks and like why does this even need to go on? Why can't it just be a like exchange of ideas, you know? But it has to be that because you have characters like Bob the Science Guy and Ozian and Micktoon, and these people are just they're just heinous.
yeah, who's the other guy? Who's the like atheist guy who's like so proud of his atheism? Like
It sounds like TFE is a bit non-Christian.
Yeah, so
he didn't
FTFE it
go.
is like that, but there's like a guy kind of has like a speech impediment. He's from another country, um, and he hosts like debate after shows, and he'll do it with Ozzy.
Misinformation agent? Is that
What was
the
that?
misinformation agent? YouTube?
I don't know. I don't know. What the crap, dude? What's that channel called? Does anyone know? I've been on there a few times. Debate after shows, like whenever there's a debate on dang, I can't think of anything right now. Anyway. Oh, modern day debate. They'll do after shows a lot there. Dang it, man, I can't remember his name.
It's a dude?
Yeah.
Right.
And they always do debate after shows. They have like a show. I forgot the name of the show, and they'll have like a panel using StreamYard, and it'll be like all Glovers, but they'll try to get a flat earther on there. And I've jumped on there a few times, right? I think Shane's been on there a couple times. What's it called?
Matt Gillahunty.
Is it not Ozian?
Ozian is on there, but there's like a channel. Like I think Ozian is like a co-founder of the channel, whatever. Like him and the other guys.
Is it a queer sounding person?
Yeah.
Oh, he was in this VC for a while. I forgot the guy's name.
He's like
he was coming in here.
He's super
Matt
arrogant.
Gillahunty, or is it Aaron Raw, that guy?
No, those
No.
guys have much bigger channels.
Mord
He's
one?
like, no, no. This guy's like super cocky, but like shouldn't be. Like very pretentious and very.
Flamboyant.
I don't know if I'd go as far as say kind. I mean, he's like metro. He's like feminine, and then he's like very derogatory and like well, he's really big on like backhanded slights.
Do you think it's Planar Walk or anyone like that?
Max or something like that. And he has a bunch of X's in his name. It's something like that. And dude,
MXXD or whatever.
yes.
There you go. Yep.
And
Yep.
yeah.
Ball dude with glasses.
Yeah, and I forgot the name of the show and the channel.
Matters Now or something like
There
that.
you go.
There
Now.
you go.
Yeah. Yep. And dude, that guy is so ruthless on like comments and stuff. He is so hateful, bro. If
Yep.
you can find that guy on X and read what the stuff he says, it's insane, bro. It's insane. So anyway,
I guess that's the unfortunate side effect of like being in these debates for up and over of 5 years. People get that sort of personal vendetta, and it's hard to escape. I guess from either side, whether you're going to drag someone's name through the mud or just like treat it as just like, okay, can we just like stop the name calling and just focus on the tests or the expedition if people are uncomfortable with the word experiment. But either way, like when you've got so many people with so many cameras and you've got a location, I think, yeah, you tried to reduce that years of hostility between like the camps, but eventually it did get a bit personal. It's a shame that it got that way for both sides, really, because that only just increased the toxicity instead of like going, can we just solve the issue instead of name calling? If we're wrong, we're wrong. That's okay. But yeah.
Forgive Oblate, he's new to these servers.
I know. I trust. I've had my own share of slinging a bit of mud outwards and receiving it too. So like, I get it. I don't think I could put up with that for like years. But I'm trying to be more sound of mind to go. I'm willing to hear the other side, even though I think the evidence leans towards the other way.
Look, check this
Austin,
out.
in regards to the whole TFE thing, is there anything that you think would be improved upon if it were to be done again?
Yeah, didn't you hear Witsit's gonna go run the mile or the marathon with JT, right? Witsit?
Dude, I think jogging is a psyop. I think it's bad for you. I don't think there's no like scenario in the real world that you would just like jog. That's like when does that happen? Like
Yes. What do you mean? Your ancestors
I like
literally
sprinting.
jogged. Your ancestors literally jogged all the time to hunt for food.
Oh my god.
That's not
Like,
the
probably
point of
one
what
the most
my question
natural
was.
movements you could ever do.
no, it's not. Like either you run from something, you go fast, or you don't. Like it's very unnatural to run on concrete for like super long periods of time and just jog at a very slow pace. That is like a man-made construct in modernity.
Humans are the best animals. They're the best species at long distance travel. Out of all the species, they do it the fastest.
Yeah, you're right because we get on boats and planes.
No, I'm talking about by foot. Like before we had tech.
I remember watching one of those marathons, and they had this like obscure like Mexican people group, or even south of that, where they just jog everywhere for generations. And this little lady, 5 foot nothing, she just goes in this race and she dominates. You know, just because her lifestyle and her history was jogging just places. Yeah.
I mean, I guess I can kind of see it. Kind of makes sense. I guess if like you wanted to traverse a decent amount of distance to like try to pace yourself out over long distance back in the day, right? I guess I feel like it's not the most natural thing, maybe, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Like I know we would get on like a horse or a mule or a donkey or something, or we would walk, or there was some type of danger and we had to sprint. But also, I'm just biased and I hate jogging, so whatever.
That's right. Especially if you're like one of those cyclist people. I know there's a few who like opt for the bicycle form of travel.
Well, and
'cause
then like
need
they do it on concrete and get shin splints and stuff like that, right? And it's like sprinting is actually proven to be really good for you. Like working your way up to your top speed and then full out sprinting for 10 to 15 seconds. It's like really good for you, right? It's like a full body workout for you. It's like 1,000 times better than jogging long distance.
So you're saying jogging is like 50% versus walking, which is like 10% versus sprinting, which is 80 to 90%. Is that what you're saying?
Kind of confused by percentages. I mean, unless you mean like percentage of effort, like maximum effort or whatever. I guess then yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, really, you're supposed to do 100% basically. Like for 10, it's like 10 seconds for sprints. So you're supposed to you're not supposed to just like be still. I just recently looked into this. It's not like you're supposed to just like walk up to a line and say ready, set, go, and then try to run as fast as you can. It's like obviously you stretch, you get kind of loose, and then you start to run fast, working your way up. And as you start to get to like your top speed, then you just sprint as hard as you can for like 10 seconds. And you do that a few different times. And it's like amazing for you. Like the stuff that your body does and turns on and activates when you do that is like pretty incredible.
Yeah,
Really,
I would
really.
agree that running is very, very beneficial. Jogging may not be necessarily good for your knees or your ankles, and I've heard a lot of different type of physical therapists and sports doctors actually talk about that. But then walking is also very, very beneficial, even when someone's 90 years old. But jogging, yeah, I think I might actually agree with you. But in regards to the sprinting, I was a wrestler, football player, and also in the military, and we would have to we would jog. It wasn't like sprinting in formation, and I never had any issues with my knees or my ankles. So I don't know if that's necessarily correct. Maybe I'm just lucky. Maybe a lot of people are lucky. But either way, it's still burning calories and helping you gain muscles. And I'm not a doctor. I'm an electrician. So
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean just to clarify, right? I mean, like, dude, if the options are like to just sit still and dormant and do nothing or jog, like jogging is obviously better, and like anytime that you kind of push your body to kind of activate some of these like stored superpowers that we have, like it's always going to be good. And like circulating the blood and like breathing and having to control your breathing and stuff like that is all going to be really good for you. I'm just saying that I think it's kind of a psyop. Like instead of everyone like jogging is considered like the go-to. It's like what everyone does. Like it's what all the girls will go to the gym to do. It's what everyone does. It's like the thing to do for so many years at this point, for decades. And I'm just saying I think that's kind of a psyop. Like I think like the treadmills, get on the treadmill and just jog on the treadmill for like an hour. I think you should like sprint on the treadmill or sprint really outdoors. I just think it's way better. I think it's way more efficient. That's just my thing. Whatever. And like also the sports that I played, like long distance jogging was the punishment. So like if you messed up, you know, like you had to run laps. But the actual conditioning, like the training, we ran sprints. You know what I'm saying? Like in basketball, you run and touch each line. You go free throw line, mid court, free throw, full court, whatever. And then you did your 40-yard dashes, your 60-yard dashes, your 100-yard dashes in football. And to me, it just seems more efficient. It's like I feel like I'm training way more efficiently when I sprint. I don't know how we got into all this, but that's just kind of my take. I've thought this for years and always said this, and also it's kind of always been a joke. I always say, like, I can't believe cross country is a thing or marathons are a thing. Like, your sport is like the punishment in all the other sports. So it's just kind of been a joke. 'Cause I just don't like jogging. But I did see a video recently that, like, the dude affirmed all of it, and he like backed it up with a lot of facts. So
Doing too much cardio actually shortens your lifespan.
I've heard that.
Yeah, and the people who do it, they actually come out with diabetes more than you would expect because they're always carb loading, and
Riggs.
it's
Who's
like
gonna
the
carry
same
the
as fat
boats?
people.
Who's going to carry the boats, Riggs?
Yeah, check this. It says
I just started telling JT what he's doing as a joke.
Like
It says
cyclists
sprinting-
get. Yeah, go ahead.
It says sprinting is greater than running. Running equals prey activity. Sprinting equals predator activity. Running is catabolic. It breaks down muscle tissue for energy and elevates cortisol, which suppresses testosterone, DHT, and growth hormone. Sprinting is anabolic. It stimulates muscle growth, boosts testosterone, DHT, and growth hormone. The lion sprints, the deer runs. Train like the one you desire to embody. So, yeah, that's the general idea.
That was the phrase.
Where's that from?
Anabolic steroids. I remember that anabolic phrase. So that aligns quite well with like what people were trying to achieve physically. Yeah.
What?
Oh,
Yes,
the word
for sure.
anabolic. Yeah.
Yeah, the question is for sure just like, is that true, right? Is running catabolic and sprinting anabolic? Obviously, catabolic is not ideal. But it just makes common sense, right? So, like, if you're jogging long period, then it's similar to what your body does when it's fasting. It's similar to what your body does when it starts to get really cold, right? It starts to shut things off to kind of survive. You know what I'm saying? So, like, when you're doing these super long distance, you're pushing your body to such a limit, like past the brink, that it's going to start to pull energy reserves and kind of break your muscles. Going to kind of break down. It's going to pull from that. It's going to kind of take from a lot of other functions, right, to just kind of keep to sustain itself. Like, so it just makes sense, right? Like that it's like it's gonna kind of like break you down over time if you're jogging for super long periods of time. So where it says like it breaks down muscle tissue and elevates cortisol and suppresses testosterone, like it kind of makes sense. And it makes sense that like when you're sprinting in like short durations, and I heard that it should be 10 to 15 seconds only. Like, and if anyone's ever sprinted as hard as they could, dude, 15 seconds is an eternity.
There's,
That's a
there's
really
a,
long time.
there is a test. It's called the beep test. 20. I think it was around 20 meters, and you run about 10 miles an hour. I think the number one is David Beckham.
One Big Pond just said walking backwards is best for all results.
Well, it's good for your knees, but I wouldn't say it's as good as sprinting normally. Because like a great example would be like a car motor. Like if you have your gasoline engine on idle, it's going to cause the most wear on the motor. It's gonna have the least amount of pushing the heat out of the motor. It's going to have the least amount of like the seal between the oil and the combustion chamber. It's going to have all this like least amount of stuff. Like the oil pressure is going to be really low. But if you're sprinting, you're going to have great oil pressure. Everything's going to be running full blast. It's going to be cooled off from the front and from the fans, right? Like,
Wasn't sitting on my
you're
ass
getting
idle though? Like that would be
you're getting
idle.
full oil pressure. All I'm saying is that like the benefits of sprinting are so high, like they far exceed. And I've always known this is it far exceeds like running because when you're tensing up your joints, it protects your bones. So like when you're in a full sprint, you're putting pressure on all the muscles, which protects your joints. So you're not going to get the knee pain or the ankle pain or the hip pain or back pain or anything because you're sprinting. It also activates the adrenaline response. So like the pain, like the oxygen that's going through your lungs is going directly towards the pain. So you can remove all the acidity that's building up in your blood. So like everything about it is just totally better. I can't advocate it enough. Every time I go running, like I go for a small walk and then I sprint. And then I sprint again, and then I walk for a second, then I sprint again. And I do this for like a few miles. So
Here's an
it's
MD
good.
right here. It says moderate intensity exercise or cardio puts the body in a prolonged stress state that leads to muscle loss and heart issues. Choose sprinting or weight training over jogging. And here this person says running distance / steady state is the dumbest possible exercise. It's all around bad for you, feels terrible, wrecks joints, ruins muscle gains, causes TOFI, body type, takes a long time, etc. So anyway, but the doctor says a point that makes sense in my opinion, right? Like a prolonged stress state. Like even if you think about like getting in cold water, you know, what's it called?
Cold plunge.
Whatever. Yeah. Like you don't do that too long. You do it for a couple minutes.
You just shock the system. You're not supposed to stand there.
Yeah, and it's like there's no real benefit even of making it way too cold either, right? There's like it's cold and it's just like good there. If you just start going to, it's not like it gets so much better for you like the further down you go. And same thing with how long it is, really, right? It's like 3 minutes is really all you're not doing anything after there. So this
Well,
makes a lot
it
of sense
comes
to me
from
in every way.
changing. So like what you want to do is go from cold to hot and then back to cold and then back to hot. And that's really where the benefits come from is the transition is that you're basically like exercising your body's ability to transition and it burns an extreme amount of calories and also builds your brown fat because you're burning so many calories in that process of going cold and hot that like you need brown fat in order to access like energy as quickly as possible. It's the fastest accessible body storage. And most people don't have it because of our insulin, like our high insulin fucking diets. So, yeah.
And you could kind of notice that with the body type difference between, say, like a marathon runner and like someone like Beckham who can just get into a sprint and then just like walk around for a little bit and then see an opportunity and then go for it. And I think that's why he had particular success because he could jog for a little bit but it was mainly like just pacing yourself for a walk and then looking for the opportunities and just sprint into action. And yeah, that's my preferred type as someone who's more of the winger side of football, to like get into that opportunistic sprint state. Or even with heavy lifting, it's like I don't go 4 pounds, 5 pounds, 6 pounds. It's like it's either like 5 or 35. Gradual didn't seem to. Yeah, it's like you said, like slow pain versus like you just need to have that reserve when you need it, instead of like
Yeah, like I think there are some things that this idea wouldn't apply to, right? Like taking like a pretty lightweight and doing kind of like shoulder exercises and like lots of repetitions. Like because that actually is going to like build that endurance, builds like the supportive muscles basically around your shoulders and stuff. And like I've had really good results from that. So I think that there's some things that like maybe doing lots of repetitions in a long time, like it can help. But dude, I swear, like when I go to the gym and I see all these people just jogging, I'm like, this can't actually be. This has to be a psyop. I swear, this has to be a psyop because of all the people I see doing it, how they look while they're doing it, just the fact that it's like the accepted thing that everyone does. It's like this entry level thing that everybody jumps on and does, and it's like, I feel like there's something sketchy about this. So, I mean, that's actually how I feel about it.
Bro, distance running hater hour.
Yes, it is.
Yes, sir.
Bro, I'm telling you, when I was injured and I couldn't run, I felt so limited because being able to just take off and run 50 miles if I needed to feels like a superpower.
Well, yeah, that is kind of a superpower. Like, if you needed to run 50 miles, yeah, that would be clutch, right? But
then also, like the people that like join the gym and they're like out of shape and they try running and they do too much too fast because they remembered when they ran around like as kids or ran a 5K when they were 10 and then they like hit it too hard. Yeah, they're tearing themselves up. But I've run since third grade and I'm about to turn 45 and I'm pretty elite for my age. I feel like the synovial fluid in my joints, like I have had longevity, the same body shape, the same health for like 30 years running. So like I guess I'm an exception and I do feel bad for people that get out there and do too much too quick. But if you're steady state, listening to podcasts, researching flat earth and just kind of taking it easy. But I hear you sprinting for sure. Hit the sprints, get the growth hormones, different interval training, different speeds. It's not all bad, but you can do it wrong.
yeah, I mean, I'll defer to you, bro.
I was just listening because you popped in and I wasn't able to crash and I was like, man, hitting it hard on the distance runner, so I had to pop in and just
Yeah, it's
chat with
funny
you,
because it
dude.
just randomly came up to you.
It's funny though. No, but I really appreciate everything you did, man. Maintaining just in the face of adversity and just everyone going psycho after the TFE thing. I know you a lot better than most, and so I'm just proud of you how you've endured. So just keep it up, man. You're a legend. You always will be, as far as debating and seeking truth and debating any topic, really, not just FE, but debating any topic using logic. Just keep being you, and you're gonna go far in life.
Thank you, brother.
Yeah, dude. I got to go back to sleep though, or lay still in there. I'm hiding in the closet.
I also defer to JT. Love you, bro.
I love you too, man.
All right, now I can keep bashing running. No, I'm kidding. I was reading this article.
Not slowly over time. You're going to beat it very quickly and very fast, and then
No,
be done.
no. Yeah. Let me do that. Let me just knock it out here. Get a little growth hormone in. This article says, have you ever noticed that the number one recommendation to everyone to get into exercise is slow, long distance exercise or LSD cardio? That is true. That's the entry that everyone's told to do. It says the endurance exercise approach ignores several basic facts. Number one, strength is the ability to produce force with your muscles against an external resistance. Number two, endurance training is directly antagonistic to the creation and retention of muscle mass. Number three, the reason we're so concerned with quote unquote cardio is that we've become indoctrinated into the belief that activity that elevates the heart rate for an extended period of time is the only way to keep your heart healthy. Okay, this is probably getting boring.
Yeah. But I think it's a conflation between like the body mass index, which is you got a height and a mass, but it doesn't tell you what percentage is fat and what percentage is muscle. So these kind of like weight gain, weight loss solutions, or based on a kilogram or poundage versus like how much of your body is like there to be powerful right now. And that's where I'm happy to have muscle mass, because I've got that reserve strength if and when I need. It's just not, 50 pounds of fat. It's like 45 pounds of muscle plus whatever the ratio is in my body at the moment.
I think as you get older, you lose your muscle mass. So jogging doesn't do anything. It's just, it doesn't gain your muscles, whereas the sprint is a burst that's going to gain your muscle.
That's right. And some of my jobs in the past have been physical. You're there for 8 hours. You kind of walk here, lift something, walk over there, lift something up. But on the way home or the way to work, it's like, I've got a bike ride for 5 miles. Zoom, I'm home. And you just go, have a shower. It's like, mixing it up.
I'm
much
60,
better.
and I just do intervals. Like I'll run for that sprint for a minute, keep on walking at a fast pace, then another sprint. And when I do 10k, like a run, not a jog, it's easy. I'm 60.
It was funny in younger days where they'd have those sort of cross-country races and you go, let's go for 15, 20 kilometers or whatever. And then you have the sprinters who go, like, I know I'm going to come basically 15th or 25th in on the podium, but for the first like 800,000 feet, let's just see who can sprint the fastest and be at the head of the pack. Just for that initial start, it's always kind of fun to be in that sprinter crew to like have that, like, this is our race versus the cross country. It's like, once we got over that first like 1,000 yards, it's like, the rest is on you, endurance people, because we don't care. I guess if it wasn't a Earth-shaped debate, Austin, would you have a preferred like top 3 debate topics that you'd like to become more expert in? Or are you happy being like sort of touching on so many subjects at once? You find that a bit more interesting? I guess that goes for anyone. Would they like having general information or a bit more leaning towards specific stuff?
Yeah, I'll say on that. There was a debate he did with, I think it was against fluoride, which I just thought was great. I just thought that was like the best thing, because nobody ever debates fluoride. Like, you might hear about it and you may have your opinion about it. Nobody fucking ever debates fluoride. And just out of nowhere, in the middle of all this like flat Earth controversy, Healy whips out this fluoride debate, and it was like really refreshing. So I don't know if he really is into that topic, but I enjoyed it.
Yeah, definitely. There were people who were like, oh, fluoride, fluorine, they're going to put it in the public water because people aren't brushing their teeth enough. Or it's just like,
Well, I think they lost the whole plot when they were claiming that, we're going to put this in the water because it helps, keep your teeth healthy or some bullshit, right? And in court, they're saying, okay, well, if a baby doesn't have teeth, what's the efficacy? 0%, right? So even if it did have a benefit, they don't have teeth. There's no benefit. And I think that's what sparked off this whole thing in the United States, where states can now individually have it removed. It's up for question whether they want it or don't want it in the water. Thank God for that.
Yeah, and then it would be a personal choice based on your toothpaste purchases once you've got teeth, of like what to put on there. Yeah.
Shout out, Justin.
This is new to me. I just thought maybe I'd bring it up since we're talking about Mattoon and people like that, like in MXD. Did you guys hear? Well, I heard that Bob had like some sexual grievance thing with minors in his like personal life, but then I heard Ozian. Apparently, Ozian had the same thing. Like he's in jail or some shit for being with kids, or like trying to buy a child or something. What the fuck?
What?
Dude,
Like,
Ozian, yeah, like this is why the Matters Now is like split up as of like a month ago. I get because I was looking into the MXD dude, and he split off and started his own channel, I guess. And Ozian's fucking Twitter's got he deleted it, and he's fucking Audi 5000. Dude, the dude's in jail. He's a sexual offender.
Dude, do you have like, do people have like his real name and like what he did is like their receipts of this?
It says that there was a sting and that he's like a level 2 sex offender and he's in fucking jail. I've got a
what says that?
Got a thing here.
Yeah, yeah, send it to me. That's crazy.
Globe
That
Slayer. Here. Well, dude, why is it all the Globers are fucking sexual offenders, bro? What's
well, I'm just gonna say this, right? I'm gonna say this, right?
Here.
If you are on the internet and you are obsessed with flat Earth, but from a globe Earth perspective, right? Like the odds are much more likely that you may kind of just be different. Like because dude, like I would never go in a room. Now look, I'm just generalizing, right? Because we have like super profound, thought-provoking conversations. We cover all kinds of aspects of physics and they are actually very interesting conversations and it stems off into all kinds of other topics and they're very intelligent, articulate, well researched people in here. You can get all kinds of like good resources, etc. Okay. So I can see why people would like to be a part of the community and talk about it, even if they fall on the globe side or whatever, right? So I'm not talking about that though. I'm talking about the small subsect of the population that is obsessed with flat Earth from the anti-flat Earth perspective.
Like the Brendas?
Yeah. Like, dude, just think about it. It's just fundamentally creepy, right? Because it's like almost always intertwined with sadism, and so like finding the enjoyment, like anti-flat Earthism, and sadistic tendencies go hand in hand oftentimes, like finding the enjoyment out of the humiliation of others. Like if you go look at like Mattoon's website or his entire channel and then go read all of his live chat, that's all it is. If you go watch my debates on Modern Day Debate and watch the live chat replay, that's all it is. If you go read all the super chats that come at me from like a globe earther's perspective, that's what 80% of them are. To the point that it's like stuff that's not even relevant. It's just inaccurate. It doesn't matter. But it's just like, you guys know this, right? But I'm just saying it is kind of weird because it's the mainstream accepted position. It really isn't in need of defense from like a mainstream perspective. I mean, if you just stay flat earth on YouTube, you get a little Wikipedia box right there for you, bro. Misinformation, right? It's like shadow bans. It's actually typically the go-to reference of the crazy, ridiculous conspiracy theory that we all know isn't true, right? That's used for comparison. It's like that far. That's how it's like represented, right? And now we know that's not really accurate. We know that there are some flat earthers that are maybe just like not very intelligent and don't know everything, but for the most part, there's like some very smart people that are very well researched, et cetera, et cetera. But all that to say, you guys obviously you have to. I mean, everyone knows what I'm saying is true, right? So it's like they come in and they're like, ha ha ha, look at you. The whole world rejects you. You're such a minority, right? Everyone knows you're wrong. Let's all team up and make fun of them. Now, again, these are generalizations. There are many people that might think the Earth's a globe in these conversations that aren't like this. The point is that a lot of them are like this. Like FTFE in his crowd, Mattoon in his crowd, and Professor Dave in his crowd. Like only a certain amount of person would be drawn to that type of content, right? And just read the comments and read the super chats. The point is that if any of the stuff that they're saying is true in the comments, then it makes no sense whatsoever for them to be wasting their time. Like, this is so hilariously stupid. It's not even worth like reading. It's not even worth considering. It's so easily debunked, so laughably stupid. These people need to leave their parents' basement. These people never need to breed. Da, 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 da. It's like, okay. Then it is objectively weird for you to be spending a lot of your time obsessing over it. You know what I'm
I think
saying?
late at night, we, people would say that, hey, focus on the positive. Maybe we should be sharing ideas and researching and blah, blah, blah. And they're not wrong. I mean, we do that all day. But at night, when we're trying to reflect on the day, compared to like our life before this, it's like, dude, I never would have spent any amount of time like detouring to make a lifestyle and a hobby about making fun of flat earthers and parading around and following them and harassing them as a lifestyle. So like in retrospect, it's like, dude, what is up with these people?
Yeah, it's interesting. Like being relatively like leaning towards that the evidence is a globe. I recognize that I'm the minority here, and I can say something in the chat and somebody go, "Oh, let's belittle."
All
Andrew.
right, you're not a pedo. We get it. Move on.
Yeah. So it's interesting that like I can be belittled and something like that because of something I said, and I don't know if that sparks any sort of pleasure in you because like I put my foot in my mouth like once or twice. So
No, I certainly see what you're
interesting.
saying, bro. I think that some of that exists on both sides or whatever, right? And yeah, maybe you're a minority in a place like this, but my point is that the entire kind of angle, certainly like when I'm on modern day debate's a great example of it. Okay. And or like any public debate, if I get on any like bigger platform, right, that isn't just about flat earth and it's more mainstream or whatever, right? All the comments, all the replies, they're like this. And the whole sentiment is like, wow, I didn't know flat earthers actually existed. What a like crazy fringe group of people. This is insane, right? 21st century, so stupid that it's insane. It's like you're such a weird minority is how that's the whole point, right? From that perspective. Ironically though, the group of people obsessed with trying to convince them they're wrong about it, they are way more of a minority. Like way more of a minority.
True.
Like we're talking about 0.000001% of the population or something, right? Like, so I'm just saying, I think that's kind of the funny part. And so then you start to see a lot of overlapping characteristics, right? It's like kind of projections, like a big thing, projection of insecurities. You'll typically, if you start to get to know some of them and like ask them about kind of like their life, a lot of the time they'll just kind of feel like they never fit in. And now it's like they can identify with, it's like a social club for them. It's like, I'm at the cool kids table because I know it's a globe. Okay. That's what it
I
is.
could take the other way around for someone who is leaning towards flat. They've got their own smaller group and they feel more exclusive, so they like to hang around with the more exclusive club, and that would have a similar side effect of like, yeah, I thrive under the pressure. Bring it on, because I may have been teased as a kid about something. If I'm teased about the planet shape, so what? I can deal with it.
Well, there's a component of it where it's like, yeah, flat earthers also have like the social club aspect, but it's way different. To say it's flat or to get to that point, you have to go against the grain. So it requires individuation, right? It requires individuation. And we actually discussed earlier how we discovered apparently there was like a decent little percentage within the community that didn't fully come to flat earth that way, right? And it was much more of like a conforming, just kind of hear other people, whatever, but that's not typically the way it is. It's like flat earthers hear about it from a friend or a family member or a video. They think it's stupid. They laugh at it. They ridicule it. They ignore it. It doesn't go away. They just try to go debunk it. Then they're like, well, this is harder to debunk than I thought. Try to go prove the globe. And they're like, wait, this is getting harder than I thought. Okay, here are the proofs. And they go check out the rebuttals. They're like, wait, just a second. Like, okay, the rebuttals are refuting this. What's going on? And then it's like this reluctant thing. And you have to kind of look in the mirror and be like, am I going to be that guy? Like, am I going to be the flat earth guy? It requires like testicular fortitude, right? Like it requires some individuation, it to be like some boldness to be like, okay, whatever, screw it. I don't care what anyone thinks. I don't care about ostracism. What's popular is rarely true. What's true is rarely popular. You know, that is such a different process than what I was told when I was 5 is true. What's in the textbooks are true. What's on the mainstream news is true. What's on PBS is true. You know, there's nothing to see here. Everything that we were told is the way it is, and that's what everyone thinks. And there are billions of people that think it. That's what 99% of the world thinks. and that's where I'm going to stay. The point is that it requires no it pivots. You never had to pivot. So that group oftentimes will be the side that's much less researched, right? Because there are people that are really researched on the globe side, but the vast majority of globers don't know anything. And I actually know this for a fact because I traveled the entire United States and I tried to give $100 or $200 away. And I would say, hey, anyone that can answer 3 questions about the Earth correctly gets $100. And there's no gimmicks, there's no catch, right? You don't have to pay to play. You just have to get the answers right. And then I'd ask the first question to the whole crowd. And it's how many times does the Earth spin every day? Right. They answered 1. And I would let the crowd answer it, whatever. And I'm like, okay, that's the first question for everybody. So whoever wants to come up, you just have to get 2 more right. And I would ask questions like, how long does it take the Earth to go around the sun? How far away is the sun? How big is the Earth? How fast does the Earth spin? So like 3rd, 4th grade Earth science, like 4th grade Earth science, very basic things. Dude, almost no one in the population knows any of those questions. I almost never got to question number 3. I would say, okay, that's not quite true. Probably 25%, 30% of the time, I'll get to question number 3 because I would normally try to really make question number 2 easy. Okay, and it's like I would say, okay, how far away is the moon or whatever, and I would accept like reasonably close answers and all that. I wasn't like secretly not trying to give the money away.
No,
And
people are dumb.
I only rewarded people one time. I rewarded one person $200 in San Francisco, and we're pretty sure we later figured out he was actually cheating. He had a like an AirPod in, and he got the answer like very specifically correct really quick, and it was like really weird vibes. And it was like he was stream sniping, and he knew who I was. He knew the typical questions I asked, and I could kind of get that vibe from him when he was talking to me. All right, and then I gave him the money, whatever. I just gave it to him anyway. The only other time that I gave the $100 to someone, I was in New York City. Some person comes up, gets all 3 questions right. I give them the $100, and I'm like super excited and cheering because it was like so rare, like never happened. And then the guy gives me the $100 back and like, dude, I'm trolling you. I'm a flat earther. I'm a fan of your channel. So like, I'm saying all that to say, like, dude, I did this for over a year at every major city in the U.S. pretty much. And with the really big cities, we would stay there for like multiple days. We would go out for hours and hours, and we would stream once or twice in each city, but we did it all the time, and we walked around and did it. We taped behind the scenes, all this, right? It was like a pretty good like boots on the ground survey. Just
That'd
the
be fun to
fact,
watch. You got that on video with it? That'd be fun to watch.
yeah. If you go to my YouTube channel, there's tons of videos. If you go back far enough, you'll just start to see each thumbnail is like the name of a city, and
Oh,
those
this
are
is
like
old
the
stuff.
stream.
This is older stuff. I got
Yeah, way back. But my point is like,
Don't you have to click on live though, not videos?
yeah, you have to go live, yeah.
Yeah, go back to the beginning. There's tons
And
of
then there's like
live streams.
there's like Globebusters activism because I got suspended a couple times, and so then I was doing it on there. So there's some on there as well on Globebusters activism
you.
channel.
Did you ask the same people who was president? A lot of people don't know that either.
I would sometimes ask other basic questions, and yeah, the general public is just stupid in general. So they know
It's
nothing.
almost like a memorization issue, not necessarily a logic issue, but it is interesting that like if you're given like 3959 often enough, that you go, well, if that's wrong and it's 3960, I've debunked your globe dimensions. But to me, I don't know if that's enough of a win.
Well, look, check it, dude. I don't expect like the average person to like quickly say 3,959 miles, right? Like I get that, but they should have a general idea of how far away the sun is. They should have a general idea of how big the Earth is. They should have a general idea of how fast it spins. And
You
the
got higher hopes, man.
was to show how when you bring this topic up, look at how overly confident everybody is. For a 100% fact globe, and the flat Earth is insane. They're all just like insanely confident, as if they like have studied it their whole lives. And in reality, almost none of them know
But yeah, but
anything.
doesn't it go to show though? Like even people who don't study anything and are actually stupid are still right.
You can think they're right. That isn't really the point. That means that they don't have a justified position, right? Like, um, that's the whole point of the exercise. And so it's like,
I guess yeah. If someone says like, I think I know about mechanics, and says like, okay, then how does a spark plug work? And they're like, well, from memory, that can either be unfamiliarity or it's just like something that happens so often that it's like, do I need to put thought into something that's so basic? So it's an interesting way to analyze something through memorization.
Well, there's
and
that show.
recollection.
What Jay Leno does that show is it called like Street Walking or something, where he goes out and asks people like really basic questions about like like geography and stuff, and it's all funny because people are so clueless about stuff. So yeah, I mean, it does make sense. They learned it in school and whatnot, but it just shows that even when people try to say like, oh, like the mass populace believes the globe Earth as some kind of argument, but in reality, they're literally just going off of a picture that they saw on the TV for the most part. Like they don't even have any actual understanding of. I mean, how many times does the Earth rotate in a day? They don't even know that. Because I remember watching those Witsit when you did them, and I remember like cringing when you would ask people. You'd be like a game show host, like, "Come on up, answer these questions."
Yeah.
It's hilarious. So it just
like
shows that like people's worldview. There's really not like this, like, oh, the masses, have some kind of like actual justified, solid, logical viewpoint in what the Earth is. Like they're just literally going off of like the cartoon Disney version of globe Earth, and that's about it. So it just shows that really like they haven't even started the journey of where they live. Like they haven't even taken the first step. So
But you said it. It's where you live. It's like living in a house for 35 years and not knowing the layout of the house. That's how I look at it. It's literally your home.
Yeah,
Which would
it's a
probably
big
be
home.
possible if you repair
It's a
those
big
issues.
home either way. Yeah, there's a lot of places I haven't been yet. Look forward to going to maybe one day. I think that's why travel, they say, broadens the mind.
it just shows actually how much more poignant those of us actually having this discussion actually is. Like in the weight of the world, like if it was all on a scale and you had like just the masses that just absolutely don't even know the first thing about it. And then even though like those of us discussing it are in a lower number, and there's like people in like astrophysics and, various college programs that do study the Earth to a degree. And obviously those people probably would know. Like my older brother, which I've mentioned multiple times, like he would probably get all three of those right. I would think he would. So, I mean, there are people that do know those things, but it's really a minority in terms of the masses that even have any even discussion.
It's coming into contact on like a weekly or monthly basis. Like, okay, I actually need to know the distance from Bismarck to New York and from New York to Dallas and Dallas to Bismarck, and these kind of things matter because it's my job to go from A to B. Yeah, I get it.
Hey, just on a side note, there was this whole thing that came out. I don't know if it was today or when it was, but Politico has an article about 2,000 NASA employees, senior NASA employees, that I guess they're going to be leaving. And I just wondered if anybody has ideas about how this plays a part in the bigger picture.
They phase it out NASA.
I think that would be the case, but if anybody's got good ideas, I'd love to hear them.
It is kind of like the kind of job that I think if you are older but have done reasonably good.
Yeah, it's not the kind of idea I was asking about.
They're replacing it with AI.
It's like you're talking about like the sort of nepotistic old guard, and they're getting the replacement over time, or they're just phasing out the elderly at NASA.
I don't know. I was thinking more conspiratorially.
Okay.
There's been this idea floating around that they were intending to phase out NASA as a way to avoid responsibility.
Privatize it all into Elon Musk that Trump can throw under the bus and all the other. Oh, they're corrupt, and then they don't have to have it be a government problem anymore that the people are paying for in a direct way like that.
Right.
Well, it is going to get to that point where maybe more would speak up, like, why haven't we been back to the moon and some of these basic things?
Mm-hmm.
Like, how long can they kick that down the road? And then with the AI stuff coming in.
You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of Project Paperclip. They moved the 2,000 Nazis. The SS officers, they moved them to the United States.
That's kind of wild. Imagine they'd take those and start something else.
So they're going to take these 2,000 government employees, and they're just going to say that they're not. I don't know if they're not competitive enough, or they're just being phased out. They're not in the budget anymore. but it's almost like signifying that they're being transferred to the private sector. In the same kind of way.
Yeah, 'cause I guess from a military standpoint, if you want the upper hand in space, you'd keep it kind of close to your chest that neither the public or your potential enemies would use that information against you. However, if space becomes open source, it's isn't that kind of a good thing for people who want to explore it independently, even if it does cost a fair bit of money to do rocketry and so forth?
I'm sorry, I missed part of what you said.
I was just thinking about if space is going to become a bit more open source instead of a sort of some aspects of it would be guarded militarily just because some nation will want to be at the top of the military food chain instead of space exploration being a bit more open source.
But I don't think it's going to get any less. I don't think it's going to have any less oversight. But they are going to change. I think they're just going to change the umbrella so that you think it's the public when it's not.
I suppose, yeah. At the end of the day, somebody's going to have the engineering for the rocket and the stages. And if you wanted your own satellite or even your own astronaut, there might be a.
Well, there's going to be proprietary technology. There's going to be certain contractors you can deal with. I mean,
yeah.
The thing is, the government can make its own hoops for itself and kind of get by without. How do I say it? Like if I investigated myself for guilt, I'm probably not going to find as much, So the government, as it stands, they can kind of push things through when it comes to space. But right now, if we switch it over to private, then they're going to make it so that it's going to give the illusion that it's anybody can do it. But they're going to make sure that you have to have so many hoops that it's basically the same system, but it's under the guise of being private.
Right. So similar to anything, if you wanted to start your own bank or your own insurance company or your own lottery, if you get a bunch of people that go, we're willing to give $1 per person, and you get 1 million people, and you just go, well, the prize is going to be 900,000, and these entrants are going to go, oh, I only have to put in $1 to win 900,000, but at the end of the day, there's no real gamble because you've collected $1 million and you've only had to give away 900,000, and the rest is for you because you arranged the whole thing.
And then then you tax them for half of the 900,000.
Yeah, that's a very interesting thing. As far as I'm aware, when an Australian wins Lotto, they get the entire amount, and
oh, nice.
So if you win 10 grand, you get that 10 grand. Now, I'm not sure what happens after, let's say you get interest on that and the interest is taxed. Not sure about that, but
there's a thing in the United States where if you are, I guess, I don't know if you have to be a registered real estate. Basically, you're into selling and buying homes. But there's a 1031, which is essentially any of the profit you make on a sale. You can basically put that into a reserve and put it towards another property. And as long as you do that, then you don't get taxed on that. But I'm also wondering that if, in the same way that if you win a lottery, if there's some way that you can actually deposit that into a trust or some kind of development, if you could avoid paying the taxes on it.
Yeah, I think it's not exactly a way to win money, but I know somebody who works a Saturday, and as soon as they get that payment, they put it all into their superannuation, which means they can't spend it till they're 65.
Mm-hmm.
But it basically means they can earn that extra 250, however much their hourly rate is for those 8 hours, and just dump it all as if they're going to earn it when they're 65. So it would be interesting if somebody could figure out, I'm not going to have my $1 million now. I'm just going to put it in my retirement account and just let me be 65, 70 living off my lottery win. Because, yeah, that would be interesting.
Hey, just on the topic before, aren't they also bringing down the ISS in 2030?
There's a decommissioning plan for all that. Yeah.
Yeah. Just wondered if that's connected to phasing out NASA.
Well, yeah, like I think back in the day, I was watching the Mir space station and watching it fall back. Well, something
It's going
crumbled.
to fall into the ocean.
Yeah.
Did they push something out of an airplane?
Not sure.
Shane did a whole presentation on like asteroids. And there's this huge rabbit hole apparently that every time he looked into it, it turned out to be some kind of like manufactured metal object. Like literally every single time. And he thinks there's a conspiracy to just create sky phenomena on a regular basis. That people have like a misconception about what really comes down. Thought it was a pretty interesting presentation.
I've had some questions about the ISS that I've asked a lot of Globers about, and that is in regards to if it is real at that distance, and if it is true and there's people on it, that's one thing. But how exactly are they able to aim their satellites and the solar panels directly towards a certain area that are required to generate power and transmit signals? And not a single Glober has answered that question yet. Some people tried to bring up some nonsensical arguments, but that would have to be, if I can show you my presentation that I did. It's a very simple presentation, but what it has to do, all satellites, starting at, let's just say, the 12 o'clock point on a clock, it would have to rotate at 90 degrees every single 90, well, it goes from 90 degrees to these different angles, and it doesn't work because no one has ever presented that.
Wait, are you saying like when the maybe I was sort of half doing something else. I want to make sure if I understood what you're saying, because I don't know if I heard every word exactly right. But you know how they claim the moon is like tidally locked to the globe Earth and all that, and it stays, you see the one side of it. But actually, the moon is rotating in order to have that happen. Like, if you were to look at it from a third-person perspective, the moon does have to rotate in order to stay tidally locked. So are you saying that satellites would have to also rotate in order to stay tidally locked, to stay aiming towards the Earth? Well, do they claim some of these satellites can pick up the signal from all directions, or do they claim that they rotate in their own tidally locking? Is that the point you're bringing up? That's interesting.
Yes. Because radio signals are directed. Now, some radio signals have, I forget what the term is, like not monodirectional, but multi-directional, something like that. And you can, kind of like your cell phone. But those satellites don't have that, as far as I know. Otherwise, they'd be wasting a whole bunch of their power. And also, those satellites, it seems like a bunch of nonsense in my opinion. But either way, they would have to still be rotating on their own axis at an exact 90-degree rotation every 90 degrees across the globe. Or even if it was a flat Earth. So if
that's what you're confused about, Andrew. The antennas, they have high gain antennas and low gain antennas. The low gain antennas are omnidirectional, so they're just like the antenna on your car. It's omnidirectional. The high gain antennas have to be pointed within a certain amount, and they only do communication when they're within line of sight of the ground base, which is not continuous all the way around its orbit, right? That's one of the reasons why they developed Starlink, because with Starlink you've got satellites all over the place that you can relay signals off of and keep a high-speed data transfer going at all times. But the ISS was built, designed and built in the 90s, so it's built on older technology now. But if you want to see a video of it tracking, I have a video of the high gain antenna tracking. You want to see that?
Yeah, sure. Are you gonna live stream it, or are you just gonna post a video?
Post a video.
Okay, it's better if you just live stream it. Okay. Okay, the point is that certain things require, you said omnidirectional, and you corrected me. Thank you. But either way, some things require certain directions. Sort of like, not an expert when it comes to this, but certain things require a certain type of direction when it comes to like satellites. Like a satellite dish is pointed toward a certain direction. And if it's not pointed toward that direction specifically, it will not actually have a correct type of transmission or reception. And that is apparently what NASA is claiming that the ISS is. And the ISS is a bunch of bullshit. And I will go to my grave on that one until someone proves me otherwise. But when it comes to these types of things, Starlink and the Hubble and Sophia and all these different things, then I'm gonna challenge it. And if people just gonna accept it for the face value of it, I'm going to say, why? That's my question. Like, why would you just accept it? Why
Because you
would
can
anyone
see,
accept
first of all, you can see it, you can photograph it, you can actually measure the Doppler shift of the radio frequency when it goes by as a secondary way of verifying its velocity. There's quite a few independent ways to verify that the ISS is there without ever talking to NASA.
Okay. So,
I mean, I don't know what your
moving on.
problem is with these antennas. You can see in the video, they're on a 2-axis mount. They can track a ground station when they're flying over it. You can watch in the video as they're slowly moving to track their ground station that they're communicating with.
Do you think there's people on the ISS?
Yes.
Whoa. Okay. Litmus test number 1 failed, in my opinion. But
why do you
okay,
not
that's
think there are people on it?
because there's logistics and physics and mathematical
Okay,
issues with that.
what logistics and what physics and what mathematics?
Knowing exactly where it is, exactly where it's going, exact speed, and knowing how to slow down and de-dock from the ISS, I'm sorry, from these alleged rockets, space shuttles, and then put more people on it, and then from there to speed back up in a vacuum. That's the problem.
Yeah, you don't think that the orbital elements of the ISS are known and that they can predict where it's going to be at any given time? How do you think the ISS path predictors work?
I can show you how fast Superman flies around, so I'm going to say no.
Yeah, but you can't go and videotape Superman, but I can use the ISS path predictor to see when it passes in front of the moon or the sun, and then I can go out there and record video and watch it pass in front of the moon or the sun. I can't do that with Superman, so why would you bring up Superman as an example?
It's a hypothetical. Calm down a little bit.
But, well, it's obviously doesn't make any sense though, because you can't go out there and look at an app and say when is Superman going to fly in front of the moon, and then you can go there and
you can track Santa Claus with NORAD.
Yeah,
can you go and set up your camera against the sun or the moon when Santa Claus is going to transit across it, and then videotape Santa Claus flying across the moon?
You should do some science.
Would it slay in his reindeer? I mean, this is so dumb when flat earthers say that.
First
to
of
be
all,
fair, some people play into that Santa Claus fiction just to like. I don't know why the Santa Claus thing persists, like with the Santa Claus tracker and NORAD. It's like it is a kind of like lie. It's like,
Coca-Cola.
It doesn't
Coca-Cola
help
made it
little
big, bro.
kids believing in magical reindeer people, and yeah, it's not helpful to sort of.
Jake, check the text chat.
The history of Christmas, dude. Easter used to be like the biggest holiday, not Christmas, right? Nobody wants to celebrate in the middle of the fucking winter. They want to celebrate when they go outside and it's like nice outside and spring and shit, right? But Coca-Cola, they were trying to figure out like why, or not why, but like what could they do to improve their sales in the winter, because people were mostly drinking in the summer when it was like hot and they could have a cold beverage, right? So they had to come up with some kind of marketing campaign for the winter, and they put all their money into the fucking Santa Claus, and they were like pushing this whole Santa thing, which I'm sure you've seen the commercials and are aware of. But that's when Christmas started getting big and turning into a commercial thing, when it started coming on TV and radio and shit.
One of the largest reasons why Santa's red is because of Coke. In other countries, Santa's like green, and he's
green.
Like, yeah,
it's like a goblin, because like green historically, means Satan.
All right, if I may, please.
Really?
Going back to why I used to believe in the ISS until I started seeing loads and loads of videos where NASA messed up. It was just CGI, augmented reality, or something else. And it's not just like a couple of videos. And there's a lot of them. And if you haven't seen them before and you're going to make excuses for them,
I've seen them all. I've seen them all, and they're all easily explainable. And it's just ridiculous that flat earthers still bring those up.
Well, you're just denying.
I didn't even bring up flat Earth. Relax.
Yeah, he's not talking about the Earth right now. He's talking about what we can observe because of their evidence.
These arguments about the ISS being fake only come from flat earthers. I've never seen a non-flat earther say the ISS is fake.
Well, I guess that's up to you then.
Say that
have you guys ever met a glober that says the ISS is fake?
Yes, but that doesn't matter. The point is,
what's their name? What server do they go on?
You're denying clearly seeing harnesses behind their heads. You're denying like being interrupted by a harness when flipping. Okay. You can see it.
Okay. Hold on. I've argued this one to the death because I don't want you to move on from the point.
You already said.
I've argued this one to the death. Go ahead and post the video.
Go ahead and you said it's already done. You said you can't believe that we still bring it up because of how nonsense it is that we think it's fake, right? So it's over. We don't need to keep discussing it.
Okay, go ahead and post the video where you can see their harness, and let's look at it frame by frame and
you said you've
see
seen it.
the harness. I know the exact video that you're talking about, by the way, where he does the backflip
There's
and then
30.
claim that he's wearing a harness. I
Yeah,
know
there's
that
30.
exact video.
There's
Yeah,
30 of
I
them.
know that. And that's just a flat earther saying that there's a harness and wires there, except we don't see a harness and we don't see any wires.
No, there's 30 of the
Can you,
ones
can you
that
not
you're talking
interrupt
about.
though? Thank you, man. Thanks. Just try to break it down a little bit and not.
It's just like
be so
one of,
aggressive.
hundreds. It's not like just the ISS, right? There's all kinds of fuckery that has to do with like up in space. It's not just the ISS. Like I'll give you an example. I'll post it in the chat. I'll do it from 50 years ago. Give me 20 seconds.
So my final statement is going to be, for the moment, is that I will believe that people are on the ISS if they have a live feed from the, actually, this might even not be correct, but with an unfiltered, uncut video live streamed to me and everyone else from the time they take off. And from there, they are getting out of this alleged space shuttle and then going into the ISS and then saying hello, and no CGI, no augmented reality, nothing like that. But there hasn't been a single video of that I've ever seen. So I am going to say there's nobody on the ISS. It's something different that we're not aware of. That's my final statement.
I mean,
Here's
don't
an
even.
example.
There's
one of
literally
hundreds.
there's literally thousands of pictures and minutes of stuff going on in space missions, stuff that was shot on film. We have people on the server whose parents own some of the original film prints. That's not good enough evidence for you guys. So there's no way this claim that, oh, if I saw an uncut video from when they launched it, that you would believe it, especially in the day now of what you can do with AI video. There's no way that you guys would accept that and say, oh, okay, I was wrong. I guess the ISS is real now. Even if you got exactly what you just asked for, which is uncut video from launch to whatever set of bullshit parameters you want to throw in there. There's no way you would then say, okay, I guess the ISS is real. I was wrong. There is no way that's
why is that bullshit parameters when it costs $150 billion to build that thing?
It's funny that we have Witsit in here to say this, but you know how many flat earthers? You know how many flat earthers said that if it turned out that Antarctica had a 24-hour sun that circles around you, that's the end of flat Earth, and I would stop being a flat earther.
Red herring.
You know how many flat earthers said that?
Red
People
herring.
that don't understand that the thing in the sky has nothing to do with the shape or size or anything on the ground. I guess. I mean, who cares about those people?
Well, except
No,
when you're doing
I'm just saying though.
navigation.
Flat earthers have been saying that for years about Antarctica. Oh, as soon as you see the 24-hour sun circling around in Antarctica, flat Earth debunked. But you can't go to Antarctica and there's no 24-hour sun, right? That was the claim forever. And then Witsit goes and does that, and what happens? You either have you have the groups that splintered, right? You either had one set that said, okay, well, you know what? I guess they do have a 24-hour sun, but we can explain that using some made-up mumbo jumbo. Or they're going out and saying, oh, Witsit is a paid shill. He's just a liar. They shot that shit in some fancy studio with like fucking TVs everywhere.
Are you doing like a 6-month recap of Flat Earth or something? What's going on here?
I think he's just mad.
Jake, can I go back to where we just were? Like, can you look at the video that I posted? I gave you a video. It's right in the chat. You can look at it. Now tell us what you think about it. Is that real or is that fake? Just answer that simple question, and then I'll answer your question about whether or not I think that this video from the ISS is real, right? Like you were just asking. Just look at the video. Is that real? The one from 1960. You said AI this, AI that. Well, there's a video from 1960, right? Is that real? Or is that not real? Yes or no? Real or no? It's only like 30 or 40 seconds long. Did you watch it?
Oh, it's not playing in my stupid thing. I think I have to load it in because it's not playing in my Discord. Hold on.
Okay, you might have to. I mean, I can send you the link if you want. There you go.
What are you guys on about?
The ISS is bullshit.
Just
Some
trying to
people
show
think
him
it's
the video.
Jake on the plane is talking about how the ISS flies over the plane.
Is that Paul on the plane or Jake on the plane?
This is Jake on the plane.
Jake on the plane. All right.
I like how he made a logo too. His avatar, his Discord avatar, like
it looks pretty good.
Did you take time to do that? He's like,
oh, he's a dedicated flat earther.
He's very dedicated.
Been flat earthing for a long time. Makes his own avatar and everything.
Cheers to that, man.
And is he on an airplane or what kind of plane is he on?
Okay, sorry. I have to load that into YouTube, and I don't think that's a real video. No, I think that's something else. That's probably like a simulation or from a movie or something like that. I don't think that's actually a real spacewalk. It looks like he's hanging from on it.
Oh, from this, you guys looking at the one in the chat? From
the black and white. The one that Wolfie posted. That's not a real spacewalk.
Yeah, I remember when this had come out, and I know people were labeling it as NASA. If anyone has any like actual data, because I guess I never got to the bottom of it, but I had actually heard that was like on like a television show, and it isn't actually official NASA. But I never know if I don't know if I'd gotten to the root of what it exactly.
Oh
is,
no. This was okay. So this was footage that a TV news network actually cooked up to show the viewers what they were going to be doing out in space.
All right.
So this is totally admitted to be just a demonstration.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, they did that stuff even for the moonwalk and moon landing.
Yeah, it's like beneath the level of the NASA fakery. It's like NASA's like C level Hollywood. That's like D. It's like a level below.
But if you watch, for example, the first actual spacewalk, and you can see it now, like where it's been upsampled and frame interpolated to give it a little bit smoother frame rate. And you just see how all the little things, like at one point, you can see his glove come off, and you can see the glove tumbling on two axes, and it's continuous video. It's from a time where there was no CGI. And,
you know what I really like about this footage, though, the spacewalk of 1960, is that it shows that they made an effort to demonstrate a contrast between fake footage and real footage. Like this is obviously fake footage. Right. So that if somebody saw this, they'd be like, oh yeah, this is like a very weak effort, right, to make it look real. But then
Hollywood,
the moon landing ones in contrast would have more realism, much like a certain movie director style that we're all familiar with.
It's funny you say that. I've talked to dozens of people that say that video is real. So like at least like 20 something people. I think that's funny. I think it's good that Jake can obviously see the difference. That's not a real video, right? Like,
yeah.
All I can say to Jake is maybe look at some more videos.
Now, do they say why it's real, or they just say, "Oh, I heard it, I saw it, therefore it's real"?
Most people say that it's a NASA video because it says it's a NASA video. Like that's literally people's reasonings. Most people that I've talked to.
All right, that's unfortunate, but okay.
They say like they'll make up stuff about how we didn't have the same quality back 60 years ago, kind of thing, right? Things like that. I've heard that a lot.
They didn't have CGI back in the 60s, the 70s.
Yeah, I was basically trying to do what Biggs just pointed out, was make a,
like a
left and right, black and white, or left and black and white correlation kind of thing.
A further point to make in regards to the ISS or NASA or JAXA or RASA, anything like that.
I thought you were listing off like reindeer names or something.
No, there was NASA in the United States, JAXA, which no, that's
I was
Japanese,
waiting for you to say Dodson and Dixon or some shit.
No, these are just the four-letter.
I know, but okay. I was waiting for you to go on.
Well, I've got a lot more, but I'm not going to continue on. But either
Permission
way,
granted.
Thank you very much, sir. When it comes to these things, I find it very weird how people can just look at this and be like, oh yeah, they've never lied to anyone before. They've never stolen money. And they haven't had some sort of a weird type of a job opportunity project in order to steal money. And then they can use more advanced type of technology, modern technology, to use augmented reality and things like that. And the AI is actually getting involved now. It's going to make it way more complicated. I mean, I could probably pay a certain amount of money in order to actually have AI put me on the space shuttle, like launching off with my real picture, my real name.
You can do that pretty cheap, man.
Yeah, it wouldn't cost very much. But nowadays, people are going to just look at it like, yeah, look, Andrew Baker went to fucking space. Yeah, he was on the fucking moon. But they were back then using Hollywood producers. And people are just going to believe it because there's some sort of a conceptual idea in their mind that they have to believe it. It's a paradigm shift that they don't want to go into. They can't understand why they were lied to and why it's wrong. But that's up to everyone individually. So
Well,
go
what's
ahead
the
and believe it if you
matter?
want to. Yeah, well, yeah, what's the matter? Yeah, we were lied to. Oh yeah, Iron Man actually fucking fought against Thanos. Like bullshit like that. That's a bad example. Sorry.
It was horrible.
I admit it. Right after that. It was a bad example. But when people are going to say that people are on the ISS and that they are going to be launching from a certain location at a certain time, and the ISS is going to be, oh, it's going to be right there, and they're going to be launching up in this big old area, and then from there, ISS is traveling at approximately 17,500 miles an hour. Okay, so now that rocket gets up there. All right, so the ISS is traveling at this more or less consistent speed. And from there, this rocket is going up and has to get up to about the same exact speed or more, and then slow down. And then from there, they have to have these vacuum chamber type of situations happening and getting out on these spacesuits that should actually completely blow up, like the Stay Puft what is that? Ghostbusters. They Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. What's the fucking name? The Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. It should blow up like that. And you can test this yourself, and I have done it. You put something like that in there, and put a vacuum in it, and put it into a vacuum, and it will expand the suit.
Oh yeah.
I don't
First of all, the suit is
Turns into the
the
Michelin
suit-
Man, bro.
You have to understand though, the suit, first of all, is specifically made to not expand. It's not like a rubber balloon that's going to expand out. And second of all, there's only 4.5 psi of pressure in there. There's not a lot of pressure in there.
No, I didn't say in there. I said in the vacuum of space up to where they're at. 250 miles above the surface of the Earth is what they're telling us, which is also remarkably false.
Vacuum is just low pressure. That's all vacuum is.
I know what the fuck vacuum is.
Well,
yeah, vacuum is not a force. Vacuum is just low pressure.
Vacuum is a force. It's
no.
Very strange things.
Vacuum is not a force. Vacuums don't pull. Vacuums don't suck.
Very
negative
strange
pressure.
things.
High pressure
Oh, my
expands into
goodness.
low pressure.
Yeah, but it's negative pressure compared to our atmosphere.
No,
right?
there's no
So
negative
What's up,
pressure.
Liquor?
if you took like a little piece of cellophane, you put it over a cup, right, and you had your atmosphere in there, and then you put the vacuum, like you swapped out the atmosphere for the vacuum, it's gonna suck that shit in, right? It's gonna suck the cellophane in. Yeah, it's negative pressure.
Vacuums don't suck. No, vacuum. There's no negative
from the-
pressure in space. What are you talking
Yes,
about?
it's negative. It's negative from the point of equalization, right? So you have like an equal
atmosphere is zero.
balance, and then you lower it, it creates a suction in relation to the atmosphere around it.
Yeah, it's the
It's not a
differential.
suction. The
So
higher
if
pressure.
your atmosphere that you breathe is higher than that, it's gonna create a vacuum. There's no way around that.
You ever see those? They have these like in industry. They have like vacuum lift machines that have giant suction cups to lift like they can lift cars. They can lift like large pieces of machinery. You guys seen those?
Oh yeah. Hell yeah.
They have a chart. They have a chart that shows the lift capacity based on the elevation that the equipment is operating on.
Oh,
The
interesting.
higher the equipment is at, the smaller the weight they can lift. And that's simply because, if all vacuums are the same, there should be no difference. But because vacuums aren't the things that are holding the things on there, it's atmospheric pressure. When they're at lower pressure, they've got less lifting force.
Yeah.
The suction cups can't lift as much. So this idea that vacuums suck or that somehow space vacuum is stronger than some other vacuum, it's just silly.
Yeah, it's gonna
That's
be
not the way
in relation.
vacuums work. That
I saw it.
spacesuit only has a 4.5 psi pressure differential from the outside and the inside. 4.5 psi. That's nothing. I mean, you run 40 psi on a bicycle tire or a car tire. 4.5 psi is nothing.
PSI, right? So say you welded up a tank, right? And you want to test it. Do you know what kind of pressure you use to test it? 3.5 psi. You don't go above that. Right?
What
'Cause
kind
the
of tank are
amount
you
of
talking
pressure-
about?
What I'm trying to
Not
explain,
any-
like you seem to miss the concept of pressure, of air pressure, in relation to a different air pressure. It's massive at low psi. If you pumped up, like say you did like 20 psi, you could blow a fucking steel bulkhead. You could put a bubble in it.
If you had enough area.
Yeah, exactly.
It's dependent on the amount of area that there is. I mean, look, there's people in the diving community, in the deep sea diving community that do deep sea underwater work. They're operating at crazy. They're operating at like 10 atmospheres. They're operating at like 200 psi.
Well,
and they've got equipment and interlocks and things that work at that pressure, at 200 psi of pressure. We're talking about 4.5 psi here.
Right, to counteract
fabric
the
suit that's made
pressure
not
on
to
the outside of it. That's why they have that pressure. It's in relation to the pressure around them. Right? So if you have, like, what I'm saying is you have a space station with, like, what is it, 14 psi? What's the psi that we breathe, right?
on
If
the
you have a
ISS,
space
they run
station-
atmospheric pressure, so they run 1 bar for 14.5 psi roughly.
Okay, now there's nothing to contain that. Nothing.
What do you mean?
It's in space. There's no pressure.
What do you mean that there's nothing to contain it?
There's no pressure on the
ISS
external side of the
ISS
wall.
is a pressure vessel.
Okay, listen again. On the
It's
outside of that
holding the
vessel, it's
pressure.
in space, right? So if you create pressure, like a little bubble of pressure, that's going to push out on your walls. If there's no counteracting force, your walls are going to try to expand. And if your material is not capable enough of, not capable of maintaining that pressure, right? So if you were to bring that down on Earth, right? You go 14 psi above the 0 point, which is atmospheric pressure. So you just go above that, right? And then you take the materials the ISS made of, right? And then you just
holy shit,
charge it, and then you watch the reaction. And you do that with like thin ass aluminum and shit like that, and you tell me what happens. You can do this at home. You just take the walls of the ISS, like whatever the dimensions are and all that stuff, and you can see the reaction of what the material is going to do. Right? Because I know I've seen bulkheads pop at like 20 psi. I've watched like little impregnations come out of them.
You're aware that a regular soda can take up to 100 psi before it ruptures.
Yeah, in perfect conditions, but it's still
100
gonna
psi.
Yeah,
How
it's
thin is
still
how
gonna-
thin is that aluminum on that can? And it holds 100 psi, and we're talking about holding what, 14 psi, and in the case of the spacesuit, 4.5 psi.
I'm gonna have to check out that 100 psi soda can.
Yeah, 100 psi. I'll give you. That's on the higher.
You're being very
on the higher.
Right? Because now you're telling me if I have a soda can that's like paper thin. If I make a box, right, a box out of like a 1/4-inch steel, and then I charge it with 100 psi, it's not going to blow apart. That's what you're insinuating, which is just fucking stupid.
I want to try it.
Let's do it. You don't need the PSI or the fake videos of the ISS. Like you just track it. Like track it with like a camera or something, like a P900. I think I've done it with something like that before. I mean,
That's irrelevant to the topic, though.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, if you notice the
with your
sections,
PSI topic, go ahead.
if you look at the sections of the ISS where the actual pressurized atmosphere is, there's a reason why they're all tubes like a Coke can.
That's cope. That's cope. Just ignoring the overall.
Well, I mean, you're ignoring the fact you're talking about thin aluminum, and how could it hold this pressure when we know a Coke can hold anywhere from 60 to 100 psi?
Exposed. You have massive
Now it's
surface
50
area
more.
exposed to 14 plus psi. All pushing on your walls with no external pressure to keep the walls in form. There's no counteracting pressure. It's just a constant expansion from the inside.
It's just holding pressure like anything else is holding pressure.
It's not holding it.
You do acknowledge though that, and that's
absorbing
good
the
that if
pressure,
you do
right?
though, that pressurizing that if we had that ISS built here on the surface of the Earth, we could test its pressure tolerance by just pressurizing it to 14.7 or 14.5 psi above ambient pressure, and that would be no different than the forces that are exerted on the walls in the vacuum of space.
Yeah, I thought I just like addressed that earlier.
I got
Well, that's good because most like Andrew here was insinuating that somehow the vacuum in space has some immense pulling force or something.
In a sense, it does. Yes.
No, it doesn't. Vacuums aren't doing any work.
It's a negative pressure.
No, there's no negative pressure. There's just
because your baseline is your atmosphere.
Space.
Your baseline is your atmosphere in which you breathe.
Yeah, and the baseline atmosphere is 1, which is more than 0.
Yeah, the
That's what a
atmosphere
bar is.
which you need to
Like,
breathe.
it's 760 torr. Like, it's not 0. It's not negative. It would go down from 760 torr down to like 1.
You don't start at 0. You don't start at 0, right? You start at the atmospheric pressure, right? So
Yeah,
if you
about
need
760 torr.
atmospheric pressure
And
in
then the
order
pressure
to breathe, That is your baseline. Like if you're testing something on Earth, right? And you test it and you're pulling below the atmospheric temperature, it's considered negative pressure. That's how we
there's no such thing as negative. There's only a differential, like one compared to another.
Well, yeah, but in terms of all your gauges, your regulators, everything like that, those are all calibrated for atmospheric pressure.
Right.
No.
So that's
they're
going to be a
absolute.
0 point.
They're going to be
because you're
running
not gonna
absolute
be like,
pressure gauges.
okay,
They're going to be
well,
running absolute pressure gauges.
what?
Like
I'm talking
they're
about
probably
on
running it.
Earth,
They're
dude.
running
On
absolute.
Earth,
Like
you're
I,
going to
like
calibrate.
I had a pressure gauge on my car that would show absolute pressure. So even when the car wasn't even running or anything, it would be showing 1 atmosphere of pressure at sea level, 760 torr.
So that's all you have at sea level is 1 atmospheric pressure?
1 atmosphere, yeah. 1
No.
ATM, 760 torr, 14.7 psi.
Yeah, no, that's not the gauges we use in my industry. They're all calibrated to atmospheric pressure.
Well, there's lots of industries where they use absolute pressure gauge. An absolute pressure gauge will show you the absolute pressure.
Yeah, I don't know how.
And if you start going up a mountain, that pressure gauge will drop from 1 atmosphere.
You still have the same problem.
Because they cannot show negative pressure. They have a 0, and that's 0. So if you calibrate it to 14 and you rise up in pressure, you will still show 0.
Yeah, so they calibrate it in a vacuum, is what you're telling me. They created a vacuum and calibrated the gauge.
And there's no difference in having a soda can with 14.7 psi and put it in a vacuum, or having a soda can with 29 psi and put it on Earth.
All right, so you still have a gauge,
just a
right?
differential.
In relation to the atmosphere in which it was calibrated, right? You still end up in the same spot.
I don't mean the gauge. I just mean the can or the container. Same as a plastic soda bottle or so. They can hold a lot. And if you have a plastic soda bottle with 1 atmosphere and you put it into space, it will hold. If you put 2 atmosphere in and you put it on sea level, it's the same pressure differential. The pressure differential from inside to outside is 14.7.
Oh, I see what you
And it not too dissimilar. Like if you stand on a scale and press like the tar, like reset to 0 and step off, the scale will go into the negative from that instruction that you gave to, like, this is defined as 0, and when you leave the scale it will read in some sense a negative weight. But it's I think that's the kind of gauges you might be using. Is like they've given like the pressure as 0 and releasing that would go into the negatives, kind of like a scale that's already been stood on and the tar button has been pressed,
Yeah, okay. So you still have 14 plus psi, right? With no counteracting force.
Yeah, it's 0. No counteracting force is 0.
Yeah.
On the one side you have 14.7. On the other side you have no. So the differential is 14.7. It's the same as if you would have 29 point something on the one side and 14.7 on the other.
You got to address that.
Yeah, and it's absolutely no problem. That's not much in case of an housing or so.
Yeah, that's a huge problem.
No,
That's
you
a
can just
huge
put a
problem.
finger. You
Yes,
just
it's
can
based
put
on
a
your
finger
surface
on a
area, dude.
hole and have 20 psi inside of the can. So if you put 20 psi into a container and then you just poke a hole in it and you press a finger on it, you can contain it easily.
No, it's going to be based on your surface area. You can't just fill shit with 20
Oh yeah,
psi.
yeah.
Like, oh, well,
You're right.
soda can
It
work.
is
This is gonna
dependent
work.
on the surface area. But the important thing
Yes,
is,
of course.
it's not a lot
Soda
of
can's
pressure.
like
Though. It's not
filled to the
difficult.
brim with liquid.
That's why it's called pressure per square inch. That's why the
Okay,
surface
so
area
how
is
much square
part of the
inch is in the
calculation.
ISS?
You have the surface area of the ISS, and on the whole surface area on the ISS, on every inch, there is 14.7 pound pressing on that inch.
Yes.
But every inch can hold that 14.7 pound.
Yeah, how do you know this? Like, what's it made out of? The walls are, you're saying like the walls are capable, right, of doing all this, yet when they open a hatch, there's no blowback.
There is a blowback.
No, I haven't seen it.
If they,
what do you mean when they open a hatch? They go through an interlock.
All the videos I watch, when they open a hatch, there's no
What they do is they go through an
reaction.
interlock. They go in through the interlock, and the interlock will slowly relieve the pressure in the interlock. They don't just open the hatch up and allow
So it's a vacuum with inside a vacuum?
No, they pressurize the interlock to the pressure of the. No, they pressurize the interlock to the pressure of the ISS. They open up the hatch.
There's no pressure differential. They go in the interlock. They get it with their spacesuits on, and then they slowly bleed out the pressure in the interlock. And now that interlock is at the vacuum of space. And then they open up the hatch, and there's nothing that happens because there's no pressure differential on the hatch.
Right, and where does all that pressure go?
It goes into space.
Where? I've never seen it. And once you
What
introduce all
do
that
you want to
pressure,
see with
why
when you
is there
open
no
up
invisible
deflection?
air?
Yeah, when you open up
Yeah,
when
why
you
is there
open
no
up a scuba
deflection
when
once
you
you do
open up
that?
the valve on a scuba tank, unless there's moisture in the tank accumulating, do you see the pressure rushing out of it? No, you just hear the sound of the air, but you don't see anything.
Yeah, it's a condensation. You're gonna see you're gonna see it.
I mean, like when I hold the
It's
relief
liquid
valve
and
on my
they
air
come out, you're gonna see
compressor, I run my air compressor at my house. I could go up to 175 psi. When I open the relief valve on that, I don't see any gas coming out of it. I just hear a loud hissing noise. Sometimes when I get to the very end of the tank,
Yeah,
I
you
might
can
have
hear
some
that because
condensation in there.
So that air is very very cold, right? There's gonna be once you introduce it into the system, you pressurize it, it becomes very cold. So when you release
Sure,
it, it's
but
gonna
you
be
don't. But I still
temperature
can't
difference in
see
the
it though. I
atmosphere, and you're
can't
gonna see a
see.
reaction. But you don't see a reaction. That's cool.
Yeah, but you don't see the 175 psi air coming out of that compressor.
Right. But you can see the consequence of it.
What's the consequence of it that I see? I don't see any consequence. What do you mean?
Force.
Frost.
What kind of thing
Force.
would you expect to see?
You're gonna see force. You're gonna
You
hit the
don't
trigger
see
on the
force.
nozzle. The nozzle's gonna have recoil, or it's gonna push the opposite direction.
Okay,
right?
sure, but on the ISS, wherever that nozzle is, that's leveling out the pressure in the interlock. Yeah, sure. If you
You're
were
gonna
to
take the
somehow
size
throw
of
a
the
blanket,
space.
if you were to throw a blanket in front of that nozzle, you'd see that nozzle get pushed away. I'm guessing actually on the
Yeah, cool,
ISS
cool, cool. All right.
because air
So
is
now
so
you have a space
valuable.
that you depressurized, right? And you
Because air
created.
is so valuable. Because
You
air is
sucked
so
out all
valuable
this
on the
pressure.
ISS, I'm guessing that they probably pressurize that into a tank and they don't actually vent it into space.
Oh, so
Yeah,
now
I
they
also
put it
think
in.
they are just sucking a
They have
part out of
holding
it, and
tanks every
then they
time they
are
leave.
releasing the rest.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
think
All
that
right.
they're
Well, when
venting
they
into
release
space.
it,
They're probably pumping it into a tank.
all right. When they release it, how come there's no deflection to the orbit?
Because the ISS is bloody heavy, and the little bit of air
There's no resistance.
you're pressing
Yeah, but
out.
no,
There's no
I don't think.
resistance.
Hold up, guys.
There is
Hold up, guys.
something which is
Hold
called
on.
inertia.
Let me just say, can we guys please try not to interrupt? So we want to hear what's being said. So for the audience's sake, please don't interrupt because then it
I
just
think.
a lot of audio.
I just want to say I made a big assumption there that they're venting it into space, but in second thought,
Hold up,
they're
dude.
probably
Snooze was in
just.
the middle of speaking. Hold up, bro. Snooze was in the middle of speaking.
Okay.
He didn't even finish his point. Go ahead, Snooze.
Yeah, so the ISS is very heavy. The ISS have inertia, so that means it resists against direction changes. And the air that you are releasing is something like, what was it, like 200 gram per cubic meter on sea level, something like this. So if you're kind of throwing out, let's say, 4 cubic meter of air in that room that you're ventilating, it's something like 1 kilogram of air that you're releasing. You're not releasing it with, I don't know, 14,000 miles per hour, like on a rocket nozzle or something like this. It's just like slowly released out over, let's say, a minute or two when they decompressing the room, which means you are pushing with a very, very, very low force against something that has many hundred tons.
Yeah. All right. So there's no friction. All right. So we established that because we're in a vacuum. Right.
It doesn't matter.
And then
Inertia
now we have
is
a
a
whole
thing.
we have a system designed to throttle control the amount of decompression or whatever you want to call it, releasing the air pressure out into a vacuum. So you now introduced an entire new system to the ISS. All right. And none of that causes the orbit to change, is what you're saying, or the rotation of it, because it's tightly locked. Right?
That's
It's tightly
not
locked.
true.
It's
That's
so
not true.
minimal.
It will have an effect, but the effect is negligible. So it's the same. Like, for example, if I stand someone and an adult human would run against me, I'm pretty probably falling over. But if my daughter is running against me, she just pops off me and I'm still standing there because she's tiny. And that's the point in inertia. Do you understand inertia?
Yeah, that's just a really bad analogy because she's going to compromise your path.
No.
Because if you're walking and she bumps
Inertia,
into you, you're going to see the result of that. Your
inertia is
next step is not going to be as fluid, right? So if you are on a very precise trajectory, she's going to knock you off it. So your analogy fails.
Even with like the space analogy, let's say you've got like a rocket booster versus like aerosol can that you put underneath your armpits. Like the amount of force that the little booster is going to do is a lot more than that little spray can. So even if you had like a remote control spray can of Axe body spray and it was being mechanically pressed, that's going to produce such a small effect that the change in rotation or orbit is going to be so minimal, it may not as well be calculated.
All right, so how much force is needed to align the space station? Since all these forces don't affect it, how much force do you need to actually align it?
Well, keep in mind that the ISS has an array of reaction control wheels to keep its alignment relative to the Earth. Reaction control wheels. That's what they use on satellites to keep their orientation in space without having to use any kind of propulsion. Because propulsion is very valuable on a spacecraft. Once you use it, it's gone. So they use reaction control wheels, where they use the inertia of the wheels pushing against the either one way or the other. The same way that when something is torquing out, torquing like a motor will torque the opposite direction of the shaft rotation, right?
Yeah, rotation. Yeah.
So they use reaction control wheels to change the orientation to keep if they're pointing the Hubble at something and they want to align the tube a certain direction, or if they were trying to keep a dish pointed a certain direction, they'll use reaction control wheels so that they're not expending any kind of propellant in order to do that.
And all that's in sync with the pressure release system.
Well, what it would do is the system is obviously running in a closed loop. So if it was to detect any change in alignment, the reaction control system would react to it, right? And we are talking about a very small mass of air relative to the mass of the ISS.
It's alignment to what?
They keep the ISS oriented such that the bottom side of it is where all the high gain antennas are always pointed towards the Earth, where the ground receivers are, right?
What's its reference? You're saying in alignment to. Okay, in alignment to what? What's its reference?
I just told you, alignment to the surface of the Earth. They keep the bottom of the ISS always pointed at the bottom of towards the surface of the Earth, so that the high gain antennas that are located on the bottom of the ISS are always pointed at the ground stations that are underneath it.
So
the ISS has 400,000 kilograms of mass, and then you release 1 kilogram. That is 1 against 420,000. Do you think that makes a difference? A real difference?
I don't know why you asked me a question when I was trying to talk to him, but yeah. So I'm asking that. It's like, okay, so how does it establish, its alignment to Earth, right? Because we know Earth is topographical. There's highs and lows, right? And we're talking about precise movements in space miles away from the planet. So if its reference point is like miles and miles away, that's a bit of a problem to align.
Why is it a bit of a problem?
Because as you go over a mountain or a hill or something, your reference point is going to change, and you're gonna.
The ISS is 250 miles up.
Yeah, I just mentioned that, and I said if you're 250 miles away and your reference point is the Earth, you're going to be constantly readjusting, right?
Well, let me ask you this. Do you think that pilots that are flying just a few thousand feet above the Earth in an old-timey plane that doesn't have any gauges in it, do you think that they're able to figure out how to keep the bottom of the plane pointed towards the surface of the Earth?
You're asking about a human versus a machine. What would they do? Well, yeah, it'd be different. One would use their senses, and the other one would just use what they're referencing.
You don't think that the ISS has some way of sensing which side the Earth is on?
I'm asking you, dude. I'm asking you. You told me it's the Earth, and then you told me it's these wheels that counter.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what sensor suite they used to do that. But given that in the age of 2025, we have cars that fucking drive around by themselves, I'm sure they can have some simple sensor on it that tells the ISS how to keep pointed at the surface of the Earth.
Well, these are just questions I have about what's going on up there, and you seem to know a whole lot about it, and you got this all figured out. So I'm asking you, and now you're telling me I don't know.
No, I'm just saying that there's reasonable explanations to any of the stuff that you're bringing up. You don't think that there's technology that could figure out how to keep the bottom of an aircraft pointed towards the ground?
That's not
tidally locked.
Yeah,
tidally
locked.
Probably. If I had to guess one thing, it's probably like ground radar, the same thing that aircraft use, that modern jetliners use.
Okay, so you have orientation to the planet, a speed in which it goes around the planet, right? And so you're on all axes, right? And you have to stay on all axes constantly in order to predict your orbit with precision, right? And we all know the ISS, you can go online or whatever it is, and you can see exactly where it's going to be, right?
But this isn't changing the orbital. The reaction control wheels don't change the orbital elements. You have to expend propellant to do that. We're just talking about maintaining an orientation. It's not changing anything about its orbit.
Well, yeah, it would. You can knock it out of orbit just by changing its alignment.
No. Well,
Yeah, you
not.
could.
I mean,
You
at
could
the
cause the thing to
altitude,
spin like a
at the
tornado.
altitude, technically yes, because at the altitude that the ISS operates on, there is some air resistance, and by changing the aerodynamic profile at which you hit that air resistance, you would over time change its orbit. But
No, you can
no,
literally
when a
move it.
satellite is high enough, there's no orientation that you could change on the satellite that would change its orbital elements.
Yeah, you can move it. You can move it. Like
No.
yes, with
No.
rotational
It's
force.
rotation of the ISS. It's not moving somewhere. If you turn on a spot, you have not moved. You've just rotated.
Yeah, but you can create through rotation. You can cause it. You can cause it to move in a direction.
No, I would violate.
Oh, if you
that
are
would
on an office
violate.
chair and you rotate, you're not moving. It's just about the rotation, the orientation.
Yeah, that creates a force.
No,
Oh, it
it does
doesn't
not
create a
create
force.
a
So it
moving
can't turn it.
force.
So it
The
can't turn it.
forces
There's no
are
force to
equaling
turn
out.
it.
That's how reaction wheels work. The reaction wheel rotates in one direction, so the outer mass where it's attached to rotates in a different direction. The net force is zero.
If you could change the position of the orbit of the satellite without expending any fuel, you'd be violating Newton's third law.
Right,
That's
so
what
if
every
you start
fucking
a grinder,
propulsion engineer.
right?
That's what every
So I
propulsion
just want
engineer in the
to
world
know
right
this
now has a
example.
hard on to figure reactionless propulsion. And there have been a few stuff that they've claimed can do reactionless propulsion. Like they had that microwave cone thing that they were saying was producing tiny amounts of thrust without a reaction mass, which
Right.
they
So
ended
if
up finding that it
you're
wasn't
just
actually.
monologuing, guy. So holy shit, that's irrelevant. So if I start a grinder up, right? I hold a grinder in my hand. Say it's like a 4.5-inch grinder, whatever it is. You know, something with like a lot of rotational force. And I turn that on. You can tell me that grinder is not going to move.
It's going to rotate, but it's not going to move.
Because
No.
you're resisting.
Oh, the
That's
grinder's not going to
because
move.
you are resisting against it. So
So the
you're holding
rotational
it. So you're
the
resisting it.
rotational
If
force
you
in it isn't going to cause it to twist, turn, and move.
Yeah, turn. It's causing to twist,
Right.
and because you try to resist against the twist, there is an angular force towards your arm. If you hang a grinder from the cable and then you
No, I'm
plug in
saying-
the cable, it's only
Yeah.
turning. It's not moving in any direction. It's
Yes, it
only
is.
turning.
Yeah, it's going to move.
No,
It's
I
gonna
think a better
move.
way to
It's
think
gonna
of it
move
is
in a circle.
if you had
It's gonna get locked into a circle.
if you had
And
a
it's gonna have
super
its little-
if you had a battery powered grinder, let's say you had a battery powered a grinding wheel, right? Like a fucking Milwaukee 24-volt whatever grinder wheel, right? And you threw that wheel out of a skydiving airplane, right? And then you had some way of remotely blipping the throttle on the grinding wheel, or the the switch on it. Yeah, you could make it so it'll rotate. Where you could speed up its rotation or slow down its rotation, or if you could flip it in reverse, you could change the way that it rotates, but you would never be able to move it around in three-dimensional space by doing that.
You could, yeah, you could cause it to move in a circle. Not just the wheel, the whole entire device. The torque from the amount of torque it generates is going to cause it to spin in an endless loop.
You could only rotate it. You wouldn't be able to move it within three-dimensional space.
Yeah,
You
but it
couldn't
just
shift
makes
it over. Like, let's say you wanted it to land a mile east of where it dropped from the plane from. You'd have no way to do that.
Well, you just need a bunch of.
The only thing you'd be changing on it
is
is you'd be changing its rotation.
All right, so that's a pretty big claim. But what I would say is, like, if you had enough grinders orientated properly, right, and enough rotational torque, you could create a directional movement.
No, because that'd be a violation of Newton's third law. Because that would be that would be a reaction without having anything to react against.
Each other.
I think what
They're
he's
reacting against
almost.
each other. What are you talking about?
I think if he's describing it the way I think it is, he might be describing something like the Magnus effect, where you can put backspin on a ball and throw it through air, and that backspin will cause it to like go further, kind of.
I'm saying this is simple. This is a simple experiment you could do at home, right? So you plug in your grinder, right? You hang that cord from something. You turn that grinder on. You tell me what happens.
Oh, it's going
Does
to
the wheel
turn into
spin?
like a
Does the whole
gyroscope.
device spin?
Yeah, it's going to become almost like a gyroscope. Yeah.
Yeah, that's my point.
You are holding the grinder. That the grinder is moving.
I just let it hang. I'm just
that
letting
the
it hang.
grinder is only caused because you are resisting against the turning motion.
No,
Again,
I did nothing. I
you
hung the
hang a
grinder, dude. Get back on track.
If you hang a grinder from the cable and you plug in the cable and it's switched on already, it will just turn. It will not move in any direction. It will just turn in a circle. And then eventually it will stop turning because the cable is resisting the further turning. So it will just stay there. And if you plug it out, it will turn in the other direction and then stop. It's not moving anywhere. It's not suddenly diagonal or so.
Yeah, it moves in a circle. The whole device. The torque from
Correct,
the
and
grinder
that's
will
what's
cause the
called
entire
turning.
grinder to move.
Moving in a circle is called turning around the barycenter of the mass.
Okay, then we establish movement in space.
No,
Glad
we
we're on
are
the same
established
page.
turning around the barycenter of the ISS. If you push the ISS at any point, it will turn around its barycenter.
Right. And then if
Because
you
what you're
change the
saying is
orientation,
changing
you change the
orbit.
orientation of that grinder, right?
so. What you're saying is that if what you're saying is true, you could essentially have a reaction control wheel inside an airplane, and without a propeller or anything that's interacting with the air around you in any way, you could start propelling that airplane forward.
No.
Without accelerating an air mass, you would be able to suddenly impart motion onto that plane just by reacting against like a flywheel inside the airplane.
That's quite the straw man. But yeah,
Because
no,
that's the implication of what you're
I'm
saying.
saying is if you have very precise orbits and rotation, right, and you introduce new rotational forces, you're gonna have issues with your alignment.
No, it's not going to change the orbital elements at all.
So how do you turn the ISS?
If you want to change orbital elements, you have to use propulsion, which is what they do when they have to reboost it every few months. Because the ISS is still dragging through the thinnest part of the atmosphere, it's still slowing down. Or not slowing down, but losing orbital energy.
Oh, yeah, but that is slowing down.
Are you telling me that they're boosting the ISS as well?
That's what he
To
said.
maintain
They said
its
all kinds of crazy
altitude
shit.
above. Yeah.
They give boosters to everything, man.
Yeah, orbits are a little weird, even though technically it's not slowing down, it's losing elevation, it's losing orbital energy, but the velocity is actually going up.
So in a way, the mass of the ISS is attracted to Earth, and only its tangential speed is preventing it from falling. Once that tangential speed is reduced by small amounts of friction, you need to reboost it to counteract that small like accumulation of friction that happens in that upper part of. I don't know. Is it the
Booster,
exosphere?
that
I'm
word
not sure how.
booster has the best marketing around it, I reckon. Everything's booster
Well,
this, booster that.
Well, it's called like a jet nozzle or like a rocket nozzle. It's got fuel. You put that through a funnel and you create force. That force is applied against the ISS. Like it's not
Real
just some
conspiracy is the
rescue
word
device.
booster. Okay. Seems like the word booster in medical and the word booster in space, the two like big things. And it's the
Yeah,
top.
yeah.
It's the
That's
number
an
one word in
interesting.
both. Okay. This is
Yeah,
weird.
yeah.
What about the thing you put your toddler on in the car so that his shoulder goes to the right spot on the seatbelt? Do you have a problem with that one?
You mean the
It's a
booster
child
seat?
booster seat. Yeah.
No, it's just like it's the best word apparently. Like if you're going to pick marketing words, apparently of the like two biggest industries that have got going, they're both actively using the word booster. So that
Yeah,
would
and
imply that marketing teams have carefully selected that terminology.
it's
They
not
could have
really
picked a bunch
carefully
of other different
selected.
terms like booster.
Like any fuel tank that's large and a small nozzle, an injection takes a small needle and a large tank, and you squeeze that big tank through the small nozzle, and you would eject it outwards, and and it's like
No,
the
it's just the best
recoil.
word.
Yeah.
Like
Well,
they must have carefully selected that terminology. Maybe even the fact that there are booster seats, and if you've ever had a kid, it's sort of very much associated with like safety. So maybe that's why.
So what happens, right? So what happens once like the way you're trying to say like it can't change the orbit, can't change the path, like I just completely disagree with, right? Because if you rotate, if you turn that thing, right, you have your torque and it causes it to rotate, right, off where it is, right, off its point. You just create a new orbit, right? And if you let that go all the way around the Earth and then come back, right, so you let it settle, you change the orbit, and then boom, you release the torque. It's in a new orbit. So how do you get
No,
around that?
the orbit
So how does it
hasn't
go back?
changed. When you rotate
How
it,
does
when
it
you
go
rotate
back?
the satellite, the orbit hasn't changed in any way.
No, I'm saying you could.
That's the part you're
In
missing.
theory.
No, it can't.
How much
Because
do
if
you
what
reckon
you're
the
saying was
ISS weighs,
true,
Jake?
you could have reactionless propulsion in an airplane or in a car. You wouldn't have to have the wheels pushing against the road. You could just have a device in your car that uses the torque against the flywheel to propel the car down the road.
I mean, there's friction and stuff, right? And there's no orbit, so you have that problem.
What
have,
you're
like,
talking
all
about is
these.
reactionless propulsion, which is not a thing. It
No,
violates
I'm saying,
the third law, Newton's third law of motion.
no, I'm saying you have different forces out in space. This thing's spinning around the planet.
Yeah, they got
right?
slingshots out there, man. You
And
ever
what
heard of
you're
the
saying,
slingshot maneuver that they do?
yeah, what you're trying
They
to
got
say
extra
is,
forces, mate. They got Dennis the Menace out there with a slingshot. Okay.
Yeah,
yeah,
but
what you're
the
trying to say is
slingshot.
you need constant force on the ISS, right? And I'm saying, no, it's already there. That's what mainstream's saying. That force is already there. And you're saying, no,
What
you
force are you
need it.
talking about?
Like, no, I don't. They already gave it to me.
What force are you talking about?
Spinning around the planet.
Slingshot force.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you have
The
free force.
slingshot force is actually when they do a slingshot maneuver to accelerate a satellite, like they did with Voyager using Jupiter. They're extracting some of Jupiter's orbital energy and imparting it onto the satellite.
So we have free
Someone
force.
should look into that.
So now we have free
that's not
force.
free force. Jupiter has been slowed by that satellite.
All right, but I don't need constant propulsion. We can agree on that, like we would on a plane or a car, right? That you're
You stealing from Jupiter?
Right, because you're trying to like build an analogy and force me into argue something that we're not even talking about, right? So now, if I change that trajectory, it changes in slingshot force.
It's Newton's first law. If something is moving, it's going to keep moving unless a force is acted upon it, right? If an object is in motion, it'll stay in
Hey, you're
motion. If an
getting it.
object at rest, it'll stay at rest, right?
All right, cool. So I introduced torque, rotational torque.
Yeah, but that's
And then I
not
stopped
producing a
introducing
force.
it. Where's the
That
counterforce?
torque, that torque is not producing a force on the satellite that's moving it in any direction.
So how do you rotate ISS if you don't have a force?
It's not a force that's actually moving the satellite itself.
So
It's interacting against the mass that it's holding within itself. So any directional force that you imparted on that mass is because you're holding on to that mass is going to cancel out any force that would actually move it into a different position. That's why you're limited to, as long as you're holding on to that mass, that's why you're limited onto just being able to rotate it. Now, if you could spin up that flywheel with a motor and then let that flywheel go and use the torque that's generated there to release that flywheel, then yes, then you would have an opposite reaction. You'd have a Newton's third law, right? Or you'd have a Newton's third law reaction, right? You'd have a reaction to oppose that. But as long as you're holding on to that flywheel that you're torquing against, you're never going to move that satellite into a different position. You're only going to be able to rotate it around an axis.
It would be like, it's a very big straw man, but like an arrow that's going to go from one place to the other. Like changing its rotation speed doesn't necessarily change like its overall path from A to B, especially when there's less and less interference higher up.
That's why satellites have to have for changing the orbital parameters. That's why satellites have station keeping fuel. And once that fuel is exhausted, the satellite is dead.
And I think earlier we'll talk about the decommissioning of the ISS, and that would be similar to the decommissioning of the Mir space station, where it was.
Yeah, what they'll do then is they'll calculate a burn so that they'll drop it into the Pacific Ocean in the graveyard by Australia, so that they don't risk it falling over a populated area.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out all these forces and not forces, but only forces, and try and get them all to work together. It's like if you're swinging a grinder around your head, right? We'll just do that now, right? You're swinging it around your head, and then you turn it on. You're telling me, no, it's not going to change anything. And I'm telling you, yeah, you bet your ass it's going to change something.
It's just going to make it might make it rotate.
It's going to change its orbital path. It's going to change the way you spin it around your head. That's what it's going to do. The way you spin it around your head, it's going to change the whole orbit.
You have to keep in mind, if it's on the end of a rope, then it can react against the rope in the same way that, like, I can pull myself. You can winch a car with a rope against a tree, right? You can a cable against the tree. You can winch the car up because you're reacting against that wire, right?
Yeah, but now you're just going to say nothing can move in space.
But in this example here, we're talking about free fall. It's like throwing a wireless angle grinder out of an airplane, and then by blipping the throttle on it, you could then move that thing in such a way that you could make it land, 500 feet or 1,000 feet east or west or north or south from your original
point.
No, I'm
Or like,
saying
if,
it's gonna
imagine what I'm saying is,
I'm saying
here's
as
what I'm
it's going
saying,
down,
Rigger.
you can change where it lands.
Imagine that we're on a hot air balloon, and imagine that there's no wind at all, and
This is disingenuous. This is so disingenuous.
It's
You're
not
saying you have a
disingenuous.
constant path going down, right? And if we want to be analogous, right, and compare the two, I'd say, okay, it's a constant force going down. Can I change where that grinder lands by turning it off and on constantly? Yes, I can.
No, no, you can't.
Yeah, I can.
I mean, theoretically, you probably could because of the but only because the spinning of the wheel would be interacting with the atmosphere, because it would be interacting with the atmosphere in the same way that when a pitcher.
I heard somebody else yesterday said he got a cold.
It's because the torque value is going to cause the entire thing to shift.
So, like I said again, what you're basically saying is, if you were in a hot air balloon that's hovering over a bullseye, you'd be able to throw a wireless angle grinder or a battery powered angle grinder out of that hot air balloon, and by remotely blipping the switch on and off, that you would then be able to have it land in a spot that's different from the bullseye.
No, I'm saying if you took the angle grinder and dropped it, right? Dropped it straight down, and you did nothing, that angle grinder, in theory, is going to land in the same spot every single time. I'm saying,
if we ignore air resistance, it would land every single time in that bullseye. And
in theory,
if we ignore air resistance, no amount of blipping the throttle, no amount of blipping the.
I try to explain what I'm saying. You just don't want to hear what I'm saying because you want to
No,
just say I'm right.
I hear what you're saying.
No, you
You
don't.
still seem to not
Because you admit it,
understand.
you agree with me, and then you fucking immediately walk it back.
No, Rigger.
No,
he's steel manning you right now. He's saying what you're saying.
Yeah, I only agree with you in that if it's interacting with the atmosphere, it could change its direction. But if we assume that we're in a vacuum and there's no atmosphere, blipping the switch on the angle grinder would only change its orientation. It would never change its position over that bullseye. It would still fly right into that bullseye from that hot air balloon, no matter how much you blipped or didn't blip the switch on it.
Right, but
if we assume that we're in a vacuum and there.
No. What I'm saying is, like, right now, in this whole entire concept, you have two reference points, right? You have the center of Earth, which would be the gravitational force in your model, right? Is going to be the center point, right? So you have that reference point, and then you have another reference point, which would be the ISS, or the center of the grinding wheel. And you're telling me I can't change the distance between those two. And I'm telling you, yes, I can. If you give me a free force, free force to spin around that circle, you bet your ass I could change it with rotational torque or force, whatever you want to call it.
That would mean that essentially that you could put a grinding wheel inside like a giant vacuum chamber, and by blipping the throttle on it, you could get it to climb higher and higher up in that vacuum chamber.
Nope. See, this is where you're disingenuous, because now you're saying, like, all right, in my model, there's a constant downward force, and you can counteract that. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying in that vacuum chamber, if you swung the grinder around in a circle, right, and then you plugged it in and unplugged it constantly, you would change the path of that grinder going in that circle. And you're telling me no, you wouldn't. I'm saying yeah, you would.